Wednesday night. I am, of course, Jake Spontiberi. There I am. Still have that video. And we're here today for our first set of double headers. Of course, I'm going to be joined by Jason, Rhymaster Ryan, Sins Midlater, as well as the real pastry time down at the end of the desk. How you going today, guys?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Ryan, how are you after what was a pretty tough loss yesterday? Very good game 2 out of yourself.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah. All right. Let's not talk about that. But what we'll do is take a look at this week's schedule so far. So we'll pull that up on your screen. As you can see, Infernum unable to pick up a win against Direwolves, who took the first 2-0 of the OPL. Legacy last night able to take it to Sin in what was a very close set. And of course, tonight we have our 2 matches, the OPL Legend match between Trident and the Chiefs, as well as Hellions taking on Avant to round us out. Of course, we mentioned it. Tonight is the first OPL Legend match for you guys. And what exactly does that mean? Well, at the end of last split, when Chiefs were crowned the champions of OPL, they picked up the new OPL Legends title. And going up against them today is the new Trident lineup, formerly Legacy Genesis. And they'll be competing every single time they step onto the Rift, the Chiefs, until they lose a match for the pride to be the OPL Legend, as well as getting some additional cash payments for their team if they're able to defend it. Of course, Trident want to try and take that one away. So without further ado, guys, let's get into tonight's game. It will be Trident taking on the Chiefs. On the blue side of the Rift, it will be Trident for game 1. Pac-Man is their top laner. Impaired is their jungler. BMA starting in the mid lane position, as well as Addition and Jakey down there in the bottom lane. Of course, 2 changes since they qualified. Yuzuki gone off the starting lineup. Claire, unfortunately, was suspended in the off-season, so it will be BMA as well as Jakey starting. Very excited to see how these guys go. On the other side of the Rift, though, it is your OPL Legends, defending champions, the Chiefs. Swiper, the beast in the top lane, Spooks their jungler. Cheese, their substitute mid laner, is in as Swiffer is away for 7 weeks of competition. Radier, their AD carry, and Ejim, their support. Guys, that is a terrifying lineup to have to play first time around. What are you looking at, Pastry Time, getting onto the game?
Yeah, it kind of sucks for the new guys, actually, to have to play the best team, but someone's got to play them, I suppose. For me, though, it has to be this jungle matchup. Impaired versus Spooks. We've seen Impaired do work on Legacy Genesis. We've seen him just absolutely carry the crap out of teams from almost any position. He's an excellent player, but don't discredit Spooks. Spooks had an up and down season, but I would say mostly up, and I think a lot of people were critical of his play, but mainly because his lanes have started winning. You don't really have to do too much as a jungler apart from your job, which is ward, and just be present when your team and your lanes are winning so hard. So I think Spooks had what looked like an underperforming season, but in reality, he's still playing just as well. He's going to have to show it here against Impaired.
Yeah, and you know, that was a criticism of Spooks. He is a jungler. Every single lane wins, so all he has to do is control vision. Is that still the case, Rymeister? Are the Chiefs still that good that they win all their lanes?
I don't think that they'll win all their lanes. I think that without Swiffer, maybe they won't have a little bit of clue, like no Swiffer, no clue sort of thing. But we'll see. They're definitely not as strong as what they used to be, but they've still got 4 of the core members, so it should be a good game.
So I remember last split when we were talking to you on the desk, you said, who do you hate playing against? And you're like, the obvious ones are Swiffer and Choose, but the surprise you threw out there was Cheese, because he's an erratic mid laner. Has he missed a step? Have you been scrimming these guys? What can we get out of you about him?
He's definitely a solid mid laner, but Swiffer was the shot caller for the Chiefs. You have to think about that. So it definitely hurt. It was a definite loss for the Chiefs. But they're still a strong team, and they can still pull games from you.
Yeah, so there you have it. Cheese, good mid laner, just not Swiffer. In the top lane, though, they have a very good top laner in Swiper. I know that you're looking at the Swiper versus Pac-Man matchup and seeing if they could get it in their favor.
Yeah, again, this is sort of the young mechanics crew team, if you will, for Trident, and they're full of lots of young, talented players. We obviously look at Impaired as being the number 1. Claire was there, but unfortunately isn't playing, of course, due to that suspension. Pac-Man is really solid. I think he's evolved a lot. He's put in lots of work over the offseason. It seems like he's sort of ready to contend with these top players, but Swiper is, I think, still the best mid laner in the OPL. Very, very tough to have to play. So I meant top laner. Thank you.
Do you agree with that, Rymeister? Is he the best top laner in the OPL?
He might be an okay mid laner.
Yeah, I think he's the best top laner still. Nothing else to add to that, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's just going to be such a challenge because Swiper always plays a way that is beneficial and very difficult to play against. He plays in every meta. He'll play tanks. He'll play carries. I think Pac-Man has been labeled as a tank player, and he might be a bit slower to adapt. But I have to think here, depending on the meta, we've seen a lot of different stuff in top lane that Pac-Man could have some trouble if Swiper throws out something especially a little funky.
Yeah, I certainly agree that could be the case. From what I've heard about Pac-Man, he certainly has evolved his playstyle, so look for him to jump on a carry if his team does decide to go that way. I know BMA is a little bit more of a support mage player in the mid lane, loves the Orianna, loves a Twisted Fate. But for me, the biggest mismatch, and I know for you as well, Rye, is the bottom lane. A very new bottom lane coming up against the likes of Radiant and Aegim. How's that one going to go?
Well, the Trident bot lane, they're definitely going to be the underdogs. I do think that Chiefs are going to have an advantage and then just going to take it from there. So for Trident to win the game, they will have to have impaired snowball lanes. That's going to be difficult, but there is a chance that they can do that.
Yeah, and on that for me, I think snowballing bottom lane is actually really difficult. We've seen some teams do it successfully. Spooks has actually had almost a portion of his career built on snowballing his bottom lane. But right now, from what we've seen, it's just junglers sort of circling between top and mid, looking for opportunities and applying pressure to other junglers. That is not conducive to going bottom lane and just getting your lane fed over and over and over again. So Addition and Jakey, I have to agree, are going to struggle against one of the best bottom lanes, if not the best in the OPL.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because we always used to talk about Spook, Swiffer. They were the dynamic duo. Impaired Claire started to make that name for themselves coming through the OCS, and if your jungler is failing a little bit, a lot of that pressure does fall to your mid laner to roam around the map and try and get things done. Is this a lot of pressure on Cheese and BMA to be able to impact the side lanes and try and get them ahead?
Well, it depends what kind of team comp they build. So if Beam Up decides to play something like Ari, then maybe he can look to snowball around the map, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, certainly will. However, our players are ready to get onto the rift. But before we take you there, Aegim, the Chief Star Support, had something to say.
Oh, my 1v1 was actually amazing. So, like, I think his name was Optimus, yeah. He was, like, little kid from Thailand, Optimus, 80 carry main, and I was just like, okay. Like, the meta for, like, the 1v1s, obviously, like, all of the annoying to play against champions like Caitlyn and Kindred were all just broken. And I was just like, if I leave up, like, Caitlyn, so actually, I wanted to leave up Kindred, and then I realized that I couldn't all-in Kindred once you hit 6, because you just pop a ult and I just get smashed. So like, I was like, okay, Caitlyn it is, because Caitlyn is like the broken 80 carry champion that every 80 carry will go for if it's open. So I just like, I outdrafted this guy so hard in 1v1 tournament. I was so proud. And like, even like watching it back, actually, I've watched it like with my parents, because they're like, well, my dad follows League now that I play like quite a bit. He actually watches like NALCS and he watches all my games. And he was like giving me like a ton of crap for like leaning back in my chair. As soon as like Champ Select finished, we picked the champions and I locked in Leona instantly. And as soon as he picks Caitlyn, I just lean back in my chair. I'm just like, oh yes, I've done it. And Dad just like gives me so much crap about like that moment, just leaning back in the chair with this like shit-eating grin on my face. And so, yeah, the 1v1, I was playing it so well. I was playing it perfectly. Like, he didn't expect like all the damage, because you just like, Leona's Q is an auto attack reset, and it's actually, I figured out the other day, it's the only auto attack reset that gives you a third auto instantly. Like, if you think about like how much damage that does, like I just took full like 80 reds, 80 quints, and then just like armor and HP, and then I just all in him level 3. Like, actually no, like even level 2, he's poking me under the tower, and I just all in and like do so much damage, like chunk him out, and then like gets to the end, and he's like so low, he's like under his tower, and like I see this like this golden opportunity where like he goes for an auto attack, and like, I throw the E, and it's like slow motion in my head, like it's traveling, and I'm just like, I've done it, I'm gonna win, and then he just flashes the W, and I just died at the tower, and it was the most depressing moment of my life. And so I was just so sad. But then he like came over afterwards, and he was like, oh my god, he like ran over the stage and like hugged me. He was like, oh, that was really cool. And so like, I don't know, it was a really cool moment, because like I never talked to the guy before, and I don't know, yeah, it was cool.
Welcome to the Caster Guest Desk, guys. It's great to hear from Aegim there, of course, playing in that 1v1. Of course, Caitlyn versus Leona. Rusty, that's something, it's ringing some bells. I'm not entirely sure. Of course, IWCA was where that one went down. And Leona just doesn't seem to win in that matchup, right?
Well, you know, that's up for debate. I think Aegim said it himself in that video that it's pretty obvious Leona should be winning that matchup.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at another video and see whether that's exactly the case.
Rusty let me down so hard in the like Leona vs Kate, because like obviously Yamato called him out, and like after the game, Shox was like, oh, that was really interesting, and like Spawn was like, oh, that's actually a good matchup, and then Yamato Cannon is just like, no, that is rubbish. And so like Rusty's like, oh, like I'll take you up on that bet. And then Rusty just builds AP and goes back and buys the worst items I've ever seen, and just like spends the entire game like doing absolutely nothing, just like getting auto attacked. And I'm just like, oh, come on, man, like you can do better than this. And then it was just such a letdown, just watching him slowly lose the game. And I'm just like, this is the best matchup for Leona. Like, it's actually perfect. I was devastated.
So the Leona's supposed to win that matchup, but you just played it really badly, built the wrong stuff, and ran around and got auto attacked the whole game. That's the thing? That's what happened.
It's complicated. I will say that the difference between myself 1v1ing Yamato and Ejim 1v1ing Optimus is that one of us is a pro player, and the other one's playing for entertainment. So I'm a little bit more disappointed in him and a bit annoyed that he's disappointed in me, because I was trying to bring it back for him after he lost.
Yeah, and there was a little bit on the line there for him, and you guys, you were just looking fantastic sitting on the desk. We did see the camera over you, and that look down the barrel, completely ridiculous. And look, I had the pleasure of interviewing you afterwards, and Yamato knew what he was doing was awful. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the matchup at hand. Trident versus the Chiefs. We are into Champion Select already. Fiora is going to be banned straight away, and we've spoken about bans before here, Rusty, and they're very interesting here in Oceania.
They definitely are. I actually hope they ban Leona now. I don't want to see it ever again. Fiora, there's a lot of weird bans that come out in this, basically in Oceania, because they like to target ban. This is the best possible example of a targeted ban. I'm yet to see that in another region.
The Malphite is an odd one. We've seen Malphite actually lose one game. He's banned a couple now, 3 games, I think, in the OPL so far, and Jack Attack didn't manage to find the victory on the champion. In fact, didn't really do all that much during the time either. Poppy is going to be banned away, and she slipped through the draft yesterday.
She definitely didn't. We were they were talking about this beforehand, what champion should actually be visible in this next draft? What should be addressed? Well, very obviously Poppy, and that was what we concluded, and it's good to see it being banned away from Chiefs, who seem to be on the ball with the current meta. Yeah,
well, we were talking about Swiper as well as this guy known for his adaptation, able to really change things up there in the top lane. Tahm Kench is going to be removed, either from Jake or from Pac-Man. Possibly impaired. Who knows?
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of focus here for Pac-Man, you would have to assume.
Yeah.
Tahm Kench can be flexed, of course. Can go in up to 3 lanes if you're getting desperate and need it in the jungle. But at the moment, what we have seen is predominantly Tahm Kench in that top lane. So a lot of focus for Pac-Man.
Very interesting. Blue side Gangplank ban as well here from Trident. Don't want to let that one go over. The Chiefs now with the final one. Of course, Rise still available. Trundle still available. 6.1 Trundle, seen a couple of nerfs, but that mana can't eat towers anymore. Of course, makes a bit of sense. I wouldn't want to bite into a tower. It's just stupid.
It's bad for your teeth.
Yeah, really, really silly. Mundo, though, is going to be the one banned away. So Rise is available. Trident want to pick that one up, can flex that. But Lulu, that's another one that slipped through. With the Malphite being banned, with the Fiora being banned, all of these power picks are going to be available. So Lulu, the consideration.
There's more than just Lulu available too. So Lissandra and Alistar are 2 of the big champions that we've seen drafted early because of their capabilities to flex. Lulu, the perfect example of a flex champion as well. So Trident, if they lock this in, wouldn't be a big surprise, but the immediate response from the Chiefs will not be the Swiper special. Don't get your hopes up. I would assume that it's going to be Alistar Lissandra.
Alistar Lissandra would make a lot of sense. Of course, Trundle Lissandra is another option here for the follow-ups. I know the Pac-Man's been playing a lot of Lissandra, but of course the Chiefs always up with the current meta. We'll see exactly what happens. Of course, Ezreal's available as well. He's been seeing a lot of play with Misfortune falling out in the 6.1 patch. A little bit more emphasis, and we know that Radier loves to play the champion.
Yeah. Definitely is a Radier champion, of course, as is Vayne, as is Kalista, as is
any AD carry, really. That's a good point.
But Ezreal has seen a massive rise in popularity since the release of the blue build Ezreal.
Yeah, and it's going to be locked away here as well, as Swipe is going to pick that one up. Trundle as well. Ejim most likely picking that one for his support position, but early days, Rusty. It's League of Flex picks at the moment. I mean, you know, we've had League of Warmogs, Leader Blade of the Ruined King, League of Flex picks.
There's even the Black Cleaver meta.
I know, that was a beautiful one. Really enjoyed that. Beautiful. We had a really great time in the top lane against Ribbons during that particular moment. BMA cycling through some of his signature champions. Warwick probably should be there as one of them. But no, yeah, Orianna being considered. And that makes a decent Wombo, especially paired up with Impaired's Rek'Sai. Wants to be able to get around the rift and knock people around.
A decent team composition if they're going to put Pac-Man in the top lane on this Lulu, though. That's better.
Yeah, okay. So going to be switching it around to the Alistar, building themselves a potential Yasuo team comp. Of course, not sure whether BMA plays the champion. Haven't seen him on it for a very long time, but the Chiefs now with their opportunities. Cheese, can you just hover the Swain for me, please? I want it hovered. That's all I want.
I don't know if that's worth anything, really, though. It's like Swiper hovering Tryndamere. You just
I
know
know, but it felt good, you know? It felt good.
it's impossible.
He's found at least the Tryndamere button,
Yeah.
which is, I guess, R. Right click.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's halfway there. I will say that much. Of course, Chiefs, not too long left to make their decisions. And again, you mentioned it. This is the draft of flex at the moment, but team compositions really become essential here. Chiefs still having that last pick option is a very big deal to them. They can afford to make another flex rotation, round out the team comp, maybe put a tank in the top lane, or look towards a carry top laner with the tank-ish jungler because they've got the Trundle in support. They need a bit of crowd control maybe to round this composition out a bit more.
This is exactly what I was about to say. Lissandra and Lee Sin would be so incredibly easy. Flex that one around the top and the mid lane. Cheese can play either the Ezreal or the Lissandra there. Their last pick is so incredibly ambiguous heading out of this second last stage of the draft for the Chiefs, and they get to see exactly what Trident are bringing to the Rift. See what that's going to be.
Yeah, I like the Chiefs draft so far as a 4-man roster. Honestly, that 4-man roster could win team fights by itself.
Yeah.
All they're really missing is the potential top lane. I'm not going to say Tryndamere. We don't actually know if it's top lane missing just yet. Of course, Lissandra's still there. Trundle, to an extent, is still there also. So,
Lee Sin's still there.
and this is the best part about the Chiefs draft, is they can actually play a lot of those champions wherever they need at the time. So they react to what Trident are putting in right now, and then they make their decision with their last pick.
Yeah, and it could be the super tanky Maokai up there in the top lane, potentially. Jake is hovering over that one, but Kalista and Darius is locked in, ladies and gentlemen. So Darius in the top lane. We were talking about Pac-Man, whether he was going to play tanks or not. Sort of a bit of both, but you'd say he's got a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, the Juggernaut.
yeah.
Nightmares just came back flooding through my mind.
I know. It's been a
apologize.
while
It was-
since we saw him, but yeah, no, I know what you mean. Let's just take a... yeah, no, it's frightening stuff. Hold me, Rusty. But we'll see what Trident are going to be able to do with it because, of course, pretty stationary. The whole point of a Juggernaut is you're slow moving, but if anyone gets anywhere near you, you're going to destroy them. I think of, Avatar, those massive bulldozers that they have that are tearing up the trees that are like millions of years old. Kind of like that. That's how I see Darius. That's why we were so scared before.
I mean, fair enough, but they've got. I was going to say they've got a Lulu on the team composition, so the speed that the Juggernaut will be going at is a lot faster. So I don't know
That's a
if
good
that's
point.
an apt comparison now.
Damn it. I don't think it ever was, to be
No,
honest, Rusty.
but it was a really good attempt.
I tried
It was
really,
great.
really hard. Renekton's there, though. It's going to be hovered at least for the Chiefs the last 2 seconds. Locked away as Swiper goes back to a definite comfort pick. This is one from a long time ago. And the battle of the giant crocodile against the big guy with an axe.
Yeah,
Very exciting.
It's amazing. Talking to Swiper at the Player Summit was like, so what are you going to pick in top lane? What do you like? He's like, well, they could pick like one of 54,000 champions. I'm probably just going to play Renekton. I think I can beat them with Renekton.
He's starting off well in that front because if he was playing any other champion, it'd be very hard to beat them as Renekton. So he's going to take that one against the Darius. But we haven't seen this matchup for a very long time. And I don't know whether Renekton really should win that matchup because Renekton's known for going in, but Darius tends to love that.
There's a trick with going in on the Darius, though, is that if you're in the inner circle, when
Yeah,
you're
okay.
literally on top of the Darius, then he does a lot less
So
damage.
just don't go halfway in.
And
if you're going to go in, go all the way
But
in.
the thing with Renekton is he can be in, do all of his bursts, stun you, and then be out. And there's actually no chance for the Darius to trade. If the Darius does trade, a lot of sustain can come out from that queue. So interesting top lane, to say the least. I think Swiper's the one that has to actually execute heavy, as is every top lane matchup against the Darius. If you make a mistake, you die. If you don't make a mistake, you might kill him, but he's still Darius.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting story about the jungle matchup as well, as you can see it on your screen, the Lee Sin versus the Rek'Sai. And if that 2v2 ends up making it in there, I mean, relatively even, as we do have, of course, the hashtags try win or Chief win. If you want Trident to win this game, go ahead and use that hashtag, and CHF win if you want the Chiefs to continue to be our reigning legends here and carry that belt through. And we'll see whether they're going to have a repeat of last season, of course, carrying it the whole way through the OPL split, theoretically.
Yeah, that's right. A lot on the line here for the Chiefs. Of course, they want that little bit of a match bonus in the pocket.
Exactly.
And I'm sure Trident, they'd be hungry to take that away from them. As the Chiefs, we don't want them to go undefeated again, do we? In another whole split.
I would prefer that didn't happen. Nothing against the Chiefs, except that we just like to mix things up here. Trident, though, you can see hungry for a victory. Formerly Legacy Genesis, of course. Wanted to get their young mechanics out here. Nice ward goes down from Swiper. Spots all 5 members of Trident moving towards the top lane. Pac-Man. Oh, no flash apprehend to come out this time around.
No.
As the Chiefs answer this early roam.
Look, I would wager using apprehend at level 1
That'd be
affects your laning phase
I'd say so.
negatively.
Good, good. You know, I would say so as well. So not going to be taking that particular one. And Trident just going to head back to base here as well after getting their deep vision, but not wanting to go up against a lane swap or wanting to make sure that they're getting the lane swap that they want here on the side of Trident. We'll see exactly where they go as they head back to base. You can see Alistar already moving up the mid lane, very flexible in his movement options as Kalista is going to make her way towards the bottom side, and seems like we are going to have standard lanes ensuing.
We're going to have the standard lanes, of course. Kalista and Alistar. It's a little bit weaker at the moment. Kalista, remember, we're on 6.1, so the live patch that everyone has been playing on, they've put a nerf onto the rend. So you don't get mana back if you only hit one target or only rend to get the mana back from one target. So you can poke, but you need to set up 2 minions instead of 1.
Yeah, well, let's see how he's going to navigate this lane. Of course, Addition, former sub for the Chiefs, as is Impaired. See whether they're going to be able to take it to them as Spooks takes away the little Cinderlings.
That's a unique pathing choice here from, or not pathing, more so his decision making on taking out the red buff. Everyone tends to go for the red, utilize what they've got from the Krugs with the stun on every auto attack. Of course, Lee Sin being able to buff his attack speed.
Ooh, Pillar goes down. Ejim going to try and slow down Trident here as the Ren comes out. Addition able to get a fair bit back there, but Radius still pushing things out.
Yeah, level 2 power spike's just too legit.
Yeah.
Ejim and Raider, especially with a Trundle, like the mispositioning that you can force.
Ooh, Arcane Shift aggressive there from Radius. Of course, knows they haven't hit level 2 yet.
Has Addition used his... I don't actually know what it's called, what you start with as Kalista. He hasn't bound.
He has not bound yet. The little dagger guy. You never get an opportunity to talk about it.
No, because it never exists.
You don't actually see it. BMA though getting aggressed on here by Cheese, manages to slow him down. Spooks makes his way in. Is the Ignite going to be there? No, Cheese doesn't have it. And BMA is going to survive. Impaired now his chance to gank as Radiant blows his flash immediately. Impaired says, yep, that's my job done. He's going to burrow his way out. Both ganks not quite working, but both flashes down in the respective lanes.
I will say the key difference between these, though, is that one has a teleport and can get back to lane. One hasn't actually recalled at all because with the potion that he's about to put in place, is actually still comfortable. So Beamer, he's opting to stay, but he's also losing his lane by staying here. Could get denied a lot of farm if he overstays his welcome and runs the threat of Lee Sin coming back one more time. Lissandra's kill threat is just so strong.
It is, and it also suits Cheese's playstyle so much. We mentioned his Swain. He does like these low-range mages. Lissandra fits right into that category. Of course, it has been a while since we saw Cheese. Played in the OPL for a stint last season, but not towards the end.
It's that level 6 go button.
Exactly. It's the level 6, I'm sorry, you're dead button, I think, is what we call it. May not even be that polite.
Yet to see him play Karthus as well, though. That's the weird one.
Yeah.
Get on that.
We'll see. How do you think Karthus fits into the current meta, Rusty?
I actually think it's not bad. Karthus has always been good. I don't want to tell everyone to play Karthus, though, because then games become a little bit less fun.
Yeah. Well, Chiefs getting their lane pushed towards them here as Jake's going to lock down the cannon minion. We've seen a lot of this particular lane, Alistar Kalista. Of course, a little bit more on 5.24 as opposed to 6.1, but so far, Addition doing well, utilizing the gank that he did manage to get. Jake actually getting caught in the wall by the pillar. Thankfully has a heck of a lot of health and didn't aggro any of the Chiefs members, but that was odd.
That was odd, but also very well done from Ejim. Clearly quite skilled at using the pillar.
Yeah.
Could be very dangerous for Trident if they actually make another positional error again.
Rady, you can see, just trying his very best to clear out these minions underneath the turret. Doing a decent job as Ejim's going to soak a lot of that harassment. Addition taking a bit back there as well, but evened out the farm has Radier as he's picked up the majority of those. You can see Impaired, of course, a player that we were looking at pretty heavily earlier on. We'll see whether he's going to be able to make the impact that he wants to. Already blown a flash towards the bottom side, but he's falling behind in the farm just a little bit. Wolf Spirit going to spot Spooks as he makes his way into the jungle.
Impaired is a level behind, so in terms of the 1 versus 1, would not say Impaired is in an ideal situation. Of course, Spooks is looking threatening around this buff to the point where Impaired needs to show respect.
Yeah, the teleport's going to come in from BMA as he makes it back to the mid lane. She's, of course, now sure exactly where that mid laner is. You can see Swiper was back, so I have a feeling that's why Spooks didn't go all the way in. Swiper making his way back up this lane, can't put the pressure onto Pac-Man, who would have been able to just get over there and destroy him. Nice Q from Cheese, already BMA down to half health.
Yeah, Beamer trying to tank the minions. Oh god, Spooks is in.
He's in. Level 4 Impaired against the level 5 Spooks, and he'll get more vision down as he makes his way out, just sending a bit of a message.
It's just ward jumping for the sake of it this
Yeah,
game.
having fun.
Didn't really need to. But, of course, a positive trade here. Impaired still gets the jungle camp, still getting the experience he's after, but the Chiefs are denying that blue buff indefinitely.
Yeah. You can see Swiper as well having a whale of a time up here in the top lane. 7 CS ahead, but a massive wave that he can just hold on to. Pac-Man does have to be careful. He's got that Noxian Guillotine available if he needs it, but not going to have any kill threat against the big old crocodile.
So the best part is that he's zoning himself because he knows that Spooks is nearby, and it's taken such a long time for Spooks to leave that bush. Spooks was on a ward, granted.
Yep.
That he was zoning himself from all of the farm, and at the end of the day, it's still pushing the Swiper.
Yeah,
just from Spooks being there.
And he's holding onto it as well, just outside this turret, so it's going to be very hard for Pac-Man to find anything as far as a creep wave to hit is concerned. We'll see whether he decides to move around the map, grab something else instead, but there's so much vision towards that top side as Spooks was just hunting for Impaired. But not a lot can be done, and of course the Chiefs bottom lane, something that we've also had conversations about, doing fine.
Yeah.
Few CS behind, actually, so Addition and Jake doing a decent job. But they're just farming things out, waiting for their spikes to come in, and of course Radier not being back. Neither has Addition.
You might say he'd want to be back sooner rather than later, though, if he's going for the tier build. The blue Ezreal that everyone does opt into. Might be saving up enough money to go for the tier and Sheen if he's going to be super greedy with his itemization.
Yep.
It's a nice power spike for laning phase, but you're also missing out on the efficiency on that scaling.
Well, another pillar goes down there as Jake's not taking too much damage from Ejim at all. The other thing that Radier could be doing is just saying, what the heck, let's just go back to my original style, which is build a Trinity Force.
I highly doubt it. The blue Ezreal at the
It's
moment
so
is
strong.
just amazing. No reason not to go for it, honestly.
Well, BMA going to pick up the blue buff. You can see Cheese continuing to push there in the mid lane. Has found himself a slight CS lead as both of these mid laners going towards that Cross Queen's claim. Spook's just killing some tunnels as Pac-Man takes his opportunity to move over.
Good awareness from Impaired. Knows that Spooks is nearby and just stays away from the Gromp. Doesn't actually commit to killing it yet and waits for Spooks to show himself. Pretty smart jungler here, Impaired, so far.
Yeah, doing a very nice job. Of course, 0-0 on the scoreboard. Still, this stage of the game, very close in gold and farm across the board. Of course, Pac-Man falling behind just a little bit, but you can see being made up for in the bottom lane more than anything else. And despite all of his aggressive movements and Spook sort of hanging around in the enemy jungle, very even on the farm here as well as he's going to pick up his wolves.
Yeah, doing well to stay at least even with the farm, considering all the pressure that has been placed onto Impaired, and Spook's even managing to stay out with all the pressure and time he spent not in the jungle. The biggest difference to me at the moment isn't even that bottom lane. Ezreal did go for the item build that we mentioned.
Yeah.
He's still going to continue to scale. Renekton is quite far ahead, and that's very dangerous territory for this Darius to deal with.
Not only that, but Swiper seems to just not really mind as well. Keeps holding the lane away from any potential gank opportunities.
Yeah.
Only now pushing forward. 84 CS to the 62, so 22 ahead. Ejim's going to be spotted at least. Jakey's going to get some vision down on that dragon. Make sure no sneaky business is going to come out. It does. Ejim actually going to hit the cow instead. That's really frustrating.
Desperation attempts to get pink wards.
Yeah.
Spooks is nearby and so is Impaired though, so risky business.
Yeah, this actually could be an opportunity though for Trident, just because, of course, having to put that 700 gold into buying a tier does mean that you're a little bit lacking on the old damage stats. In addition, going towards that Blade of the Ruined King has usable attack speed. Of course, all of the extra lifesteal as well from that Bilgewater Cutlass.
And again, Spooks working towards the enemy jungle. We'll spot one of the two wards hit. We'll assume there is no second ward. may even consider invading on the assumption that there's no ward there.
Eat the turret. Eat the tunnel as well. Some free money.
Yeah.
Impaired,
They do
full
know he's
vision.
there.
Going to be taking this Rift Scuttler. Pink ward around there as well, as Cheese is going to move back after shoving that wave forward. Spook's going to be discovered by BMA here, trying to steal away the jungle, but Spooks doesn't seem to mind. Just going to take some popcorn chicken home with him.
That was good from Beamer, though. Recognizes where Spooks is, takes some free harassment to the Lee Sin. Lee Sin now working his way bottom again, assumes there's no vision in that bush he's walked through.
The bottom lane going to collapse on him there as well, as Impairs is going to take away Spooks' jungle, completely unbeknownst to the Chiefs. The Chiefs with a huge wave pushing up to this turret as well. I mean, I like Spooks' movement just because even if he doesn't get the gank off, still going to be able to get the work done, as Swiper just throws out a little bit of a combo.
If you have the Enraged stun from Renekton, it instantly applies Thunderlords.
Not bad.
All you need to do is press W when you're angry.
And he's pretty angry. We saw him. This Cheese just going to continue farming things out, but so far very slow here in the early game. 121 to 102 in that mid, and BMA was keeping up well and truly with Cheese up until just about now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with that is Beam has been trying to keep the wave frozen and try and get all of the last hits and not let it hit the turret, because his turret's starting to get poked down lower and lower. He's also losing a lot of health because of this. And look at how aggressively Cheese is pushing. He is not slowing down in that push at all. Beamer getting pressured under his turret, or Cheese just pushes and then disappears, and it's rinse and repeat. You can see the ghosts have to be used to search for him again.
Yeah, Frostbane's clan coming out, of course. Impaired was in the area. Oh, Radiant able to get the cannon creep. Love it. Fantastic stuff. Not going to be able to get that minion, but who cares? Got the cannon. It's all worth. As the Chiefs moving towards Addition. Spook's looking to find his way in. There's the flash forward as all the teleports are down. They look for Addition, grab it for first blood, send it over to Cheeses. Jake might be in trouble as well. Unbreakable Will comes out. BMA's underneath the turret, gets slowed down by some spooky as heck ghosts. But there was nothing they could do. 5 members of the Chiefs just pull the trigger.
Yeah, you're right. Not a thing they could do. They've got the double teleport composition here. Cheese makes his way in. They catch out Addition, who has overstayed his welcome in that bottom lane by a fair margin, to say the least. Raider's ultimate, not even necessary because Addition died before it even went in.
Well, the trade's going to come in here as Trident push down the top outer turret as well, but the extra kill will put the Chiefs a little bit ahead as far as that one is concerned. Pac-Man looking to try and kill as many of these creeps as he can before this turret falls down, but it's going to be a dragon as well here for the Chiefs as they grab a kill, a turret, a dragon, and even able to pick up that mid lane farm is Cheese.
I mean, really the only benefit they got from it was the extra kill. The turrets have been traded, and the fact that Darius got the turret as well, yeah, is pretty good. It resets the lane a little bit. Unfortunately, it does open the opportunities for Raider to freeze the top lane if he would like, or Swiper to freeze the top lane and continue to get a farm advantage. So Pac-Man, as we're seeing now, needs to be impactful on other areas of the map.
Well, already, Harold going to get taken down. Let's see if they can use that to move. Yeah, he was. Poor little Harold. Never gets above 20. Never gets above 20, man.
Well, Baron squashes him out.
It's awful. It's like veal, you know? It's not going to it.
Forget how he disappears. He like recedes.
He does. He goes back to the
like
void. I
yeah.
think he goes back to the void.
It's weird that you come here for a short visit. Is the void that bad?
I don't know. It is the void. It must get boring.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, nothing much goes on in the old
Bad to
void.
choose between the void and death, you know?
That's true. Some people call them the same thing. Think what is down here, though, is Trident are looking to try and secure their blue buff. Chiefs making it very difficult for them, too, though, as Swipe is going to poke his head around, and they're going to give up on it.
Yeah.
Pac-Man's going to make his way in. Spook's going to start this one up. All of the Chiefs still hanging around here. Jakey, of course, present. The Apprehend available from Pac-Man, but we haven't seen him make too much of an impact here as Swiper still just standing off to the side. And this blue buff's like, come on, someone give me some attention.
He's lost his patience multiple times with the rest of these teams. Raider, again, as we mentioned, can sit in that top lane now, start accumulating farm because Trident, they were spending a lot of time dealing with that blue buff. The same thing in the middle lane.
Oh,
wow.
there's the flash forward as Swiper's going to stun BMA up as well. The Q lands, Spooks finds his way in, and Swiper
Spooks
going to
could be dead.
secure the kill. Yeah, Spooks in a fair bit of trouble. Ejim, though, even more as Pac-Man slams dunks him. The Chiefs are going to get out 1-for-1 thus far as Cheese even wants to be able to take himself some popcorn chickens. Oh my goodness! The double kill now for Pac-Man. As a New Zealand top laner really doing some work. There's the flash forward, the headbutt back onto Swiper, gets ignited. Addition doesn't want it because the triple kill's there for Pac-Man. And we were talking about the Darius not being able to get too much done. Triple kill, I'll give it to him. That's not too bad.
That's not a Darius that the Chiefs want to play against right now, because not only has he caught up in farm to Swiper, but he's got himself a triple kill. An aggressive dive from the Chiefs. Honestly, I will call it foolish because they just wanted to kill Beamer so badly.
Well, they did it, to their credit. I guess they did achieve their goal, but in the end, definitely not worth it. As Pac-Man, that's exactly what he wanted this game.
You've 100% what he wanted. You can see again, Beamer, very well done to get the ultimate off before the fight even starts. Lives through a whole lot of burst. Addition gets Spooks very low, and this turret is still there. That's why I was a bit confused. Why are you diving the second turret as the Chiefs roster?
Good point.
Pac-Man just pulls in Trundle, gets that reset. A lot of bonus AD on this Darius right now. And this is really just where it goes downhill for the Chiefs, because this is going to be a third kill for Pac-Man. And that Darius, he can probably just do whatever he wants right now and just gallivant across the map
Yeah,
casually.
he swings his axe back and forth, I think, is what he wants to do.
Oh, God.
Jake continuing to move forward here, of course. Red buff is going to reset. Addition just likes hitting things with spears, so he's just going to keep smacking into that one. The red buff donated over to the Callista here. Swiper trying to get himself back in to the farm game. So he's going to start pulling ahead, but Pac-Man with those 3 kills just looking so devastating. Now with the Swifty Boots, chain mail as well as that Black Cleaver.
Yeah, that will be a dead man's plate, you would have to say. Already got the health crystal working towards that item. And once the Darius has a dead man's plate, you mentioned him being a slow, lumbering juggernaut. Not only does he have a Lulu, he's going to have move speed of his own accord because he's moving swift and it'll be that much faster with a dead man's plate.
Yeah, picked up his dead man's Nikes.
Just do it.
Yeah, well, he's going to. Just did, I think, that triple kill. Heck of a lot of work.
Just did it.
Yeah, Radier, though, farming things out, thinking, team, why are we so aggressive? We should not be playing like this. Just want to farm all day, every day.
I mean, the saving grace is that he is farming quite well.
Yeah.
He's working towards the upgraded Manamune item right now. Not too far away, and that tier is well and truly stacking. So hopefully his next recall for the Chiefs will be the completed item and the boots ready to go. And that's when you'll most likely see the Chiefs' aggression up the ante a little bit further.
Most definitely, but all the vision available for the Chiefs. They are going to utilize it to try and get some pressure on this bottom inner turret, but not going to happen. As Trident are going to move themselves around. Impaired, spotted. Is going to spot Cheese, though, as he pings him out in his jungle. Cheese going to stay in the mid lane, though, and continue putting his pressure down. Of course, that outer turret did fall in favor of the Chiefs. 3 turrets now to 2. But there is not a lot in this game, and Trident are playing it out very, very well.
I mean, there may not be a lot in this game, but I keep looking towards the middle lane. It's a Rod of Ages and finished Spooky Ghosts for Cheese right now. this Lysandra is monstrous. It's 200 farm at 19 minutes, by the way.
Sure.
In a great position. And team fighting behind a Lysandra is so easy to do because the engage is always going to be there. And Cheese is always going to engage because that's just what Cheese does.
Yeah.
I feel like if the engage goes well for the Chiefs, they can separate targets with Ejim using the pillar. And Lysandra hits a party target, and the Chiefs will win. But if Trident lives through it, which is entirely possible, given they've got the Lulu, they've got an Alistar, Callista ultimate, and a Darius who's just Darius, then Trident could turn it back around.
Well, they're going to do so with the aid of Harold here as well. His last little bout on the Rift before Baron decides to take his place.
It was actually about 2 seconds before he left.
I know,
as well.
right? I was going to say they had to be quick, but they were, so it was fine.
Close.
Yeah, Beamer going to be able to speed around and buff up some minions here as well. Nice vision clear from Trident as they're going to start up the Dragon. A lot of secure on these neutral objectives, having Addition on the squad. And Chiefs looks like they just want to give that one up. They're pushing down this mid lane. Inner turret under fire now as Swiper continues to put pressure towards the top side. Yeah, you can see actually the Chiefs saying, well, if you took the Dragon, we're going to continue to move even further away from you.
Yeah, Cheese just being a pest. He can get away quite easily, use that claw. Has got his flash available as well if need be. And the Chiefs have very much grouped around here, consciously working towards that top side where Swiper's set up the wave. I'm going to say perfectly. They've almost got it.
Yeah, Essence Block's going to be used there as well as...
And they did.
Radiant, the perfect amount of damage on the turret, able to Arcane Shift his way out of the way as well. Beamer going to be able to take the bottom out of turret, utilizing Harold's buff. Thank you, Harold.
The old Herald. He's doing work here, Beamer. Making the most of what he can, but of course, if a Lulu's not available in the fight, then you would have to say it gets very difficult for Trident to execute. I know they've got a 3-0 Darius, but if Beamer's the split push options, or the only split push option you have to question.
Oh, teleport comes in. Spooky Ghost come out there as well. They're going to see the fact that Pac-Man's made his way down.
Oh, wow.
Oof, that was close.
Life or death Ghost just there.
Yeah, exactly. Teleport's traded though, so nothing lost, really, as far as
No,
advantage.
it's definitely one thing lost. It does confine Beamer to having the split push against Swiper. Darius not having that available. Lissandra not having it available, not a big deal, because they're going to work around Lissandra engages.
Good point.
And they're looking to have Renekton come in, whereas you'd want Beamer there, and you'd want Pac-Man to come in. They can't do that, they have to swap.
Well, AGM just cleaning in the jungle here. He's going to set up some vision as well. Pesky turrets turning up. You can see now Cheese on his own just a little bit in the river around this Baron area, just getting some extra vision down. You can see as far as the trinket switch arounds, Cheese holding on to the vision for a little while longer.
It's tough. This situation's very tricky. Trident, they're being run around. All of the sidewave control is in... Oh my god.
Ooh,
Is in
Radius
favor
slowed.
of the Chiefs, I was going to say, and then that happened. Now I'm distracted.
Yeah, well,
He's out of position.
he is. The Arcane Shift is going to be needed here as the Glitterlance is available, going to land
Speed up
there.
is dead.
Yep, he's slowed down. Pac-Man, so huge. BMA is going to be the one that ends up picking up the kill, and Radier, first death of the OPL split comes in.
Oh, it's amazing. A simple mechanical error from Radier. Something you don't often see.
Yeah.
And he gets caught out of position. Chiefs, they're still working the side lanes, though, and this is, again, a big concern. Trident, they want a team fight. The Chiefs don't want a team fight, and they're executing on that lack of team fighting very well.
Yeah, well, blue buff is going to be taken away here as Cheese uses that claw. Spook's going to find his way around, slow down his Pac-Man, and they are going to be able to take this blue buff away. Cheese picks that one up for himself. So just traded there on the blue buffs. Cheese hanging around the Baron, but probably not going to go for it now. Radiant 1 second, and he is going to be back in a turret under fire as Addition throwing some spears into it. Down to about half health already. True Shot Barrage not going to do enough as Ejim's going to make his way around. Pillar's going to be there. Going to stop the retreat. Not quite dead. Yeah, there it goes. Just Trident locked down that turret. So in it falls. Evening up those turrets now as well. And the game in its entirety. 500 gold the lead for Trident right now. Nothing at all. And I don't think anyone was expecting this to be so close.
No, not at all. But I also don't know what the Chiefs are honestly waiting for. They've got the Zonias now completed on Lissandra, so that's going to help. I think Cheese is going to be very confident. I think he's capable now of winning team fights almost of his own accord. Raiders got the 2 major items that the Ezreal wants.
Yep.
Working towards the 3rd. He's doing a lot of damage. And the Chiefs as a team right now, they've got exactly what's needed of them to win these team fights. But they're against the 3-0 Darius, who you would say once he has magic resistance is even harder to kill. Rek'Sai, impaired, has got his resistances. He's very difficult to kill already. And they've got a Lulu, Kalista with QSS, and an Aegis Alistar. Like across the board, Trident. Very tough to take down.
Yeah.
Chiefs, they're trying their absolute best to work side lanes, catch them out of position. But time and again, Trident are just like pushing a single lane. One time they caught Raider out of position. The next time they just decided to push the turret down. And all of this time that the Chiefs are wasting is time that you would have to say Trident's starting to get stronger.
Yeah, scaling forward in this game, and Radio is sort of one of the options there as far as scaling is concerned, because you have to say it's going to be very difficult for Pac-Man to get on top of a blue Ezreal come late game, where he's just shifting everywhere. Later the Ruin King going to be available as well, so...
The biggest thing to me
tough.
is Renekton's dropping off in power.
Yeah.
It's like Renekton's always going to be good at every stage of the game because of the stun. Very hard to kill this Renekton, even with an offensive type of build, so like an off-tank build.
Yep.
Will still be doing a lot of damage, but realistically, the Darius is going to be doing the same amount and just be building tank items, whereas Renekton, you have to start worrying for the Chiefs top laner and what he's able to do.
Yeah, is it going to be enough? The Chiefs still playing very far forward, though. You can see, especially here on the top side, as they're protecting Radius' position. Very far forward on the Ezreal. Once again, looking like he's on his own. Pac-Man on the bottom side, but has his teleport now available again, as does Cheese. The answer from BMA going to be here as the Lulu comes up. Doesn't have Frost Queens as Cheese going to get tagged. Impaired not going in too far. Now going to find himself a pink ward. Take that one off the map, and Trident making things dark for the Chiefs.
It's getting worse and worse. I'm not going to say that the Chiefs don't scale either. I just worry for the Chiefs' capabilities of fighting the later it goes. Asterix Gauge is probably their next item of choice here for addition also.
Yeah.
You try bursting him out then when he has a QSS and Asterix.
I don't think that's happening. He's also got a Lulu.
Exactly.
Very, very scary. Not to mention Alistair as well. Unbreakable Will just able to get him out of almost whatever he wants. But the Chiefs, decent rotational play, but Jake is going to find his way in. No headbutt to get Cheese back as the Circle of Doom comes out. Four going to be utilized, but
Impaired didn't engage there on the Lissandra. He probably could have. Knocked up potentially at least before the claw went out and try and stopped him out of position. Pac-Man had the rotation, but Trident don't pull the trigger this time.
no, Swiper, he's looking to head back to base. We'll see what he decides to pick up here, as of course he wasn't in that little four-man push. I'm just so impressed by the vision on both of these sides. It's because it looks like no team, apart from Trident you'd say at the very beginning, have been caught with their pants down at all. I mean, Radiant. I mean, that's another example.
Yeah. Honestly.
Otherwise, a lot of control.
And it is a vision game right now. I still get the vibes that the Chiefs just don't want a team fight. They're almost confined to this middle lane. And they're working around the capabilities of Swiper and this side lane control. But if they don't have Cheese there, they can't engage. And if Beamer split pushes with Pac-Man, honestly, I don't know what the Chiefs are trying to do yet.
Well, Swiper once again going to start going back to base. Of course, cancelled it last time just to try and make sure that he could get that bottom lane pushing. The rest of the Chiefs heading back home as well. What is Swiper building? There we are. Chain Vest. Deadman's Plate looks like it is going to be the next option. Similarly to Pac-Man, BMA just pushes this wave back forward again. Swiper heading back down. So, looks like a stalemate might have been reached, but
yeah,
I'm worried like you are, Rusty, because you look at the Renekton Lee Sin. We've seen this by the Chiefs before. It was against Legacy. It was when they decided that they wanted to go to Gamescom instead of the Chiefs. It was a very similar team comp in that 5th game. It just got to the point where the Chiefs couldn't do anything.
Watch out, Beamer.
Oh my goodness.
Those silly ghosts. They're not that spooky, are they?
Just find him. But Trident, they've actually started the Baron here as extra wards go down. They're not going to be able to do much about it, but BMA, he's going to be fine.
They know the 2 are bottom, so Trident, the natural progression towards the Baron, try and force it, or at least force vision away from the Chiefs, and they have to bring Lissandra back.
Oh, she's going to get pinged out though. Trident looking to try and see if they can cut Cheese off. Just going to claw his way over the blue wall. He'll get there. Dragon not available just yet. Trident haven't really found too much. But neither of the Chiefs. Nothing changing. This gold lead, or whatever you want to call it, because it ain't a lead, is staying very stagnant.
It's like the Cowboys walking back, waiting to draw.
Yeah. The standoff.
Yeah, it is a standoff. It's an ARAM, really. But like, we'll call it standoff because it sounds badass.
Yeah, and Swiper's cheating.
Standoff.
Or he wasn't invited to the standoff.
Well, he's standing in an off lane.
Yeah, that's true. He's standing off, but he just didn't quite get it, I don't think. Oh, that's what you guys meant. Oh, sorry.
I thought you said stand off the lane.
Yeah, okay. I understand.
I like how that's what Swiper sounds like too, because that's totally incorrect.
Absolutely nothing like what Swiper sounds like.
Hi guys, Swiper. I'm Swiper.
No, don't even. Well, actually the Asterix Gauge is being picked up by Addition as well.
Yep.
So he's got one. Has been sort of the defensive item of choice.
It's
by
the
80 carries.
anti-burst.
It is. Definitely anti-Lysandra as he's got that QSS there as well. So he's going to be hopping around afterwards and not going to be in too much danger of just being destroyed instantly.
A second one on the way, of course, for Pac-Man on this Darius, and basically starting to match item builds with Swiper. I think the biggest difference right now is, again, the farm on this Lysandra. Beam is just not keeping up.
No, he's not. And that being said, I mean, Cheese is farming exceptionally well.
Oh,
120
yeah.
here at 30 minutes in.
God, yeah.
Very, very good. But you're exactly right. It is a discrepancy.
It does also mean that there's a Void Staff compared to a Blasting Wand, and that is a rather large power spike.
Very good point. And Beamer may have money to go towards it, but will have to go back. He is going to head back now. Does have teleport available.
Changed his mind.
Oh, actually, yeah, decided to continue pushing this one out. You can see pings from the Chiefs.
I wouldn't, Beamer.
Yeah.
It is, honestly, I can't find another word besides standoff. They're just...
Yeah. I know what you mean.
How many times are they going to talk to each other and just be like, one more item, just 100 more
Yeah.
gold? Like, what's the actual game plan from these guys? Because surely...
Procrastination. League of procrastination right now.
I mean, surely it's playing on their minds. Are they going to work towards a 5-dragon win condition? Because it's currently 1-2. We'll be here for
A while.
a little while, yeah. If that's what they're going for, which I doubt.
Well,
Raises the
Impaired
question.
looking for a flank. Hasn't used the tunnel just yet. Going to knock Ejim up, but he's pretty tanky here on this Trundle. Radier hanging off to the side. Can Arcane shift when he wants. Slowed down is everyone. Frost Queen's claim comes over, but nothing to be found. Cheese was slowed down by that one as Lulu was trying to hold him off. You
This
can see the
isn't-
top laners battling.
Isn't standard from the Chiefs.
No.
Of all teams in the OPL, you would expect the most established team to be the one playing with the biggest condition, the most emphasis on how they're actually going to win this game. And whether they think they're behind and they're playing like it against Trident, or whether they just don't actually know what their plan is yet to be noted.
Being said, I mean, Radier does have an opportunity, but Cheese, he's got impatient. He's going to go all in here onto BMA. Luden's Echo going to be utilized, but the
BMA
Q
could be
lands
dead.
from Cheese. Doesn't have the flash just yet. He's just going to speed himself up. Cheese going to be a bit frustrated, but at least understands that he's won the 1v1 at this point.
He's going to put some damage onto that turret as well, but Beamer will get back there, and Cheese can't fight because Beamer does still have his flash, and they only shared ultimates burn between the two.
And his Frost Queen's on cooldown here as well as Cheese.
Lulus are out.
It's going to have to be some very creative use of this claw as he does use it just straight up the lane. But look at the Glitter Lance. Pac-Man not going to be slowed too much as the Zhonya's is going to come in and Trident. They know exactly what they want. Straight towards the Baron. 4v5 situation. Beamer relatively low. We'll see whether the Chiefs can fight this one.
Beamer should have recalled and started to teleport back in to get full health, but they're going to still pressure this Baron out. Chiefs, they might have an opportunity to fight here. They've got the Ezreal.
Yeah, lower health bars here as well. True Shot Barrage is available, but that's a decent pulverize. Jake's going to throw Swiper in. That's where he wants to be. The shutdown comes in. BMA's dead. Impaired's just getting kited by Radier, who shifts his way over. This is the Ezreal's time to shine now as Addition. He's running away. The Chiefs still team fight so exceptionally. Addition's going to die, and this could mean it's their Baron.
And I am going to say again, Beamer probably should have recalled. He has his flash available, and Jake headbutts Swiper into the back line. He should be kiting other people away. The Chiefs, this is the team fighting that we expect from a very, very experienced side. They come up massive around this Baron, and they look to be able to take this one down after they take out 4 members already.
Yeah, Swiper says, no, I don't want to die to this, but they are going to be able to take it. Cheese is available as well, so that is 5 Barons swirling around the Chiefs. And let's see this one again.
Watch what Jake does here. It's very, very silly what he does. Of course, Raider does hit the True Shot Barrage. No opportunity to react from Beamer with the ultimate and flash available. Even Pac-Man, he goes down very quickly, and this is why doing the Baron could be considered a big mistake. You lose those resistances, and if the Chiefs find an opportunity or a way in which they were lovingly gifted,
Yeah.
then it looks very bad.
Yeah, well, Radier is... He's gone back and built himself a full item. So
Yeah.
he's feeling pretty strong right now. 2, 1, and 3. So didn't pick up all that many kills from that last engagement, but when it's 5-6 here at 35 minutes in the game, every little difference counts because it was on a knife edge before. Now 3,000 gold is the lead for the Chiefs. Spooky Ghost coming out one more time. It's Radiant pushing things forward, but it's about now. It's about the use of this Baron. It's going to make the difference.
I mean, honestly, again, this is the Chiefs now playing the 3-lane split push, forcing people to rotate back and forward until they find their way in. Last time was Lissandra trying to 1v1 the Lulu. This time it's Lissandra getting a turret, while Swiper is still threatening in that top lane.
Yeah, you can see Pac-Man, he had to go back, answer that. Additions in the mid lane now as well. You can see Trident trying to defend this inner turret on the bottom side. Chiefs moving forward, continuing to push things out. The Baron buff doing a whole lot of work.
It's unrefined and it's messy, but the Chiefs are finding what they're looking for here. They've worked their way in on multiple turrets now, and they're threatening in multiple areas.
Oh, well, Swiper going aggressive onto Pac-Man here. Doesn't care about the
Swiper
full
will
passive,
die.
but yeah, Pac-Man, doesn't get the apprehend.
Pac-Man.
The Swiper does have to wait for the passive to wear off. He's going to do so, but in comes Impaired. Chiefs say, well, if there's no Rek'Sai, no Darius, I'm going to do my best to try and push down this bottom turret. And they're going to do so. The back comes in from Pac-Man. He just wants to get his health back. Understands that his base is under fire.
For a flank.
Yeah, half health now on this inhibitor turret. Oh, you're right. That ward just behind the Chiefs could be a way in.
Not opting to use it, of course. The Chiefs' pressure is well and truly there. And honestly, if Swiper died, this would be an entirely different situation right now.
Oh, wow. That apprehend was so close by Pac-Man. Not going to happen.
They'll have the tower in this wave. Trident need to go.
Yeah, well, Impaired was looking for it here as Cheese, although Fate's Call comes out, Cheese might be in trouble, but he gets pulverized up, looking for an ult target, just going to do it on himself to save his life. Knockups onto the Chiefs, nice apprehend there, but Jake's going to fall down. Trident are going so low, you can see Radiant is able to freely hit, Beamer's going to fall down, double kill for Cheese as he's finding his way onto this Chiefs lineup very nicely. Shut down for Swiper as he gets his revenge. And the Chiefs, in a teamfight situation, you just can't seem to best him.
It was a desperate attempt here from Trident once again. Darius was super close to getting that ultimate reset where his damage would have been through the roof. And you have to say one more time, it was very close to being the difference between winning and losing. The Chiefs, though, as you said, their team fighting always reigns supreme. Never let the Chiefs go to that late game. This is where they shine.
Yeah, despite the Renekton, despite the early focused Lee Sin pick, the Chiefs really just make it work, and you have to hand it to Radiant. His target selection in a team fight towards the end of a game, utterly stunning. So congratulations for the Chiefs. Honestly, what we were expecting from the team, but man, Trident, what a showing here as their debut game into the OPL.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of positives to take from Chiefs and Trident both, but also a lot of messy negatives that they need to really work on coming into this second game. Trident, they've shown they can do it.
They certainly have, but let's throw it over to our experts to take us through that game.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm Jake Spawntype here. Still joined by Ryan Master and Pastry Time, and that was a pretty intense game. Want to kick it off with how they started off, though, because a much more passive AD carry support duo for the Chiefs, which meant that they focused a lot towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, Swiper got a nice lead, 20 CS or so by 10 minutes in the top lane, so Spook's pressure did help him. Ezreal, Radiant on his signature champion Ezreal, so he cleaned up in the team fights, and I guess that's what they aim for.
Yeah, exactly right. So towards the end of the game, they were able to get it going, but Pastry Time, a little bit of no Swift and no brain in the mid game. That was a weird dive.
Yeah, really over-aggressive, to be honest, for the Chiefs. Like, they had the right idea coming in for that dive, but they ended up getting split off after a really good teleport from Pac-Man. And you just can't afford to make those mistakes. Like, Trundle couldn't tank enough. They dived way too deep towards the tier 2 and just got Darius a triple kill. And that was almost enough to set up Trident for a really good mid-game. But for me, I just feel like they didn't fight with that Darius.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, the thing about this team comp, we kept talking about it, getting on top of Ezreal Trundle, so hard. And, you know, they were looking for picks around the map. But when it got to that team fighting phase, it just wasn't going to work out. We actually have a replay of, I guess, the first big team fight that we'll bring up on our screens. Rhymeister, as this one rolls out, take us through it because they just didn't execute well enough.
Well, they got a nice pick on Cheese to start this off, but I feel like they should have just set up around just warded around Baron, and they didn't have to start it. All they had to do was just ward base and then start looking to bait it, because they have the Kalista and the power that they can just bait it. But they try it and force a fight, and Ali just goes for a flash pole, which wasn't necessary because they already took so much damage from the Baron, and yeah, it was a lost fight.
And the thing about Alistar is that as long as you hold your two abilities, that pulverize, the ability to headbutt someone, you're always a threat. I think he just pulled it a little bit too early there, Jake, and it ended up putting the Renekton in the middle of the team. Maybe he could have even punted someone away, but we said Trident, during the early game, they looked like they had the right idea, get Pac-Man rolling, try and set up these split pushes, but in the end, the execution just wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly. Trident definitely had the right idea in this game. They were playing very well. They had actually very strong decisions, both at a micro and a macro level, and I was impressed with their early and mid-game. It just, team execution-wise, the comp they drafted for themselves, they just have no good way to get in. You already talked about it being hard enough to get in on Blue Ezreal Trundle. They've got, Fate's Call, Alistar, and you saw Imped try really hard to get unburrow engages as well, but that's pretty much it. And when your engage is super linear, very predictable, you don't have the playmaking of, say, Alessandra with teleport looking for a flank. You just have a Lulu as support. It's so hard to make anything happen, and that was sort of the problem. They got ahead. The game stagnated. They could never find a fight that could snowball them, and they just kind of sat around, and then one Baron fight that we just saw then sort of turned the whole game around.
And right, we talked a lot about the mid laners before the game. You know, Cheese built a 50 CS lead by, I think it was 18 minutes through. He was ahead of the clock, kept it for the whole game. Is that what you're expecting from the mid lane? Can BMA step up, maybe take it to him the next game?
Maybe. I'm not too sure. Cheese did play well that game, but I think overall Chiefs, They did hook up a little bit, but the inexperience of Trident, it showed through that second fight, that big Baron fight, where all they had to do was just set up and go back to it later.
Yeah, and we keep talking about it. Weird overall game plan from Trident. We're used to Pac-Man being the tank in the top lane. We're used to seeing a carry out of their superstar jungler Impaired. He picked up Rek'Sai this time around. Didn't have a horrible game. Do we expect him to go back to a Lee Sin and Nidalee picking game 2?
I really hope so. I think Impaired is definitely known for, again, strong mechanical junglers, good aggressive play. He played a little more passive on the Rex side, tried to look for bottom lane of all places to try and get them ahead to snowball that lane, and it was fine, but it's not the same as the aggressive junglers that I know he can play.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't, and it didn't get them the win. Chiefs able to pick up the first. We are going to jump in game 2 relatively soon, but we have to have a break first, guys. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys, to the OPL. Game 2 between the Chiefs and Trident just about to come up, and that was a pretty weird extended game there out of the Chiefs. We expected them, I guess, to be able to bully bottom lane. That didn't happen. We thought that would be much cleaner in their execution. In the end, it was kind of some good team fighting that ultimately secured it for them, but it went wrong a little bit before that pastry time.
Yeah, it's just a weird game. I felt like, again, Trident had all the tools they needed to actually get themselves ahead, but I feel like they drafted this comp with the Darius, with the Lulu, with Kalista as well, ready to sort of get going and group up as 5, and then Pac-Man just keeps split pushing. And they send Lulu the split push. I'm like, what are you doing? Just group and start fighting around objectives. But with Dragon not being as valuable, with Baron being difficult to bait, it was a little tricky. You saw them take the Rift Herald a few times and try and get something rolling, but at the end of the day, it was just a little too tricky with the corner they sort of picked themselves into.
Okay, so what changes are we expecting Game 2 coming in? Do you think we're going to see a similar comp, or will Trident have something, Rymeister, that you think they'll just pull out and try and blow them away?
I think they don't have to change the comp, just the way that they play, just as Pastry said, either group, or if you're going to split, then pick a split pushing champion such as Fiora. So hopefully they either adapt slightly the champion select and get a split pushing top or mid laner, or just group.
Yeah, because we're talking about it a lot, the Lulu has to respond to the Lissandra because she has all these great tools in the split push. That makes Darius versus Renekton, and Darius is a good split pusher if you can 100-0 the other top laner. Something like a Fiora, if you're Darius in your head, you just bully her continuously. However, with Renekton, because of the way the bleed works, you can't really siege down the turrets. Renekton has a little bit too much sustain. So I agree. Darius, to me, didn't really make that much sense in the team comp. I'm feeling if they had a little bit more engage out of their top laner, which Darius gives you zero of,
pretty much
they would have been set up for much more success. That's why we see the Malphite ban. Oceanic teams don't like that hard engage.
And Pac-Man's a team player. Really, if you absolutely have to go back to Maokai, there are options here. He plays Jax. There are picks here that they can take for either of those things. And I think Darius was the only pick that didn't do either of them, which is a little awkward given the situation that ended up in the game. If they'd been more aggressive around objectives, it would have been a bit better to maybe snowball some team fights. But Trundle Blue Ezreal kept everyone out. And the only thing I want to see as far as changes go, please get Lissandra off the Rift. She is way too good.
What are your thoughts on her, right? You're the mid laner. Is Lissandra that good of a tier at the moment that she's ban-worthy?
Yeah, she's definitely ban-worthy. Unfortunately, I can't really play her that well. So
it's okay,
not ban-worthy for me. Not ban-worthy just for Sin. So hopefully in the near future, that we get it up to that level. But Lissandra's really good. But you can pick champions against it, such as the Tahm Kench, to counter it in teamfights.
Yeah, you were saying Tahm Kench to get rid of the hard engage and then the sustained damage that comes from Tahm as well. Once she exits that stasis, the ability to live through all of that and be able to clean her up, certainly something that we're looking towards. The only adaptation, I guess, we ask about the Chiefs are they willing for their bottom lane to scale? Because we saw a lot of pressure from Spooks put towards Swiper's lane, something that we maybe called for in seasons past, but with such an AD carry-centric meta, is it enough for the Chiefs to scale into the late game?
I think so. To be honest, the Chiefs' bottom lane is very self-sufficient, and I think in general, junglers are flitting between top and mid a lot more because you get a little bit more traction playing an aggressive jungler, trying to invade their jungle and then kind of gank lanes wherever it's appropriate. So bottom lane is very strong, but I feel like not seeing jungle attention at least, and Impaired did try and go there. I think the Chiefs can just pick Tristana if they want to play something like that. Even Kalista, if Radiant gets it, that scales okay. And just build up and go for that. Don't go Kog'Maw. Don't go too far in the hypercarry direction. But I think if they wanted to play something like Triss, that would be just fine.
Yeah, because I noticed out of your team yesterday, right, that you guys were kind of content with the same thing. Yourself and Chippies get a lot of attention from Jubes. You kind of leave Kadra down in the bottom lane to scale up. Is that something you think suits this meta very much so? Or is it a team thing?
It's more of a team thing. I think it depends on how the team plays. So some top laners may require more farm because they're more carry oriented, and some ADCs might be more supportive. So yeah, it depends on the players. I don't think it depends on the
Because, that's what really interested me. One, I was surprised by Impaired's champion, but then I was surprised. Maybe it was because it was the Ezreal Trundle, which is just a pain in the backside to try and gank repetitively, but he got the Ezreal's flash. And when I look at this Trident lineup, I think that they can throw that spanner in the works by getting into Radia's lane, Ejim's lane. We know that in the past that has been a successful tactic against the Chiefs. Legacy especially are famous for sending Carbon down their repetitive times. If they have a Nidalee or something, can that be something that they look towards?
Absolutely. Just change the champion. You kind of hit it there. Rek'Sai is good at pressuring lanes, but she's better at controlling the map and then appropriately counter-ganking or setting up ganks. Champions like Lee Sin and Italy are much better at just constantly applying pressure and then forcing flashes, forcing summoners. And they can just group up, try and take towers, get objectives, and just keep applying pressure to that lane. You don't beat the Chiefs' bottom lane by going there once and getting even a kill if you manage to get there on Ezreal of all things versus Radiant. You have to go there all of the time. So if that's Impaired's plans, pick Lee Sin, pick Nidalee, and commit. Just literally set up a tent in the bottom lane and go to town and hope your 2 solo laners can hold their own.
Yeah, and if that's the case, is Trident's top lane, I guess, the other question? Like, can they just pick something like a Maokai and Orianna and just try and weather the storm that is the Chiefs? Or do you think Cheese and Swiper are just that much of a caliber of player that you have to send them jungle help?
I think that they can weather the storm, but if they do weather the storm top and mid lane, they have to get something in the bot lane in return.
So there you go, guys. We think there might be a little bit of a change of tactic in Game 2. We'll find out right now, though, because we are going to give it over to the casters to get us into game.
Thank you very much, Spawn, and I'm very excited to get into this next game. And there's a whole lot of questions raised about, drafting phase. Of course, we've spoken about the OPL and interesting ban situations, interesting drafts, interesting situations in general. But I know exactly what they're talking about. The Chiefs they weren't pulling the trigger as much as we were expecting them to, especially there in the bottom lane. And it might have something to do with Impaired's pressure. But what do you think the answer is from Trident after they've sort of noticed that the game was going slow?
Well, I like the idea of putting a split pusher with the Trident lineup, maybe getting rid of the Darius or giving them a second engage option, because it feels like Jakey as a support player, he's more of a Janna player. That's just the way that he plays stylistically, so you want a reliable engage source in that top lane to actually give yourself a team fight. And then maybe look towards Beamer, who is opting towards split pushing every single time, to do so again. It's difficult for them to execute with the drafting because they left open all of these champions. They need to pick the Lulu because it's available. What they should have done is flex the Lissandra themselves and actually picked that as their first rotation. They can put that in the top lane, and it's very possible for Pac-Man to engage on it. It's possible for Pac-Man to split push on it, and he's going to be perfectly fine. They can put Beamer on whatever they want in that middle lane.
Yeah, well, of course, there are a whole lot of Beamer's champions available there as well, and another champion that I sort of missed throughout the entirety of the ban phase was the Graves. Of course, we've seen Graves sort of going off in the jungle, but just not going to be picked up by either of these teams just yet, and we'll see exactly what the reaction is. I mean, maybe that'll be a decision to be made next time around. Impaired may even pick that one up for some extra early power, but Chiefs, blue side now, going to ban away the Kassadin.
Yeah, the Kassadin being banned away from Beamer of all people. Not sure if he's a massive Kassadin player.
He's played a heck of a lot of Kassadin, but I just find it interesting banning it away. Do you think it's a ban? Look,
if someone plays it,
OPL bans, guys.
If someone plays it, yes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know if it's worth banning over other champions, but it is worth banning. Of course, keep in mind, Chiefs, they may be inclined to ban Malphite next as well. They've got the first pick themselves. They can look to prioritize the Lissandra again.
Yeah.
I do hope the Trident wisen up to the Lissandra, though, and get rid of that one, please, off the board.
Yeah, they could take it away, of course. We did hear Rymeister talking about the fact that Tahm Kench is an option to sort of counter that one out, but of course it was banned last game. We'll see whether it's going to be banned once again. Second ban is going to be the Malphite. Standard? Yep, standard ban.
it's a target. It's an Oceanic standard ban. We're going to go with that. It's a lot of top laners play Malphite, and we'll probably see it again in the next game because I know Malaz plays it a lot from Avant. So.
Yeah. I'm not expecting the Malphite to go. I'm just not thinking that one will happen. Lulu is going to be the second ban away, though, here, as Trident don't want to have to deal with Swiper or Cheese's Lulu play. Or Ajims. I'm not going to go so far as to say Spooks. I got shut down last time I said that.
Rightly so. Because it's not a jungle
champion. It was in the champion spotlight, all right?
If you say so.
Freak told me that I should be playing her in the jungle. Dr. Mundo, though, is going to be the final ban from the Chiefs. So Tahm Kench is available if that Lissandra is going to be first picked. Theoretically, Trident decide not to ban away the Kench. They can just ban the Lissandra, though, if they feel like it. So one of these champions is going to get through. Yeah. Of course, Trundle's still there. Lots of options still available here for Trident. I'd ban Ezreal, something like that. Well, probably Lissandra first, but...
I don't disagree with that one.
Fiora, going to be taken away from Swiper.
Yeah, it's good to get that away from Swiper, to say the least. Tahm Kench is available, Lissandra is available, Ryze is available, and Alistar is available. All of these champions, the second rotation, you would say Red Side actually get a favored drafting phase at the moment.
Yeah.
Solely because you get the last pick and you can flex and get two very strong champions in your first rotation.
Yeah, the ambiguity is definitely there. Plus the fact that there are just so many champions that are so good at the moment. Of course, Trident, in addition, could pick up the Ezreal here if they wanted to. Of course, the Trundle hover makes a heck of a lot of sense, but Trundle Lissandra, we've heard it. So incredibly strong to pick these two champions together.
Yeah.
It's the Ultra Flex. Just flex them all across the Rift.
The dangerous part here is if they lock in this bottom lane, and that is a complete and utter denial from the Chiefs, I will say, they're leaving themselves open to a Lucian Alistar potentially as the bottom lane. And the engage tools, Ejim can use that Alistar aggressively. He can use it to engage and actually make it hurt for Trident. It's a polar opposite, essentially, of how the supports play in this bottom lane. And Raider, he's got champions everywhere. I would like the Tristana, actually, that was mentioned on the desk. I think there's a lot of validity to the split pushing and the tower sieging that a Tristana can provide. And Tahm Kench, very good at keeping Tristana alive.
Yeah, of course. Raider's got heaps of options. You're exactly right. The other thing is, as well, is the Chiefs, they're taking some time at the moment, but they've got the Lissandra counter on their side already. So they can just pick that champion up if they feel like it, put it in the hands of Swiper or Cheese. Cheese played a fantastic Lissandra, of course. I mean, it was farm heavy, but he got the engages happening towards the end game, and looks like the bottom lane, theoretically, is going to be locked in here as well as Radiant. No slouch on the Corki. This guy's been playing the champion for a very long time, and is very, very good.
Absolutely right, of course. Don't be surprised if they decide to flex a Corki.
Yep, that's true.
Call it unrealistic in this particular
They've had experience flexing Corki into the mid lane since 2013. In fact, Heaven's Curse was on the team. Very cute stuff.
They flex everything with Heaven's Curse, let's be fair.
That's true.
Vel'Koz is the current trend, of course. Let's assume the Corki is going to be that AD carry role. Raider, very, very good.
Very proficient.
He's super proficient. Or efficient. I'm not sure which we'd prefer in this one. He's quite good with his spell weaving.
His Corki is strong in the bottom lane.
Does good things.
It does. It most certainly does. But Nautilus being hovered, haven't seen him so far in the OPL. Is Victor going to be the consideration from Beamer? And we've spoken about Beamer being this mage player. Most definitely is true. Victor fits into that category to a T. And Lissandra, just completely unseen throughout this draft. And
it's invisible.
Yeah, we'll see whether, this is sort of BMA saying, well, look, you can pick Lissandra, but I'm just happy to play the Victor into it. Of course, long-range wave clear does make a bit of sense.
Okay, this is my real concern for Trident. Right now. They've shown that they've got glimmers of hope as a team, but in their drafting, I just feel like they're so limited. Beamer has set champions. Yeah. And those champions currently don't include Lissandra and Ryze. And they're currently the two strongest champions that can be flexed between two lanes. Pac-Man, generally a tank player, has learnt the Lissandra. I'm not sure if he's learnt the Ryze in particular. And if they do ever pick Lissandra, we know it's going top, so it's not a flex. There's a lot of weakness in Trident's drafting. I think their team comp that they're drafting is fine. Don't get me wrong. But
the predictability could be an
why
issue.
would you pick these champions when you've got Lissandra and Ryze available? When you've got, as an example, Alistar available that you can take away from the Chiefs?
Yeah. Well, of course, Alistar not available anymore, but the Chiefs, 1 second to go. Spooks is going to be playing the Graves. The first time we've seen him so far in this series. And I wasn't expecting that just because, he's been so incredibly prevalent across all regions. And, of course, Carbon last night making him look like he's a permaban necessary.
But also, Cheese.
Yeah, he's playing Syndra.
That's right.
Cool.
He has locked himself in that Syndra into the Victor matchup knowingly. I'd say it's a dangerous matchup for both champions. Syndra, of course, having a lot of burst, but no one really to deny that burst either, as they're the ones with the Tahm Kench and Alistar.
Yeah.
And if it's worth saying anything at all, it's that Cheese will be able to burst people safely in this game. He will get the spells off. The question is, what are Trident going to do now with their last pick?
Yeah, to answer this one, of course, they are sitting with sort of two champions that are interestingly placed. You can play Nautilus as support or in the top lane. Same with Trundle. And both of them could theoretically be played as a jungler. So they could pick whatever the heck they want, but that's it. You're exactly right. They're literally going to be picked up. The answer to the aggression of the Graves pick there from Spooks. And I really love this. The fact that Spooks and Impaired, this is a matchup that we were talking up, that we were saying, Impaired really has to step up to the plate against Spooks. And so far, early aggression junglers in the Lee Sin and Rek'Sai, and now heaps of damage.
Swap. You two swap. Stop it. Hey.
Okay.
There
it is.
Thank you. Don't get me scared.
Yeah, no, I was a bit frightened too, I have to say. But Pac-Man, he does go back to the Nautilus.
Good.
Getting under the water.
But now Nautilus, as you said, haven't seen it in the OPL yet. Of course, we have seen it in the LPL. Seems to be a decent tank pick, generally into other tanks, is the trend that we have been seeing so far. Nautilus also, you would have to say, indicates lane swaps, which is something that we have seen every single time the Nautilus has in fact been picked, I believe. And the utility behind having this Nautilus in lane swaps is that he is just beyond tank at level 1 if you start with your W. His wave clear at level 2 with the E is also ridiculous. So there's a lot of merit to Nautilus as a champion. There's also the fact that we were looking at Pac-Man when he was playing Darius and we were like, what's he missing? It's engage.
Yep.
He can't hit that apprehend. Well, Nautilus, you press a single button, and I guarantee you they're getting knocked up.
Yeah, that's true. It's not only knockups, but he's got CC literally on every single button and is passive. Just ridiculous stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, get over onto Twitter. Use that hashtag CHFWin or the hashtag TryWin and let us know exactly who you think is going to be able to take this game. Can Trident bring us to our first third game here in the OPL? These are best of 3s. It's not best of 2s, guys. We want to get to that third game.
Yeah, we like closure.
Yeah, exactly. We want to feel it. Of course, we do get closure with the 2-0, but just don't get that extra game. We want that extra game.
That's right. Haven't felt the anticipation yet or the hype behind Game 3.
I know! Game 3, guys!
Trident, it's on you.
Exactly, and we're onto the Rift here as Chiefs on the blue side. Trident going to be on our red this time around, and no 5-man stacks as we hop on now. See what Trident have in store for us for the level 1 tactics, and it's going to be not a whole lot. Spear into Spooks' face. That's 100 health.
100% hit rate.
Oh, boys.
That's
Dangerous.
game over. GG in all chat.
Yep, done.
Addition, by the way, has snuck in before any chance of putting down wards, and what I like the most about this is Pac-Man and Swiper are currently having a tank-off. I should say a dance battle, but
Oh, man.
the same thing applies. The fact that Swiper is
They're
now
the same
certain.
build.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's so funny. It's as if Swipe is like, oh, I'm not prepared to go
Well,
underwater.
I mean,
Hang
like,
on, wait, I'm a fish.
I'd
We're
like
going to
to
be
point
fine.
out across the board every item is the exact same. Almost.
Oh,
Except
wow,
for
the mirror.
the potions.
Yeah, and how did BMA get an extra item? What a jerk.
I'm not sure, actually. He must be...
Yeah, it must be something to do with his kit. I don't know, I should probably look
Could
it
be the
up.
champion he's playing.
Yeah, maybe.
Here, Victor gets that.
Spooks, though, going to be starting towards the top side. Does have, of course, the refillable potion. Just because...
That's gross, Swiper.
Yeah, stop it. Swiper has a lot of experience against Tom Kench as well. Did go up against Minky Whale's infamous Tom Kench, the
Did
OPL
indeed.
final, end of 2015. Go back and watch it. It was brilliant stuff.
Jakey's
Unable to
here.
find a victory on the champion, as Jakey's just going to try and be a nuisance. Instantly, Chiefs say, no, I'm not going towards this red buff.
That's an aggressive decision from the Chiefs. Usually you'll see them do 1 or 2 camps and then work towards their red. They didn't opt into the blue buff and take any harass from Jakey at all. They instead go straight to the Wolves, leave the blue buff there to be taken, and they're conceding themselves to potentially a 3 buff.
Yeah, possible steal available.
The steal on the blue is definite because Jakey's watching it. The real concern is, are the Chiefs going to go to the blue buff on the opposite side of the map without vision of where Trident are? They can assume that they're at this blue, but they don't actually know because they don't have vision there.
They do have their bottom lane, of course, on their own. Bottom side can collapse a little bit more easily on that blue buff. But you're right, it is dangerous. Impaired. Well, he would have hit the spear, though.
This is Chiefs going to go to the blue buff. Spooks by himself, actually, and the immediate rotation. If I were Trident, I would have gone to this blue. And it does delay your tower taking, but if Impaired went there by himself, took that down, would have denied Spooks the blue, they still would have had 3 men on this turret. Spooks would have been very low in experience and levels, and there was a chance Nidalee took advantage. In saying that, they're working towards a power point here. Naturally, in a lane swap scenario, you go towards your stronger side of the map so that you don't run the risk of dying. Impaired would have ran the risk of dying if you went for that blue.
Well, Impaired. Otherwise, he's just going to head towards his Raptors, grab them.
But exactly, like he could have gone to that blue
Yeah,
and then worked
Really
around his own
aggressive.
jungle.
you're right. Classic lane swap, though, is going to ensue here as BMA taking a lot of damage.
Yep.
Yep, the old Thunderlords. Taking away his health bar like you wouldn't believe. And he's all the way out of mana as well, so he's going to have to use that teleport to get back. Trident trying to bounce this wave just a little bit. Not entirely sure whether it will.
Yeah, well,
It will.
it's a big
Excellent.
stack.
Big old stack arena. I'm not very good at telling whether or not waves are going to bounce.
You just look at how many ranged minions there are.
Yeah.
So if you have more ranged minions coming towards you than they have going towards, well, I guess like in this case, there's more ranged minions from the Chiefs. Just going to push towards Trident's tower.
Excellent. Well, Spooks now going to pick himself up a Raptor camp. Understood that Impaired probably took his. And Spooks now just able to get himself back even on farm. Actually ahead by 3. Actually, no, that's his own Raptor camp. I don't know what I'm talking about. BMA, he's teleported back to lane. Grabbed himself a little bit of extra farm. Does have the double Dorans, but missing the boots that Cheese has managed to pick up. Of course, a little bit stupid. Syndra doesn't need boots. She floats. So, strange stuff.
What if the boots just float with you? Like, they still
They do,
provide you the
obviously.
stats, right?
Definitely the aesthetic look.
But doesn't mean that the boots are being worn for the purpose of walking.
Hey, true.
Like, the boots just give you power.
Well, they give you movement speed. Well, yeah, I guess. Doesn't really matter, does it? Well, ahead. Gonna get some damage onto Ejim here. End of the line comes out from Spooks. Water balloons. Oh, that was
Are
close.
they diving?
Yeah, teleport coming in. At least going to be tanking up this turret shot. The Swiper looking to get himself in position.
Trident
Grey
can
Health
probably
just
defend.
soaking things. They're trying to. Not a lot of damage has gone down, but there's the flash forward. Ejim gets a headbutt back onto Impaired. A lot of damage going down. Swiper's going to eat him. Gets the last auto attack, but First Blood going down in favor of Pac-Man. They're still underneath this turret now as Raidier's trying to push back.
Clear the
Heaps
wave.
of minions as the Chiefs want to go for more. We'll see whether they do. Spooks was so low. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Pressure's still on.
The pressure's still there, and that's the important thing. But look at how good, as he takes a lot of damage, Nautilus is at defending turrets.
yeah.
He's got the teleport, so he can come straight back to this turret. And Jakey's just doing his best attempt to out-trade Raider, which, believe it or not, a level 2 Trundle can do, because Trundle thinks. And here's the teleport. The attempted dive, the attempted push is completely thwarted by just having a Nautilus. And this is what I was saying, and this is why you pick Nautilus in lane swaps.
Well, it's working out fantastically so far. Stun comes down from Cheese, looking for some damage
Yo.
onto BMA. He's in range of the turret, doesn't really care. Miscalculation by a minute second there.
It was the flash from Beamer. The dodge of the Q was the difference. The calculations were right. It was just the last-minute save of the flash.
Cheeky stuff. Oh,
wow.
Spear's going to land Impaired. He wants it now. Flashes up. Cheese had his Ignite there too, just couldn't quite get into range of BMA there.
Yeah.
Going to make his way back to base. Does have a decent lead in the farm. Both mid laners going to head back, of course. BMA, he was ridiculously low.
He definitely was. Needs to respect the Syndra again. The ultimate cooldown's not too long.
The
ultimate
cooldown.
One man cooldown. Syndra is not a man. That was completely inaccurate. In saying that, the cooldown is still low.
Though. I think you're all right.
Yeah, all right. We'll go with that.
You'll be at least half right every time.
50% of the time, every time. Oh, God. Get me on track, Atlas.
All right, we're looking to get there. It's an interesting 2v2 here on the top side of the map as we're checking in up here. Raider and Ejim going to be taking on Jake and Pac-Man. As we're going to have Ezreal solo laning against the Tahm Kench of Swiper. Range advantage going to be helping out here, as you can see Addition already with a 10 CS advantage over his lane opponent. Spooks not going to be hit by that spear, but Impaired.
Level 6.
Yeah, going to grab the level 6 and also going to take away the Raptor. Spear, dodged by Spooks. Quick hands.
It's funny watching the way Impaired plays Nidalee. He still walks back after throwing the spear for that extra damage.
Yep, I like
The
it.
difference there is that the new Nidalee wants to be next to you to pounce if the spear connects, so it's a difficult trade-off between spear damage or actually committing. And being level 6 to level 5, I would wager he should be erring on the side of closer to you than further away.
Yeah, it's true, and he has the power here. You can see Swiper. Grey Health helping him out here against Addition, who's going to be poking him out using that advantage. But you can see Swiper doesn't have level 6. Addition going very aggressive. True Shot Barrage comes down. Swiper casually wanders to the left, and that will get him out of the way. But he's being pressured out of this lane.
And rightly so. Level 5 to level 7, a massive difference for these guys. Of course, level 6 for Tahm Kench, not a big deal. It's more the items and the farm. Completely out-sustained, you would have to say, by Addition. And these lane swaps are starting to work out decently well for Trident. All things considered, the Nautilus is going to be perfectly fine. The Trundle makes it impossible to dive him. And, I mean, Corki can poke, but not to the extent that there's no more health on a Nautilus.
No, and he does, of course, have that W as well. Get himself that shield. And Radier hasn't been able to get too much damage that sticks. Whoop, lick down onto Addition.
They actually are a bit of trouble in top lane at the moment.
Well, there's the headbutt pulverized. Jakey going down very, very low as Radier's getting a lot of damage. Spooks is there as well, going to miss the rocket. Takes a long time to die. Pac-Man's going to secure the kill, but the shutdown comes in for Radier. Spooks casually wanders out of turret range, and they'll grab this turret.
Nautilus ticked level 6 from the kill on Alistar.
Oh, man.
Didn't level the ultimate soon enough to put it onto Spooks, otherwise that would have been 2 dead. They still, from the looks of it, can't get this turret, as Impaired's going to try and defend, but They actually should be able to.
Yeah, Dangerous Stuff does,
Maybe.
in fact, have the Runic Echoes upgraded, but
Oh.
not going to be quite enough as this turret just didn't have enough health.
No, I was going to say Radiant low on mana, but having the Runic Echoes build. Oh, God.
Looking to get there. The Grey Health has been popped as the flash comes out. Addition, no mana left. And Ejim here at exactly the right time. The heal's going to be available. Headbutt Pulverize comes in, but Swiper, not a whole lot more to offer. You can see Jake's going to make his way through, but Addition must be pretty upset not being able to find that kill. Cheese looking for the dive. There's the ultimate. The Ignite's down. Cheese grabs the solo kill in the mid lane. Impaired tries to land a spear, but doesn't quite get there. The pillar's going to be enough. And Impaired is going to get the revenge, but BMA saw none of that apart from an assist. And that's some dominance in the mid lane.
Raider's got their package. Keep it in mind, but that was nothing but a cheese thing. Here he goes.
Yep, in goes Raider. The knockaway comes down. You can see a lot of damage. Flashes out of the way of the pounce as the teleport's now coming in, but not going to be able to secure the kill. Maybe some over-aggression as the Chiefs move in for this outer turret in the mid lane.
Chiefs with the advantage in them at the moment with numbers. Tom Kench was closer. Nautilus has made the rotation, so not having teleports, this could indicate where the dragon goes. Swiper doesn't want to reveal himself, I'll tell you that much, but Nautilus is here.
Yep, fishy, fishy.
Dragon. Careful, Spooks.
Yeah, Kant does. Skates himself through a wall. Makes heaps of thematic sense right there, as the smoke screen going to be really annoying,
nice.
but is going to work, clearing away that ward.
This is still the Pillar of Filth Trundle.
It is. It's the only skin that I'll use. Unfortunately, he doesn't have his pink Converse shoe anymore, which was 110% the best thing about that skin.
Oh.
Yeah. Cheeky little Valkyrie is going to get Raider out of trouble.
We'll be
Now
seeing
Cheese
a lot
has
of
made
that
his way back.
this game. Keep in mind it's in Italy with a Victor and an Ezreal, so it's a mostly poke comp. I have to say they just have the added bonus of a whole lot of engage.
Yep.
Thanks to the Nautilus and the Trundle Pillar to an extent. My favorite thing about this comp is the Trundle Pillar can be worked with poke. If you push them in a direction where the skill shot's going, they can't actually pick it.
Yeah, get him in the way. Oh, the flash forward. Ejim doesn't find the pulverize. Gets stuck in the wall there a little bit as well, but BMA is going to get caught. Oh my goodness, the end of the line comes down, but doesn't get the damage as he flashes it one more time. Unleashed power, not going to be enough there from Cheese, just because that didn't hit. Spooky ghosts are oh so spooky.
Oh man.
No one's going to die.
It's just Syndra with the Frost Queens is so powerful.
Oh yeah.
This turret.
Can't get out of the stun. Lick goes down as well here as the stun comes onto Pac-Man. He's in so much trouble. No ultimate, but that doesn't matter. Spooks locks down the kill. Turret's dead as well. And the Chiefs, this is the sort of dominance we're expecting. And I want to have a look at the mid lane. 40 CS in the lead is Cheese. 1-1-1. Frost Queen's claim completed. Syndra is just a complete beast.
We've lost Swiffer from the Chiefs, but we've got Cheese. And if there's one thing we know, Swiffer hates playing against Cheese.
Yeah.
Because his laning phase is obnoxiously good.
Yeah,
That's
you just
exactly what we're
never
seeing.
know what to expect. You're exactly right, Rusty. And it's great to see Cheese really fitting into this lineup so well. As we saw in game number 1, he was instrumental in getting those rotations down, getting to where he needed to be. Yeah, Swook's looking for a collateral steal. Oh, not going to happen. A little bit late. And by a little bit, I mean quite late.
It's hard to tell in Italy. Very, very strong execute.
Yeah, that's very true.
So, I mean, Trident, they get themselves the dragon, but the pressure is still in place. Every single time we look at this Chiefs lineup, we feel like they're running at Trident.
Yeah, it's a voyage time for Swiper as he gets towards the top lane. Going to make himself a meal out of these creeps. Eating them up. Decent wave clear on the old Tom Kench if you can get amongst it. I like it.
Once you get Barmy Cinder, Tom Kench is actually very good at controlling waves. Levels into the W with their Barmies, and you can just basically one-hit them by spitting something at them.
He's a gross champion. He really is. Yeah. Just pretty gross. It's all about vomiting stuff and eating people. Not good.
There's cleaner things than Tom Kench.
It certainly is. But blue steel to come down for the Chiefs. So they do get into position. Addition says, I can see there. I'm not going to do anything about it, though, as he doesn't really have much of an option, apart from a optimistic True Shot Barrage.
Optimistic is the exact right word to use. Not going to have that wave clear anymore. Ejim looking aggressively in the flanks. And we've got a Trinity Force completed from Rayder on this Corki. That's a big deal if you want to compare the item builds
Yeah.
that we're looking at. As Addition's gone for the pickaxe style of Ezreal build, not looking for the immediate power spike from the Gauntlet.
Yeah, or at least the immediate CC there as well. But in goes the headbutt Pulverize. Addition gets melted as Spooks shuts him down with the collateral damage. And the Chiefs grab an easy pick. And it's just so much damage. And again, exactly what you said about Ejim having so much extra power. Cheese takes the full combo from BMA, has to move out of the way. Pac-Man is closing in. Spear gonna get it. And a bit of over-aggression there from Cheese. I'm glad that he's still the same guy.
Definitely over-aggression. Definitely still Cheese.
Yep, love it. Love it.
Not going to change on this guy, but of course, a lot used to secure him. The Chiefs still feeling reasonably confident.
Yeah. Radier going to get out of the way. True Shot Barrage does basically nothing there to the Corki.
Watch the spears, though, because at the moment, a 2-0-3 Nidalee is the 2-1, sorry, I was just looking at Graves. I was going to say Nidalee doesn't have long swords. Is the dangerous factor here for the Chiefs. Those spears will start to hurt. Runic Echoes is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. Good
on
item.
this jungler.
Thank you very much, 6.1. It was very nice to the old Nidalee. And Fiddlestick. Wonder whether we'll see some Fiddlestick.
We had to see that one. I don't know if we'll comment on
No.
the capabilities. What about Mumu?
Yeah. Oh.
Gragas is actually the good one.
Yeah?
Gragas with Runic Echoes is very good.
Well, we'll see whether it happens. Of course, it's not in this game, so entirely irrelevant. I do apologize for bringing it up. Cheese going to take himself away some Raptors. Continue his dominance. Agriculturally, Cheese has been playing fantastically well. The farm is on point for this guy. 50 ahead, approximately, over BMA. You can see well and truly has positional advantage in this lane as well. Doesn't find the stun, but is always threatening every time that Scatter the Weak is available. BMA has to play so carefully. Now has himself a Negatron Cloak.
Yeah, that was his first item buy, basically. He upgraded his Hex Core and then went straight for the Negatron Cloak because Syndra's been putting on a how-to burst clinic for this Victor. Chiefs now working towards this Rift Herald.
Oh, Spear goes down. Laser is in, but of course Spooks has all of the power with the old Smiterino, so he'll be able to pick it up.
I mean, keep in mind you have to pick up the buff as well, so even if they steal it.
Oh, Flash immediately answered, but no Pulverize to come out here from Ejim. Unfortunately misses that. Spear going to go wide as the Chiefs doing pretty well dodging out of the way of these abilities. Half the health of the turret down already. Swiper in the front line, exactly where he wants to be, but Pac-Man finds the anchor. Chaos Storm down. Not sure whether Swiper was the target they really wanted for that one. Cheese is going to soak a bit of the damage. Gravity Field just to try and stop the Chiefs from getting in. Siege going to be repelled for now.
Beamer. Target selection right now is almost like he desperately needs to use the ultimate, and that's fair, but using it on Swiper on this Tahm Kench isn't going to be your ideal target. He was aiming for the minion, wasn't he? The cannon that died.
I don't care. He feels like beef. We'll see whether it's because
Good
Swiper
spear.
wanted steak tonight. Oh, nice double stun there as Addition's going to get caught up. Rocket comes out. That's the only follow-up to be had here from the Chiefs. But the thing is, the onus is on Trident right now. Look at the minion waves. They're pushing towards the turrets for Trident. Chiefs with so much control. Addition takes some poke, but Primal Surge is there from Impaired to help him out. Tried to give him some attack speed to say thank you. That was adorable.
I mean, there's a time limit for Trident right now. They're running out of mana on all of their members.
Oof. Spear goes down. Of course, Ejim doesn't really care about that, but the stun onto BMA, a lot of extra burst, but not that much. But Siege successful as Pac-Man was forced to go top lane.
Yeah, and the minion wave is massive top. The minion wave is, again, massive in that bottom lane. So the Chiefs, they're controlling all three lanes at the same time as sieging the middle one. And it's all with a Rift Herald buff. Keep that in mind.
Ooh, everyone dodging each other's skill
Cheese.
shots. Cheese doesn't find that one as Impaired says, well, I'm going to try and take you down. Flashes out of the way. The potential spear that does end up following where he didn't go. Odd sentence.
That was a lot of misplay from Chiefs.
Yeah.
Missed absolutely every single spell that he threw out. Chiefs probably going to work towards that dragon. Baron up in 50 as well. Two important things to consider here. Very good at taking objectives as well.
Yeah, well, Impaired's going to be able to take his blue buff here at least. Get himself further and further into that
the
farm
rod.
game. Yeah, it does almost have the Rod of Ages. 20 minutes, I mean, after a jungle item as a jungler, decent. Like, almost. Is it okay? You made
okay.
You made a face, yeah.
Yeah, I did, mate. It's okay, but it's lacking. Timing-wise, of course, he's been stuck under turrets, dealing with a lot of the siege from this Chiefs roster. Spooks is always going to be online. Like, his damage is massive, and he's going towards mid-game, like mid-tier type of item build. So, Spooks very relevant. Nidalee lacking until right now with the Rod of Ages done.
Yeah, completes it before the 20-minute mark. I apologize, should not have said 20 minutes because made it before then. Some extra cooldown reduction now for Radier as the Sorcerer's Shoes and, of course, that hammer have been put into his back pocket. They are going to take the second dragon of the game. Trident secured there first, and now Chiefs are going to get theirs.
There's just no emphasis on farming in this game. It's such a polar opposite game to the first.
Yeah, exactly.
We're looking at Cheese still farming well, but that's because all of the emphasis has been on the middle lane farming, and he already had a 50 CS lead over Beamer.
Now a 60 CS lead.
Now even bigger.
Almost 70, yep.
Beamer still hasn't bought items in quite some time as well, sitting on a Negatroke and boots 1.
Negatroke. Love it.
Negatroke,
That's a
huh?
good one.
Negatroke. Nice.
It's like when Tom Kench builds it. Negatroke.
Negatroke.
Love it.
Nice.
Would he ever build one? I don't think he would. Really?
Would Eve get a Nega cloak?
It's still just a Negatron cloak. It's the same thing.
Nah. Needs to be like emphasis on invisibility. You know?
I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
Mischief management.
Yeah, real good. Swiper. Oh, shoots a Krug at him. That's got to make you feel bad. It's like, that's not supposed to be in my lane. I ain't used to dealing with this.
It's like when they come out of your lane and spit a scuttle crab at you. Jeez.
Oh
my god.
BMA takes half of his health in damage, though Chaos Storm is there as the Chiefs have taken a fair bit of early poke. Nicely played from Trident. You can see this inner turret. Once again, the siege from the Chiefs. This is what they want to be doing by the looks of things, and it's working out so far. It's a battle of attrition from the turrets.
If we're going to play a battle of attrition, then you're looking at the poke comp always coming out ahead. That's the real concern. Cheese doesn't have a Nidalee to heal him back to full health, and Trident will push them away, even more so than they were before. Watch the Nidalee as well. He's always going to be a little bit aggressive and cheeky.
Yeah, I just find it so interesting. It's like it's two poke comps, isn't it? Really. I mean, you've got potential poke out of Cheese with the long range of the Scatter the Weak plus the orb.
Not
And
exactly.
I guess Radier can throw rockets. But no, you're right. I mean, it's Trident that have the poke comp.
Yeah, so the Chiefs have a siege comp, I will say, because they've got the capabilities of diving. They've got two big frontline members. They've got poke there, but it's not their predominant source of damage, whereas Trident are almost exclusively a poke comp with the tanks to boot. What you're looking at then is Syndra having to catch someone and actually burst someone out so that they can't stay around, but they've got a Nidalee to heal that person up, whereas if a spear connects or if Beamer gets there and engage again on the right target, as we did just see, they don't have the Nidalee on the Chiefs side to heal that member back up, and that's where the problem arises. So the Chiefs need to actually work on control of all three waves, work towards objectives like the Baron to stop the poke comp from being effective, and also itemize into lifesteal to deal with that. I'm not going to say spell vamp for Cheese, but he needs something to help him get through this poke.
I'll get Ejim to build a death cap, and then you just triumphantly roar all of your health back. No
ideally,
worries.
it's just not getting hit by the spears.
Yeah, good point.
If you were Cheese. Whereas Raider needs to get some lifesteal.
Well, you can see Swiper underneath this turret now already as Pac-Man's defending. Impaired, not taking too much damage here as, of course, Primal Surge is available. Trident very healthy as a four-man squad under the turret. And once again, repelling the siege. And Swiper just getting angry. Pac-Man wants to eat him. He does. Oh, going to get the stun. Eats him, throws him back. Just not sure whether either of these players are going to die.
Pac-Man will. Of all people, Pac-Man will die in this trade. But he shouldn't.
Yeah, true. Radier going to have to use the Valkyrie here to get away from Impaired, who's taking still a bit more damage. But once again, it's like turrets are taking damage, right? But Trident do seem to be able to repel the push.
The question is, at what point do Trident kill the Chiefs, if at all? Because if the turrets continue to get poked down, eventually they will fall, and eventually the Nexus will fall to the same thing. But if Trident can not just poke, but capitalize on the poke, utilize the Nautilus where possible, maybe actually hard engage around a Trundle pillar, then this game could get completely turned around.
Well, in the meantime, war of attrition is going to be won by the Chiefs as they take the inner turret on the bottom side. And this is far more an example of Trident just slowly losing the game, as opposed to last game where it was very, very even. Someone had to pull a trigger, and in the end it was the Chiefs able to pick up that team fight. This time, it's the Chiefs forcing Trident into these decisions where they have to be able to make a proactive move to get anything done.
Yeah, it is forcing Trident into proactivity, which is a different style to the first game, whereas they were ahead and had control of set areas of the map and were just being a little bit passive and looking for picks. The problem with that, again, is forcing them into situations where they can't poke before they fight is bad for Trident. It's good for Chiefs.
Yeah. But you can see Cheese, he's heading back to base. We'll see whether he has enough money for that Void Staff. Is going to complete it. Could, of course, been the Ravenon's death cap, but yeah, you're right. He is so far ahead. Luden's Echo and Void Staff when there's, you know, a couple of ticks in a Hex Core and an Abyssal Scepter. BMA really falling behind now. Zijim looking to clear out some vision. Jakey says, aha, I'm going to pillar the Baron.
Makes him angry.
Yeah.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, heck of a lot of damage.
Rule of
Try
thumb,
from Raw, not enough.
Baron does 1.5 times damage if you're standing in the rear end of him.
Yep.
Don't stand at the rear end, is the lesson. Unless you're clearing wards like Ejim, in which case
You sort of have to.
you just lose all your health.
I just didn't know that a pillar, which doesn't actually do any damage,
Does one.
aggroes the Baron. Oh, it does one damage.
Nivea wall as well.
Yep. Oh my goodness, Addition gets exploded. Cheese is able to pick up the kill as he throws an orb at him. Nice gravity field from BMA, but Jakey may be caught out. Not going to be enough there from the Chiefs.
They should Baron.
Yep, another stun comes down as Impaired soaks that one. And that's exactly what the Chiefs were looking for. If Cheese gets anybody out in the open, it just looks like they're done.
Completely right. If Cheese catches anyone, his burst is ridiculous. So takes them out super quickly, of course. We're going to see how this happened again.
2 buttons.
2 buttons basically secures the kill for them as the Chiefs. They've got Swiper tanking it. Cheese has found Pac-Man.
Yeah, he's thinking he might be able to pick that one up as well. Doesn't get the stun on the Scout of the Week as BMA is looking for a potential steal on this Baron.
Middle is here.
Swiper's tanking it up. Impaired may need to make the hero play. Headbutt comes in. Pulverize as well. Secures the Baron as BMA gets exploded. What were you doing there, buddy? Unbreakable Will's in. Cheese grabs another one as BMA's going to get taken down. The tip of the stun. And Cheese finds himself another. Radiant flashes for it. Says, that's my kill. I deserve it, boys. He's going to pick that one up, and it looks like it might be the inhibitor now, maybe even more, as the Chiefs almost secure the ace as the bottom lane, the last one standing, and they're not even all that much standing right now.
Nothing
like
Addition
away.
can do. Nothing Jakey can do for at least this inhibitor. They have controlled the sideways. Chiefs may not be able to push further, and if they do, it's because they're looking to end the game. So smartly, they do back away. They're going to need to work on their side lane control for the moment. They've already got the middle inhibitor down, so that much easier for them to do. Jakey and Addition need to be careful.
Very careful. The teleport's coming in, though. BMA looking to try and get the home guard engage in, but Swiper just eats his mid laner, and he'll be more than safe.
Reasons to ban Tahm Kench.
Reasons. Well, he was banned last time. Just seemed to be skipped, and it's definitely paying off. That was the first pick as well. Let's see this again.
Yeah, so we're going to see this fight again, of course. The backline Spooks doesn't even really need to do anything other than focus on that Baron. Cheese's burst is just through the roof as Spooks now working with Swiper as they try and couple together and actually team up. Unfortunately, Spooks, as he presses Q, Swiper ate him. So not exactly going to plan.
Adorable. But Trident, out of everything, do manage to pick up the second dragon of the game, or for themselves. The Chiefs are able to get the one prior to that.
They're at the Dragon, they're not set up for what is about to happen top lane. I would have completely foregone the Dragon's existence, worked towards setting up vision in the top side of the jungle, and tried to poke them out before they got to your inhibitor top lane turret. Trident, they need to fight sooner rather than later because they will get dove if they let Chiefs near.
Speaking of which, BMA, you're in trouble. No, you're not. You're dead. As Cheese is going to lock down that kill. Swiper tanks a full True Shot barrage. He's got a whole lot of stuff on him as well as the Grey health is there. So he'll just nom that back up. Addition, able to get some poke in, but BMA was there for, I think he was there, like, this is his corpse.
He was at one stage.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
Trident,
man, that burst.
not having Beamer is a very big deal. He has his ultimate there still. Beamer just died before he could even use it. The Atlas Star engage from Aegean was enough. Chiefs can probably dive this wave. They've still got Cheese here for burst.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Lot of burst damage. Pac-Man, he's still stunned up. Headbutt Pulverize comes out. He's supposed to be the tank, but it's going to be Cheese on a rampage. Jakey may just feed himself to Swiper, who just eats him up. More than happy to grab that. Impaired as well. Slowed down. And it is going to be the turret falling. True Shot Barrage comes through. Cheese very, very low. BMA, he's back up again. Chaos Storm's here, but the Chiefs unrelenting. Second inhibitor falls. They'll pull back. Still have the empowered recalls. Nope. No, Spooks. Spooks got it. Rest of them, not so much.
That is 2 inhibitors down now. For the Chiefs, the third one, you would have to say, not going to be too far away, but Impaired.
Oh, you cheeky devil, you Impaired, delivered to the team and destroyed. The Chiefs picked that one up.
Niddly things.
We saw it happening, didn't we?
Well, we saw it in slow motion.
We
Impaired
did.
just saw nothing but greed and kills in front of his
red.
eyes. And now he's seeing red. Well, grey. But
I play Grayscale League of Legends.
good to know, Atlas. Good to know. Keeping in mind, of course, Trident have been spending a long time playing Grayscale themselves at the moment. Chiefs are working towards the 1 lane remaining. No Baron to take, no Dragon to take. They're just going to look to siege. Given what they've done already, the chances are they won't just siege, they'll dive.
Yep.
And so Trident, again, need to be vigilant, need to set up vision and set up control before the Chiefs get there. But instead, they're clearing vision around the red buff and top lane. They're not going to be prepared for this.
Doesn't look like it. Spook's going to be able to take away a Grump, but Radier, he's got the package. He's moving up the lane.
Time to die at the Nexus.
Yeah, they're ready for their next option. Radier might be even in range of the Nexus right now. Theoretically, Swiper gets pinned. He's going to take a bit of his grey health damage from this turret, which was hitting him for a very long time, with him refusing to take too much damage. Oh, the slow comes in. Pac-Man getting caught out, but not going to get stunned. Addition takes half of his health. You can see the turret. Exactly right, Rusty. Very, very low. Pac-Man finds Spooks, has to flash out. Massive Pulverize from Ejim as he gets his way in. Eaten is Pac-Man. Might actually... No, he's just going to get devoured. BMA destroyed as Radier grabs the kill credit. And Cheese, he's finding more. Addition in trouble. Flash forward. The Ignite's down. Nice play from Addition to get out of the way, but it's a double kill in the end for Radier. Everything's falling apart for Trident as the Nexus is going to be the next one. Swiper's just eating teammates left, right, and center. Spooks wants to miss as many abilities before the Nexus falls, but the Chiefs, they're going to hold on to their Legend title, and they do so in pretty emphatic fashion towards the end of this game.
Chiefs, once again, you get them to late game in any way, shape, or form, and they do not look like slowing down as they pick up a 2-0 against Trident that showed glimmers of hope.
Yeah, but especially in Game 1, but Game 2, I feel like we went back to what we were expecting from the Chiefs. Just methodical play. Towards the end there, it just looked like another day in the office.
It definitely did. It was very simple for the Chiefs to execute on. It was just simple dive, execute effectively. I do have to bring it back, though. Question the draft one more time for Trident.
Yeah, I know. And it's, the worry here is whether they're going to be able to bounce back, because BMA had a horrible series. This is the new guy onto the roster, of course, filling in some pretty hefty shoes in the form of Claire, who is a strong player in his own right. We heard good things about BMA as far as the practice was concerned, meshing with the team especially, and he's really going to have to bounce back into the next series because this was a worry, this particular one.
Laning phase shows Beamer has a lot to prove moving forward, but Trident as a team, they've got a lot to learn from in that game.
They most certainly do, but we'll see whether they can as we move forward. But to break down that game, let's throw it over to the desk.
Thank you so much, guys. And that was an emphatic way to retain a title by the Chiefs. We saw that maybe a little bit of a swap up here from the new lineup. They went for a lane swap pastry time. We weren't really sure what it got them, though.
Yeah, I think Rymeister had a really good insight about how the Tom Kench Nautilus matchup works, so I'll let you cover that in a second. But as far as the lane swap goes, yeah, you don't have a Triss for fast pushing. Like, you kind of have somewhat slow AD carries. Like, yes, we get something out of it, but it feels like you're just dodging a matchup, and that's about it. That's kind of all you're getting from the lane swap.
Yeah, well, since Tom Kench basically wins all melee top lane matchups, it was smart of them to lane swap, and Nautilus is also good in lane swap, so it wasn't a bad idea by Trident, but they needed to be less reactive and more proactive with the plays.
Yeah, the thing that we discussed was that it seemed like the lanes they wanted to dodge were the outer lanes, and they didn't really put much consideration on what it would do to the mid lane, because they left Beamer pretty much in the mid lane with absolutely no defenses against what was a very aggressive Cheese this time around. He took the Ignite. Beamer still stuck with the teleport, and that led to a pretty ugly matchup.
Yeah, it did, but the different team, same Cheese. We'll see. Syndra's it's a good pick into Victor, so you expect to get the 1v1 kill in it. A couple hiccups in the mid game, but it was a solid close by the Cheese, by Cheese and the Chiefs.
Well, let's look at what Cheese did, because he was up about 80 CS. He finished the game with 5 kills, I think, and about 7 assists. But it was the tempo of the game, Patri time, that he really took over.
I just love how aggressively Cheese plays. It's so much fun. We only saw one Cheese moment in game number 1. I'm glad that we finally got a few more in this game. Did make some over-aggressive plays as well, which is also want to do, but Cheese really played well. On a strong combat pick for him on Syndra, getting nice and aggressive
But
again.
I feel that Cheese is starting to unlock Ejim. We actually have a replay to show it. It's around the Baron fight. And, Julian, I'll throw this one to you, because this just shows that Ejim, he's not hesitating anymore.
No, especially on Alstor. So we'll roll this one out and just watch how ballsy, I guess, he is. You can see Cheese on the end just poking people out, but he's going to move out spells, and everyone's just going in. Ejim's already in. Cheese is flashing, impaired. He's going to get melted, although he does dodge out a few spells here, but in the end, the Chiefs just know exactly what to do around the Baron. We talked about their team fighting. I haven't quite mentioned it yet as we see the cleanup on the end there, but Graves Syndra is such a cool combination. Graves enables all of these high damage mid laners, or even other lanes, to just give them more damage. Graves is good at dueling enemy junglers, clearing the jungle, and killing people. So if you combo that with a really good stun, and Cheese was sniping people, especially Addition on all people on Ezreal, was getting picked off by Syndra stuns. If you just eat a Syndra stun, you saw that little instant replay where he just melted. That was Cheese stun, Q, I think, and Graves ulti. And that's just done. Your carry's dead.
Yeah, it certainly looked to be that way just before that replay started. Ejim had actually gone over the back wall to pretty much solo out the Nidalee. So you can see the Chiefs once again clicking on the same page, but maybe not some of the crispness that we expect in their early game moving around the lanes. Do you think that that is something that is exploitable for other teams to take a look at there?
Yeah, but over time, I think Chiefs will cover that, and they'll definitely fill in all the holes in their early game. But teams will look to exploit that. We'll see. Next week's match should be interesting against the Direwolves. They're a very strong team, and should be a very good match.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to that one. That will be our next OPL Legend match. But before we go to break, guys, Ejim, he's had a win, so he's feeling a little bit nice. He's actually said to Rusty, maybe I was a little bit too harsh. Yamato is a 19-year-old prodigy. He's got the voice of a god. Can't really be too bad at him there. So, good guy, Ejim. Give you a little bit love back to one of the Oceanic casters. But that's all for us for Game 1, guys. We do have another set coming up just after this short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the OPL. I am still Jake Spawn-Tiveri, joined by Ryan Master and Pastry Time, and we're here for the second set of the night, the last set of the week, and two teams we haven't yet seen. It's going to be Avant taking on Hellions, and this, honestly, is a game that I have no idea which way it's going to go, but let's show you the lineups first. On the blue side of the map, it will be the Hellions. In the top lane, it is their all-star Ryu, Cookie, their jungler, Bomb, their mid laner, Frey as AD carry, and Denian, their new support. So Denian, Cookie, Bomb, 3 new members from what we saw in the squad last year. Don't really know too much about these guys, but we'll hit that in a second. On the other side of the rift, however, is Avant. As you can see, another new lineup. Malaz in the top lane, Chelby, their superstar jungler, Wrecked, their sub in the mid lane, Destiny as AD carry, and Blind Turkey as support. These guys also making some big changes. You know, Porky off the roster now. Chelby's still there, but gone is Kensti in the mid lane. Bottom lane reshuffled around. What the heck is going on with these rosters?
I mean, these two teams are, in some ways, very difficult to sort of talk about. We haven't seen them play just yet, and Hellions are probably the most exciting team. They have a gaming house. They've made a lot of changes. They've brought Koreans in, but unless you've been playing solo queue or maybe watching some games, or if you caught lucky to catch a few scrims, how these guys actually play is hard. And making a recent change with T-Gun leaving, I assume for the team it's the choice they wanted to make. But you have to get an emergency sub in, I think, formerly their coach and their sub, now Denian, playing support. It was a former AD carry player a long, long time ago. Like, these are just so many changes that it's hard to say how Hellions are going to perform. And that's also not leaving out that Avant had to change a lot as well.
Yeah, it's just, you know, there have been so many changes. Right, can you give us anything? Do you know anything about these lineups from Scrib results?
I'm not too sure, but I know for the mid lane, these two players are two untested talents. So hopefully it should be a good game. Can't really say because both rosters, as you said, are completely revamped, and we'll just have to see.
Yeah, it certainly is interesting. I really want to hit on Rec quickly because last year, you know, when we said to Swiffer, there's got to be upcoming mid laners. Like, who are they? Rec was actually someone that they spoke
absolutely.
about.
That's kind of the nice thing about these two teams is that they have a lot of up-and-coming talent. You mentioned that Rec's their sub. That's, I guess, technically true. Triple, their other talented challenger mid laner, isn't 17 yet. I believe he turned 17 around week 3, I think. So he'll be joining in the starting position when he comes of age. But he's so good, but too young that he can't actually play yet. And also with the Korean players, Bomb and Cookie, they're also untested. You have to think, high-tier Korean players now coming over to the OPL to play, also quite good. You look at people like Malaz, kind of under the wings of a veteran player now like Chelby, and you can see exciting things come together. But unfortunately for these guys, some of them have played in Challengers, some of them haven't played at all in the OPL or in the OCS. But untested talent is just that. At the pro level, untested. And that's dangerous sometimes.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what that is. It's kind of Ryu and his team now against Chelby's team. And they're the two veterans. And I know that as a mid lane, you probably had more experience with Chelby coming into your lane. He's a pretty good jungler at putting down some pressure, and it seems to be a jungle-heavy meta, right? Do you think that he can get some work done for his team?
Yeah, I believe that they will play around Chelby's pressure in the early game. After that, not too sure, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
And Ryu, of course, in the top lane phase.
Yeah, Ryu's great. We've seen him play a ton of carries. That's where he really came into his own last year at the OPL. And he's sort of, I think, come a bit more into his own as a player now. He was a bit shaky at the start as a top laner, but grew into the carry role. Again, top lane's nice and flexible. I don't think we'll see Ryze anywhere because I'm sure Bomb can play it, and I know Ryu can play it. So definitely look to Ryu to not just be the leader for his team, but also to lead by carrying from the top lane as well, especially if he gets one of those big champions.
And that's what's really interesting about, I guess, moving Denian into the starting lineup and giving a lot more pressure to Ryu, because we know this guy he's a very good player, but he's also the only English-Korean link on his team, and a team sport like League of Legends that is so communication heavy, it's going to be hard to perform. Do you think that will weigh on the mind of how they try and attack the Hellions here for Avant, knowing that they won't be able to react as quickly potentially?
Yeah, they could definitely try to do that. They could just try to split them, maybe like go for a split push or just try to create chaos around the map, and that might disturb the comms for the Hellions.
So there you are. Even though they have some Koreans, we think they might be exploitable, but only one way to find out. Let's throw to the casters to get us onto Summoner's Rift.
Thank you very much, Spawn, and I'm very excited to get into this matchup. They mentioned the fact that no one really knows what to expect from these guys. And Rusty, are you in the same boat? Do you have any sort of inklings, any ideas, any whispers in the wind from what is about these guys?
I can tell you that Bomb is a freak. He is, in a good way, one of the biggest carry mid laners that you will see on this server. There is a very real chance that he could contest Swiffer, who is not actually available for the Chiefs as best mid laner at the moment. Of course, we're yet to see him tested in a competitive environment. Only really seen him playing here and there, just around where possible. So that's my inkling. We'll need to see it actually pay dividends, otherwise I am just talking nonsense. Really.
Well, on the other side of the rift, I mean, we've got Wrecked, and Spawn mentioned it already, the fact that this guy is a star mid laner from solo queue. I, in fact, interviewed Swiffer, and he said that if there's anyone that he'd be worried about going up against, it would be this guy. And he's only a sub for Avant. I want to understand how good Triple is, because this guy must be completely bonkers. But look, we're going through thick and fast on the bans here, ladies and gentlemen. Malphite going to be taken away. Trundle and Alistar to follow here for the Hellions. And on the other side of the rift, Rise, no surprises there, banned away from Ryu and Bomb. And Gangplank and Kassadin going to be removed. Second Kassadin ban we've seen so far, 2 games in a row.
Yeah, the Rise ban is something that you definitely agree with. Kassadin is an interesting champion choice for a ban, but we've gone straight in with our first pick here for Hellions.
Yeah, going to be the Ezreal locked away here as the Hellions take that one. Frey going to be picking that one up in the bottom lane. I was expecting more of like the Lucian on the side of Frey. He has been playing a heck of a lot of that champion. Of course, formerly a mid laner, subbed in for the squad. Of course, hasn't been away from the team for quite that long, but we'll see what happens. As AV, they got a lot of options here. There's Malaz hovering over his signature pick in the top lane, which is the Cassiopeia.
Look,
things are different in OCE. I love it.
Keep in mind again, Malphite banned away from Malaz, something that we would actually expect. He knows that Malphite is a very strong champion. He should be defaulting back to a tank.
Yep.
So don't let the hover fool you, of course. Keep in mind as well with the first pick from the Hellions that Ezreal could be flexed to that middle lane as well.
Yes, it could. Well, it is going to be the Tahm Kench and the Rek'Sai taken away. Of course, Rek'Sai, a lot of priority on this champion. And Shelby is no stranger to it either. Able to get that early pressure down if he needs to. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Lee Sin. Love Shelby's Lee Sin. If there's ever a champion that's going to go in, it's a Lee Sin in the hands of Shelby.
He's also quite good on the Nidalee as well.
Exactly, yeah.
But of course, they've locked in that Rek'Sai. Very strong champion. Suits the patch quite nicely. Gives you engage options. Good map control. Where vision is also a little bit waning.
That's a good point.
Early game because you've got the tremor sense. Tahm Kench also very good with that. Super tank can work around lane swaps, can work around 2v2s, 1v1s. It doesn't matter. Tahm Kench can do it all.
He certainly can. From the top lane or from the support position as well. Love the flex picks. Need them all the time. There's Bomb. He's not flex picking. I mean, I don't think we're going to see a Zed anywhere other than the mid lane unless Cookie wants to do something very interesting.
He'd go in Nivea or something to that extent, really.
Yeah, well, Poppy's going to be locked in, of course. Was banned away for 1 game, but has been largely overlooked here in the OPL. And we'll see. I don't know whether Denian's been putting in much practice on the old Poppy, but if that's a flex pick, it can go a few different ways.
There is a chance that Ryu, of course, takes Poppy into that top lane.
I think more of a chance, most likely.
We'll go with a pretty high chance.
Yeah.
Considering it is Denian, of course, the very low practice support AD carry player.
Yep.
Would be surprised if he doesn't default to something such as the Janna, or to that extent, let him play passive and kind of
I don't
do
think,
what's
is that in
required
his
of him.
MO? Come on, we've seen Denian play.
Look,
Passive is never something you
Denian-
attribute to that guy.
Denian as an AD carry, it's not in his MO to be passive. Denian as a potentially unconfident support, I would hope defaults to passive
Yeah,
for the
that's a good
sake
point.
of more than just him.
Well, we'll see. See what happens. As on the other side of the rift, Blind Turkey is going to get his signature thresh there in the bottom lane. And Destiny, we had him on the desk yesterday, and the guy told us that, yes, Lucian is going to be the champion that I'd want to be playing. Of course, put in a lot of practice on that one. Moved over from the support position, of course, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see how he goes as he debuts in the AD carry. We saw not a lot of Fiora. She was banned away the last 2 games, but it's now hovered from Frey. And we'll see what the Hellions do to round out their comp. And what are you looking for, Rusty, as far as what they need?
Well, I'm looking at Fiora and Anivia probably being their last 2 options.
Okay.
We've seen both hovered. I know that Bomb, for a fact, is a phenomenal Anivia player.
Yep.
Schools pretty much everybody he plays against when he's playing that champion, so hopefully he goes towards that. He can play all control mages, has a pocket Riven, is a Riven mid main, or was
Interesting.
for quite some time, so Ramice would be a good fan of him, you'd imagine.
Well, we'll see. The Anivia is going to be locked in, though. Rusty, the prophet himself, is going to get that one right. And time's ticking down. Fiora is going to be the next option. So Ryu going to be taking the carry into the top lane. Malaz going to have to deal with that as this Tahm Kench. See whether it's going to be enough. And Wrecked, man, this is going to be an explosive mid lane as he's going to take LeBlanc into the bird. And I say explosive mid lane, I mean, then I realize that this is an Anivia. So still, it's not necessarily explosions, is it?
No, not at all. What I will say is that once you hit around the level 6 mark, Rekt trying to kill Anivia, it's a lot more possible, but it's quite unrealistic. Anivia is not really fighting you in that direction. What I like about this, though, is you can go for the Frost Queen's claim as the LeBlanc and work around the map and rotate and basically roam. You're not stuck dealing with Bomb on this Anivia, who's going to be looking more towards scaling and wave clearing just to get him to a point of power where the LeBlanc can't actually touch him. So it's an okay mid lane. It's different goals basically behind each of these champions.
Yeah, the thing I really like about Avant is they have a lot of ability to move around the map. Of course, they have the teleport in the hands of Malaz, but they also have that Abyssal Voyage that they can take. Void Rush is there as well in the hands of Chelby, so they can be very maneuverable. You've already spoken about the fact that LeBlanc has no trouble zipping around the Rift, and they have lanterns available as well if Turkey wants to help anyone out. So I like how flexible Avant is, but we'll see whether it's going to be enough, because it's very difficult to break the siege of an Anivia. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you think Hellions are going to take this one, get on Twitter, use that hashtag HLNWin, or if you think Avant-Garde, sort of, I was going to say veterans of the OPL, but I don't even know whether it's the case with this brand new roster, but use that hashtag AVWin if you think that they're going to be able to take this one. But honestly, I think either of these teams could take this one, and we may have our first 3-game series.
Well, we don't know what to expect from either of these teams. We need to see them talk with actions on the Rift. And find out who really is that dominating force between Hellions, who have their gaming house and their Koreans.
And I like it. Cookie already representing his brethren with the SKT, Lee Sinskin. Very cool stuff. And look, as it shook out with that draft, it is going to be Denian on the Poppy as support in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's going to be that Poppy. I think Poppy support is underrated at the moment, at least in our drafting phases in the OPL.
Yep.
Ridiculous support at the moment. The utility behind the ultimate, the utility behind the W is just ridiculous. One thing that you will note, guys, is that pinging will be quite a big factor when you have 2 Koreans into a new team.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Primary form of communication. In saying that, Avant are just... You guys need to calm down.
Yeah, chill out. Chill out, guys. You don't need to be doing this.
One ping. You're in voice comms.
Yeah, just say you're going there. Jeepers. But the other thing I want to talk about is the fact that Jake mentioned it briefly, the fact that Ryu now going to be picking up the shot calling here for this side, does speak both Korean and English, so you can tell Denian where to go, as well as Frey and Bomb and Cookie making their way over from Korea. Not going to be in the dark about how to set up the game, and we'll see how it differs from T-Gun's shot calling. Of course, T-Gun all about let's group up and dominate stuff as a team, whereas Ryu probably a little bit more calculating in his play, wants to be able to split push, control his minion wave, sort things out that way, and we'll just see how it differs from the former style of these guys and whether it's going to unlock Ryu to get a little bit more of that financial backing from the minions.
Yeah, absolutely could do that for him. It also could do the exact opposite, where Ryu's spending so much emphasis and time on trying to shot call, potentially in 2 different languages, to the point where he's ruining his own laning phase and sacrificing himself by having to do that and focus elsewhere.
That's a good point. These untested mid laners, this is going to be such an exciting matchup to see whether Rekt, the prodigy from Oceanic Solo Queue, or whether it's going to be the Korean import in Bond, is going to be able to take this one down. And already sung Bomb's praises, but haven't seen too much out of Rekt, apart from hearing things, whispers from interviews and whatnot, about how good this guy is. Oh, there's the heroic charge. Destiny taking a lot of damage, but the hook comes down onto Frey. Level 2 hit on both sides. A nice trade back there as Blind Turkey able to get things done.
Aggressive from Destiny, but just as aggressive from Denny.
Yeah.
As Frey honestly being almost a non-factor in that particular trade, and they still come up even for it. Goes to show the merit of Poppy's support is well and truly there, as he does damage.
And he's still Denian as well. That's
Poppy.
what I love about it. Well, Cookie making his way around, not going to find the stun. Nice use of the distortion from Rekt, who just goes straight back to it. Doesn't want to get out of this action at all, and nice play already from the AV mid laner.
He got slowed by the Q and didn't get stunned, so Bomb not actually pulling the trigger on the stun. I think he was making the assumption that it was going to miss, and I thought I was as well.
Interesting stuff. Chelby going to find Ryu here in the top lane, looking for the knock-up. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Rekt going to miss the chain. Decoy going to get popped there. This Bomb gets a lot of damage down.
The Ignite was used by Bomb with little to no kill chance on that LeBlanc, who's going to have to hang around in laning phase, and I kind of like it for that exact purpose. if Rekt went back right now, he wouldn't be able to buy anything.
That's true.
So he has to stay. And Bomb now has control of this lane because Rekt has no potions left.
Ooh,
and Cookie's here.
Yeah, looking to make his way in. Rekt might be able to go back. Does get out of there. Wall comes in. Bomb looking for it. There's the flash forward. Makes sure that he gets the stun. And Cookie going to help him lock down first blood. Bomb already rolling. Bad news for AV.
Definitely bad news. And Anivia getting first blood this early in the game sings some bad songs for the future of Avant's team fighting. Cookie is well and truly focusing on this middle lane, trying to get the Anivia going, and has proven to be successful thus far.
Yeah, and Rekt just not pulling the trigger on the flash there either. Probably something that he wanted to do. Denian not going to be able to find the stun as another hook comes in. We've seen this one before, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
This time, Hellions are going to win the trade. So far, things going well for what was going to be a questionable bottom lane here for Hellions, just because Denian, not exactly the support main that we're expecting on this squad in T-Gun, but holding his own.
What I will say, though, is that transitioning from AD to support, probably one of the easiest things that you will ever do.
That's a good point.
As a player, because you're just so familiar with the lane. The dynamics of a 2 versus 2 is the hardest thing for people to transition to if they are jungler or a solo laner. So Denian, he's in his natural habitat.
That's true. That's true.
Whether it be
Wait,
in the
wait,
right
wait.
role.
Isn't that natural habitat should be in the middle of a team fight, right? It's
Well,
the
it
Denian
doesn't
way.
matter what role you are, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm
You
talking
can get
about,
there.
like, birthplace or something.
Yeah, good
Small
point. I was
point.
just trying to like fit in being a jerk.
I was not even being a jerk.
No, I was.
What? How are you fitting in?
No. I was trying to fit that in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wasn't fitting in. Obviously, it didn't work. As Rekt is going to be able to take the blue buff as we do our very best to transition away from that particular conversation. Now I'm just play-by-playing what we're saying. It's
Don't
just
blame
not,
you.
yeah, it's not going well. Shelby looking for Cookie, though, in his own jungle. Going to find him there. Tremosen's going to help him out as Blind Turkey going to secure himself a pink ward. Destiny making his way back into the lane. Down by about 10 CS, but Frey, he'll need to back off as well, and there'll be a minion wave there for Destiny to farm. Rekt doing well in the farm factor.
I would like to point out that Rekt got given the blue buff as well. We did see him take that a little bit earlier. A very big deal.
Yeah.
I will say, blatantly, in this middle lane, getting the blue buff at level 5, which unfortunately Bombs just tick 6, so lane control out the window, you would have to say for Rekt, until he hits that margin himself. Is going to be able to farm, though, because he can use the Q with that blue buff to hit minions. He's able to use his spells to stay in the lane.
Yeah, Rio as well, taking the grasp of the Undying here for some lane staying power against Malaz. Oh, procs the Vital there as well on this Fiora, and we'll see how he goes in this top lane.
So far, so good.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Shelby looking to make his way in here. Does get stunned up immediately, and you've got Cookie making his way over. Sonic Wave not going to find the mark. AV, don't lose too much from that. Surprised Shelby didn't pull the trigger as... Oh my god!
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. Mimic Distortion comes out. I think that was Rekt just being angry. The fact that E did so much damage.
It did. Of course, Bomb has the Ignite back available now, so the aggression that you'll see, again, from the level 6 Anivia, doesn't directly win you the lane, but it supplements your power tenfold to the point where your laning phase becomes a lot more cruisy against Rekt on this LeBlanc. And really, this is the situation where Cookie doesn't have to focus mid lane anymore if he doesn't want to. He
Yep.
can actually work on bottom or top lane, pick wherever he wants to get fed, and he's already basically caressed Bomb into this stage of self-sufficiency.
Oh, that was a beautiful sentence, Rusty. Shelby, though, going to spot a ward out and actually going to aggro these Raptors first as Cookie is going to make his way back from base. Looks like Shelby will be able to lock this one down unless Bomb can do anything about it. Not going to happen. And so far, Shelby been farming up a storm on this Rek'Sai. Oh, Blind Turkey looking for it on Frey. A dangerous hook to go for underneath the turret. Just trying to stop him from farming out just a little bit.
Yep. Every hook matters.
Exactly right. But Destiny and Blind Turkey doing okay. Behind about 6 in this lane. Oh, Rekt gonna make his way over. Lands the chain here onto Bomb, who doesn't have a lot of mana. Maybe pulled that one back a little bit quickly, but Rekt possibly just wanting to make sure that the minions stayed off the tower for a little bit longer.
It's still Bomb going to base, so using all of his spells was kind of just to send the message to cement the fact that he's recalling. Can't be greedy for that extra wave, or would run the risk of losing a lot more health and maybe getting egged.
Yep.
Bomb, so Does make sure that his lane opponent goes to base here, Rekt. Nothing to be seen from it, though, of course.
Yeah, just going to continue farming out this wave. 61 to 58 now in favor of Rekt. Nicely done, Cookie. Not going to find the Sonic Wave onto Chelby, who is starting a bit of an invade here on the blue buff.
He's a level behind here, Cookie. Chelby's done very well farming the jungle. Look at the difference between the two right now.
Huge. Barmy Cinder here as well, so a bit of extra health for Chelby. Bomb going to help Cookie out, securing this blue buff. There we are, able to lock that one down. Glacial Storm even going to be enough. Didn't even need the E.
I was very concerned because Cookie's red buff was ticking on it.
Scary stuff.
The Anivia does get that blue buff, and this is where the laning phase becomes near too oppressive for a LeBlanc to deal with. Working towards the Frost Queen's claim, of course, should start looking to roam. The problem there is you have to try and deal with the wave clear that Anivia constantly puts on top of you.
Yeah, that's going to be hard.
Minions everywhere.
And already losing a little bit. Blind Turkey. Gonna hook that minion. May have wronged him previously, not entirely sure. Could have been what he was aiming for, but I have a feeling it was one of the Hellions members, but doesn't find him. ZV continue to shove forward. Cookie hasn't been looking towards this bottom lane too much. Now coming from base, we'll see whether he does head down there. Chelby in the area as well as Malaz might eat Ryu here. Doesn't go for the Nom.
Couldn't.
Yeah, as Ryu was able to use the riposte quite nicely. Oh,
He
wanted
did
to
there,
eat him then, but pesky minion got in the way. Little bit unfortunate, but he's doing well in this lane as Malaz. Going towards what looks like the Dead Man's Plate first. Bomb looking for the E. Doesn't get the stun. As Rekt gets out of the way of potential engage.
10 CS as well in the middle lane with this one crashing on the turret. Bomb is harassing aggressively, I will say. Knows that he's not in danger because look at Cookie.
Oh my goodness, that burst damage was ridiculous. Sonic Wave not going to land, but Rekt, he ain't going to want to go back to that lane too soon. Shelby, he's going to get there for him.
This is the problem.
Exactly right. He's not going to want to put his face into this one. Just have to watch these creeps die and continue. Oh, Cookie finds his way in, just kicks him in the face underneath the inner turret. Doesn't care. Shelby looking to try and make his way around. The wall's there. Shelby does have the flash. Going to land at least the Q, but can't follow through. And Hellions 2-0 now.
And one more time, both kills have been onto this mid lane Rekt. The substitute for Triple Cheese, not making a fantastic start to his debut here into the OPL. But it's the Korean capitalization right there.
It's the best friends club, man. I feel like we're watching, you know, old school Spooks and Swiffer.
Yeah. It's the closest you'll get to Spooks and Swiffer in the current OPL.
Oh, the hook lands. Culling comes out as well as Denian tries to use the W just to make sure that no one could dash in front of Frey. It's a decent amount of harassment, though. A lot of backpings come out here as the Dragon looks to be the option for AV. They're sick of their mid laner just getting picked on by this duo. I'll try and do something about it. See LeBlanc just waiting in the wings, looking to set up for something. As far as the gold lead is concerned, 600 you can see in the mid lane. Bomb well and truly ahead on that front. But as far as a losing lane is concerned, Rekt definitely keeping himself in at only 6 CS behind.
Oh, wow. Boots of swiftness for Bomb here on this Anivia.
I like it. He's pretty slow for a bird.
Yeah, he's got the chains from the LeBlanc, the tongue from the Tom Kench. Rek'Sai's got a bit of slow in there as well as the Thresh Place, so there's a lot of merit to having the Boots of Swiftness. Also just very cost efficient.
Yeah, and also like having Boots 3 when you're so slow, just good news.
Yeah.
But you see Rekt doesn't want to use the distortion. Has to there. Takes a lot of damage back as, gets it thrown out. Nice use of the Flash Frost, but Shelby can't really do too much to affect this.
It's funny, because Cookie can just sit in this middle lane right now and hold Bomb's hand. And it is what he's doing, to be fair, effectively. But what it means, Rekt can't lane. They will start to take turrets, and even when Shelby comes to this lane, they can't stop this from happening.
No. And now Denian's here as well.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous. Well, Rekt has an opportunity now to potentially get himself some farm back as Bomb's going to just cruise his way through the jungle. Shelby going to be unseen at the moment, taking his red buff. Thankfully, Rekt hanging around. Shelby now going to be able to at least secure this. Malaz may be the next port of call to this Hellions roster. Yeah, I'd be scared too, Rec. don't
Walks him
worry.
all the way back to that turret. You respect.
Exactly.
It's dangerous. Again, Frost Queen's claim, it is completed for Rect. He has the capabilities to leave the middle lane and impact elsewhere. You've seen him start to try weasel his way out of mid, but every single time that he does, Bomb clears that wave just that little bit quicker. Top lane, you're going to see a bit of interaction, but there's not going to be any kills. Bottom lane, they're hitting the heck out of each other, but Ezreal's just trying to scale.
Yep.
So again, we've been talking about mid a lot, and that's because that's where the junglers are focusing primarily. It's also where the biggest discrepancy lies in this early game.
Definitely. Now only 11 CS, but you can see that extra kill. Going to be working wonders here for Bomb. Didn't get an assist on the last one underneath the turret there that Cookie managed to get, so it's good news here for AV. As far as keeping that mid lane matchup even as possible. Malaz, though, does have the Sunfire Cape. Eats himself a Fiora, who takes a lot of damage. Grasp of the Undying helping out. Going to have to use himself the Riposte in order to help. Oh, another Death Sentence lands onto Frey, though, as they're trying to make their way in. So much damage as Denian doing the best he can to help his teammate. That is a lot of burst. Frey will have to move back away from this turret now. Shelby trying to protect. Oh, okay. Denian not going to find Destiny with that one. Oh, another hook lands. Denian might be in trouble. Flayed back. Really nice play from Blind Turkey as the heroic charge comes in. Destiny one more auto attack. The heals there. The flash forward. Destiny's going to grab it. He's going to die though. Probably not worth. As man, they were so low already. Blind Turkey forced to move out of the way. Shelby coming down. Cookie following very quickly though, as there's a bird that they have to be very careful of.
They definitely do. Of course, the Anivia with the Rod of Ages. Ezreal and Poppy in that bottom lane. Denian's dying wish, essentially, by knocking Destiny into that wall, was that Frey can get something from it, as they're looking at top lane to dive.
Yep, Ryu does have the riposte, but now it's on cooldown, looking for the grand challenge as Malaz, he's got the grey health, he'll be fine, and Rex says, finally, I've got a kill, 16 minutes into the game. Nicely done from AV, 300, 400 odd gold.
Bomb, you need to be careful here, buddy. There's at least two there.
I ain't too worried. Glacial Storm's going to be enough to stop Shelby, but you're right. He's playing confidently, one could say.
Could definitely say that. And rightly so.
Oh, yeah. Frey, though, does have the Iceborne Gauntlet now built up, looking towards that Manamune that he only needs to complete the recipe on. Hellions now just clearing out Vision. You can see the mid lane still the focus for this team.
Dragon as well. Probably going to be a point of contention here for Avant. Looking like they want to fight for it. Of course, the Lucian having a relative power spike in comparison to that of the Ezreal.
Yep, 30% CDR now built up with the Essence Reaver and the Zeal. Shelby looking to try and find someone. Can't tunnel in on top of the W of the Poppy. Is Cookie just going to start up his red buff?
Poppy's utility is just so strong. It stops the Blanc's damage, it stops the Rek'Sai, it stops Thresh Hook from going in, it stops the Lucian dashes from getting out as well. So timing on that from Denian is going to be very pivotal in the team fights in this game. The question is, how long are we going to wait? Another hook, Turkey.
Yeah, hook lands. There's the box. Frey has to use his dash to get out. The Culling's going to get stopped though as the ultimate comes in. Nice lantern from Blind Turkey as the True Shot Barrage is going to tag Destiny. Denian, he's going to get caught up as Cookie finds at least the Q onto Blind Turkey. Can he follow it? No, he can't, as Shelby's going to make his way in. Malaz wants to eat himself a Lee Sin as Denian's going to die. Flash has to be used as the flash forward. The stun comes in. Nom nom, and Lee Sin might be dead. Destiny's going to grab it with the Light Slinger passive. Exactly the right amount of damage. Feels good as Shelby, of course, is not finished. Frey will have to dash out of the way, and look, could be a turret falling down as Bomb is having some free time in the mid lane.
That was the biggest combination of unfortunate events that happened. We're going to see what happened in the middle lane, I believe, as it looks like Rex gets completely and aptly named Rex. Yeah, I didn't want to say it. But of course, there you go. That's the kill. What happened in the bottom lane, though, was Poppy used the ultimate,
Yep.
knocked up the Lucian at the same time as the Sonic Wave was going out to kill him.
Oh, no.
And he's untargetable when he's in that, so unlucky play and a bit over-aggression, overstayed their welcome in the bottom lane. They pay for it as Avant. They get the kills, they get the dragon.
Yeah, second dragon goes over to Avant. So in the end, they do have a 600 gold lead, but you can see there's a lot of pressure here in the mid lane. 176 CS on bomb, and that Rod of Ages stacking up. Cross Queen's Claim going to be finished soon as well, and nobody's going to be able to get away from this bird, the Swifty bird, as it were. Bomb just going to throw out a few spells, and the beauty of this is the fact that if AV get to a point where they're ahead, the Fed member of this Hellions lineup is the Anivia. So if you want to stall out a game, get to a point where you're ready to fight, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a very real chance that Hellions, even if they are behind, can hold on to this game. A lot of it's going to come back to...
See you, Harold.
Well, Harold. A lot of this is going to come back to the blue control, I think.
Yep.
Making sure that Anivia can maintain that mana pool, as it's not a tier of the goddess Anivia. It is essential that with this build, Bomb gets these blues. And of course has been so far. Just had a blue, just got another blue. Reinvigorated.
Well blued is the bird. One thing I want to talk about is the fact that you're mentioning power spikes, and Destiny has grabbed himself 40% cooldown reduction, the Boots of Lucidity and the Essence Reaver,
Yeah,
rapid fire cannon. He's feeling really good as far as being able to dash around these fights is concerned, assuming Denian's not going to be on top of him. And that's where all of their money's gone. So Destiny had him on the desk yesterday. He was confident in his rookie's play, but looks like this one, a lot of onus going to be on one of their veteran players now moving over to a different role. We'll see whether he can carry things through. Chelby, speaking of veterans, moving into the enemy jungle to get the vision down. Not going to get it for very long, but at least applying pressure.
Deadman's played as well, the item of choice for Chelby. Super tanky.
Oh yeah.
Goes very, very fast. Also can make a lot of impact on this map as they've put Ezreal into that top lane now. They've got Ryu in the bottom lane, but Avant have matched it.
Yeah, Malaz's going to be answering. Tiny little wall goes up. Rekt is going to be able to distort over the top of that as the siege looks to be coming in from the Hellions. Blind Turkey waiting in the wings, wants to be able to grab a hook, but he's standing on a ward. That's a bit sad. Finds it.
It's alright, he knows.
Yeah, knows now anyway.
They didn't have Ezreal also, Hellions, so they've now got their Ezreal in that middle lane. If they want a siege, now is the time. Malaz, no teleport, Ryu does.
Oh, that is a big deal. Malaz, at the moment, is needed down here just to try and hold on to this turret. Oh, stun not going to land on a Chelby. He just takes some tunnels, gets himself to safety. Death Sentence not going to find Denian or Bomb at the moment.
Good control.
Yeah. Destiny just clearing out the minion wave as he can. Nice piercing light. A little bit off kilter there. He's going to make his way around. Stun lands onto Blind Turkey. The Q's there as well from multiple players. Oh, he gets spooked at the same time. Hate that.
Rek'Sai's in.
Yeah. Hey, Shelby. Very aggressive Void Rush, but at least that's a way of getting back to the lane. Look,
He's
Bomb
there.
going through his minion.
He's definitely there.
Yep.
What I am concerned about, though, here for Avant is if they get poked one more time. One more is all it'll take, and Hellions can find opportunities to get in. Their saving grace is that Malaz, both of his summoner spells, are up reasonably soon.
Oh, the wall, only just missing Chelby there, who would have had to very hurriedly tunnel his way out. Ryu going back to base. See what he decides to finish up. Looks like a Black Cleaver is going to be option number 2 after the Hydra has been completed. Decided to go straight for the Ravenous, not even building the build path of the Titanic, which we've been seeing just a little bit.
Interesting decision. Of course, he's fine. His laning phase, he was farming decently well. In fact, I would say he was almost winning it in a few of those trades up until the point that Rekt went top lane. But of course, Rekt going there almost out of necessity. And his item build is very efficient, but also very, very squishy.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
This
Blind
tower
Turkey. Just
is
missing out.
gone.
Yeah, so done. The siege from Hellions doing work. Rekt going to find his way in. There's the Abyssal Voyage as well as AV. They've had enough. They want to make something of this. And Ryu might even be able to take the turret off it because the disengage was successful.
Yeah, Malaz using his ultimate to get there. Didn't use the teleport to get back to that bottom lane. Could be a mistake here from Avant and cost him at least one objective. Hellions aren't done.
Yeah, turret is going to go down. Malaz wants to try and get onto Ryu here, but not going to make his way over. And that's 2 Swift turrets now for Hellions, pushing themselves into the lead as far as that gold is concerned by about 1,000. The pressure continues, and it's just building now. And this is very controlled play out of Hellions. They are slowly but surely whittling down AV, and it's going to get to the point where more of these sort of, I guess, desperation plays are going to come out from the team. And I have a feeling it looks like Hellions are poised to punish this.
Yeah, it's incredibly slow, simple play here from the Hellions lineup. Avant, they are focusing a lot of their efforts towards vision control at the moment. Most likely looking towards the dragon as well, as in 30 seconds, number 3 will be there.
Yep.
And look at their vision on the bottom side of the map. They know exactly what they want, and that's 5 dragons.
Well, we'll see whether they can secure it. Of course, Chelby has been known to smite a few things away in his time, and he's ahead by about 57 jungle camps, which is huge news for AV, but he has to utilize it. There's a Dead Man's Plate, now a Spectre's Cowl, as well as those Swifty Boots is in. Going fast is something that he can do. Blind Turkey standing on top of a pink ward that for some reason he couldn't see. Death Sentence lands onto Hookie. Hookie? Cookie. As Blind Turkey's just going to explode. The culling comes in. Bomb takes a lot of damage. Ryu does have to be careful, Grand Challenge, but that's a nice hook. Oh my goodness, almost dies as Ryu has to flash out of the way. AV team fighting quite nicely as Blind Turkey somehow surviving. Destiny now playing very far up, but the health bars are going low. Oh, that hook didn't land onto Frey,
Cookie.
Unfortunately. Cookie makes his way and he's able to take down Blind Turkey. Right in the backline, Shutdown comes in as Bomb secures that kill. And AV, they're on the ropes and they have to run away. Hellions, they'll be able to secure the dragon. We'll see if they can get any more, but it's a nice team fight for them. Oh, Rex able to pick up Danny, and Frey does end up outplaying him afterwards, but it was close. Ryu decides, okay, I'll take an inhibitor turret.
He actually teleported for that. He flashed out of the fight. Oh, he teleported in. He's going mid lane. They've got 2 members here for him.
Yeah.
Shelby's fast.
Oh, the tongue's not available. Ryu able to dishy-dashy away.
So that particular dragon fight all came down to Hellions getting the initial damage before it turned back around in almost Avant's favor. Watch the initial. We didn't actually see the initial fight here. It was a Lee Sin kick, and that was a great cleanup initiation there from Cookie. Gets into the backline as the rest of Hellions then work towards the damage dealers of Avant. Pick up the Lucian, and things just start to go real well for this Hellions team. Bomb's still getting these blues.
Yeah. And Bomb's just a monster. We mentioned the fact that, you know, it could be Bomb gets ahead, and it's all she wrote. And I am beginning to understand exactly why that'd be stated. It's Chelby. Yeah, get out of my lawn, says to Cookie. Is Destiny going to get delivered himself a red buff successfully? Sonic Wave not going to be able to find anything there. But AV on the ropes most definitely. Behind about 2,000 gold. Nothing to write home about, but it's this pressure. It's thinking like, how do we get back in? This is what Avant's asking themselves is, what can we do about this team comp? Because straight up 5v5, it's just looking really, really scary. And even when Blind Turkey is landing these amazing hooks, and they're getting amongst things, dodging out of the way of abilities,
Yeah.
just looking more and more difficult.
I mean, Ryu's split pushing religiously right now. Just working around Malaz on this Tahm Kench and keeping him at bay, essentially making sure that he's always hanging around where the Fiora is. He doesn't even really fight Tahm Kench all that often either.
No.
He just keeps him there, and this gives a lot of time because Hellions, with the Anivia, are superb at actually zoning people away from objectives and 4v4ing.
Well, Bomb takes a huge burst there from Wrecked as Blind Turkey finds Denny, and the culling goes down. Box is there, but not going to get procced onto anyone. Denny channels the ultimate, says, see you later, pack of minions.
I like how he stood still as well. He's like, come at me.
Flash hook lands onto Bomb. That's the target they were looking for, as they might be able to get the egg. They do. Denian very, very low here as he does have the W active. Malaz right in the back line. Egg's about to come back up. Destiny in a whole lot of trouble, but Denian's going to fall down. Malaz still in the front line being a boss, but Ryu, he's going to get exhausted at the beginning. He wants to clean this fight up, but Cookie's going to get hooked, and it's a 2-for-1.
A lot of effort goes towards getting Bomb down. Daniel was, of course, standing in front, taking a lot of the brunts. and naturally goes down for his troubles. Blind Turkey twice in a row, though, hits these clutch hooks. They egg him. And look at the emphasis on bomb, though, from all of these guys. Frey and Ryu are just free hitting. Super close to almost getting the Fiora passive on the egg, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Potentially could have kept him alive as Malaz throws himself to the death chamber in an effort to keep a bomb down. And it's not ideal when Frey is online now with this Ezreal.
Well, Ryu's actually going to be able to fall to Rect as we get back into the game. So AV finding that one as well. The turret, of course, fell down after that as AV were very, very low. But yeah, without their top laner for 40 seconds, Baron is the call from Avant. They clear out the vision. AV, they're going to start this one up. They've got a fair bit of damage. We'll see whether the four-man squad of Hellions will be able to stop this. We've seen Baron fights go very, very wrong.
Keep your eyes on the Anivia and Ezreal.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage has gone through Malaz. It's going to eat up his grey health. Hellions successfully stopped this Baron.
They also want to go mid. There's a big stack of minions in the top lane for Hellions. They can potentially poke the middle lane inhibitor down, force some rotations, and they've got Ryu with teleport up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, back successful. AV have made their way back towards their inhibitor. You can see Destiny still in the top lane though. Rect will need to use the distortion to try and clear out this wave before it gets to the inhibitor.
Ryu is trying to fight Destiny. Goes straight down to Rect, does a lot of damage there on that LeBlanc with the Q. Rect still hurts.
Oh yeah.
He's been able to farm. He's found himself 3 kills so far. Is very close to matching that of Bomb on this Anivia. Hard to compare though when Anivia defines a different purpose.
Yep. You can see now Destiny, massive amounts of farm as he picked up that huge wave in the top lane. Cookie holding on to the red buff, decides that he probably wants to give it to his AD carry. Blind Turkey looking for Bomb. The hook goes out. Bomb able to dodge out of the way. Chain not going to land as well. Whoa. Yeah, that Flash Frost traveled very, very, very slowly, and Rect was just watching this massive amount of damage head towards his face.
This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt.
Yep. Ow, 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 ow.
It's as simple as that, though, right? Hellions, they can work around Bomb. He dodges one hook, turns it around, and in what is essentially a 1 versus 3 positioning-wise, comes out and pokes Rect down to half health instantly.
Yeah.
They've got Ryu, who's just going to split until the game ends, I think.
I think so, too.
And they've got a poke comp with a siege flavor to it.
And
in the other lane.
It's their counter siege that's just so scary.
Yeah.
Because even when, you know, Avant feels like they're ahead, I mean, what do they do? Unless they can dive Bomb and reliably burst him instantly, which is obviously what Rect wants to do, right? He's gone Void Staff as his next major item after that Frost Queen's Rabadons. He just wants to do as much damage as possible, and Destiny as well. He's got the QSS now, so not going to get caught up by too much CC, but he's got the Infinity Edge, not going for the lifesteal straight away. He just wants to have as much damage as he can.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad choice. He definitely needs the damage.
Oh, flashes forward. Oh, the flash immediately from Bomb as the hook came out.
I'd call that a win for Blind Turkey. I think realistically, Bomb should have just tried to juke it. I don't know if they
I get scared. If someone's going to throw a flash at you, though.
Yeah, but
they
a flash
mean business.
on this Anivia when your team's nearby, I would almost call unnecessary. In saying that, better safe than sorry. Blind Turkey, pretty scary. He's been hitting all of his hooks.
He's very, very strong in the channel. Even from the OCS, Blind Turkey's always been very good at this thresh. I think he's an excellent pickup for any OPL team, and AV have done well. Destiny holding his own here as well in the AD carry position. As a support player, I mean, this guy's got 60 CS on his lane opponent, and that is what they shouldn't necessarily be good at. Definitely doing work. Oh, Frey almost gets hooked. Some more spooky Ghost Co out. And the siege is now on for Hellions. Cookie landed it.
Is because they're split pushing at the same time. That bottom lane turret probably going to be the first to fall if we're going to look at what goes between top and bottom. Malaz says no, though.
Yeah, Malaz just eats himself a Fiora. Delicious. Turret going to help out, but I don't think that Ryu is going to be dying anytime soon. Walls put down. Sonic Wave going to land. We're back to the dance one more time, Rusty.
I feel like the dance will continue until something breaks as well. No one's going to change their strategy anytime soon. Avant stuck responding to Hellions, who are stuck sieging because they really have no other way to get into these turrets or to get back into the game. A team fight will break in an attempt to defend one of these turrets, you would have to imagine, from Avant. But it depends on if Avant break first and just commit to a fight, or if Hellions can continue this poke battle and actually get themselves the turrets.
Well, Shelby going to take himself a lantern to get out. Another Frost Queen's claim coming through is wrecked.
They're not going to stay.
He is the essence of a glass cannon right now, this LeBlanc. Blind Turkey gets caught out just a little. The ultimate from Denny, and he's looking for Shelby, gets him out of there.
The lantern back in.
Yep. Some giggles.
Not that funny.
Yeah, from everyone. Yeah, that seemed like it must have been pretty funny. I don't know.
I can't believe that pink ward doesn't spot the other ward too. It's a bit weird.
Shelby, though, it's going to clear out some vision. Yeah,
That's amazing.
neither of them see each other. Well, that's how it works, right? That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't even worry about it, guys. Yeah, don't worry.
Boy.
The flay comes back in. The heal comes out, though, as Bomb. He's going to get X one more time. The double knock-up. Massive damage onto that egg as Blind Turkey still somehow alive. Malaz, the Abyssal Voyage towards the top lane, is going to sacrifice the inner turret so they get what they were looking for. But this is massive. Ryu may even be able to take an inhibitor here.
He shouldn't be able to take anything further. Of course, it means that Avant can't go to the Baron. It forces them to address middle and bottom where the minions are. But Bomb dies again. Denian and the rest of Hellions, they decide to go for top. And it's a slow game. But every time that Avant pulled the trigger, Hellions actually find a successful trade from it. Ryu may go down here, though.
He gets eaten. The hook is going to be available there as Blind Turkey doesn't find it. Nice use of the dodge to get out of the way as Destiny, he's just going to use the culling once again, secure himself the kill. So they grab themselves another 10 kills to 8 now in favor of Avant. But it's what you said, Rusty. I mean, the important part is the fact that they're the ones picking up the objectives. And you can see, let's have a look at this again. Bomb just so dead.
Yeah, the fact that Blind Turkey lives, Destiny using his heal, Turkey using his own shield as well from his items. And the exhaust was the biggest thing. Bomb could not do the damage that he needed.
Yeah, well, Dragon is going to fall. Denian has got a Banshee's Veil now, so they're not going to get hooked as Frey finds some autos onto Malaz. And a Mystic Shot, casually. Shelby looking for a flank play.
Yeah.
Bomb doesn't have egg.
He's not in position to flank, though, because Hellions are always pushing. He is now, though.
Yeah, Blind Turkey wants to threaten the hook. Frey in trouble, gets knocked up immediately. Hook comes down, but he flashes out of the way. True Shot Barrage comes through, hits Wrecked, and does a heck of a lot of damage. Blind Turkey's going to pick himself up some souls, and they'll be about their business, but didn't use too much on the side of AV.
It's a slow game. Avant are really struggling to get their way in. They've got the team fighting, they've got the damage well and truly there, but they just haven't got their way past Bomb and the rest of Hellions. They've found their way past Bomb, but the second they kill that Anivia, they haven't actually worked out what to do next.
Yeah.
As they've also got to deal with a blue Ezreal and a split-pushing Fiora.
And the map, because they just seem to be losing the map at the moment. Ryu always able to threaten these turrets and things like that afterwards.
Yeah. Their vision's great. It's just actually being in the right lane at the right time.
Yeah. Malaz does have himself a Voyage available, as he puts himself in the way of Hellions.
It's fast too.
Yeah.
The old frog.
The old Dead Man's Plate frog, love it. Eats himself. Do you love how proud of himself he looks when he has a minion in his belly? It's like, oh yeah, see what I did?
Toasty.
Yeah. Well done, Tom Kench.
Look at you, man.
You ate that minion really, really well. Wave gonna get trimmed in the bottom lane.
Brilliant mechanics.
Yeah, nicely done.
Look at the moves. Avant now actually have control of the map.
Somehow.
Top pushing, bottom pushing. Now they're working and controlling mid. Hellions are now the ones that feel a little bit like the onus is on them to engage, or at least get that control back, because the top turret will go down to that stack of minions. It's just monstrous.
Oh, minion. Denian, sorry, just got scuttled as Cookie is going to be able to lock down the Rift Scuttler. Hook gonna land onto Bomb one more time. Has to flash out of the way. Didn't have his egg, of course. Another big deal hook from Blind Turkey as he finds another one onto Denian. A lot of damage back. Uses the ult. Everyone's untargetable, but Shelby in a decent position. Cookie gonna kick him out of the fight as Denian now so low. The Prey Seeker's not gonna be enough. Wrecked goes in. Not even gonna die. It does eventually as The shutdown does come in, but Bomb gets it from the grave. Cookie gonna die as well. AV, they are team fighting so nicely right now as Destiny looking for a kill onto Frey. Piercing Light not going to be enough as Chelby underneath an inhibitor turret before the inner's even gone down. The outer's even gone down.
Destiny and the rest of Avant one more time. They team fight. Seemingly much more experienced than that of Hellions, who just seem like they're just not on one page.
Yeah.
The confusion is just getting to them. Chelby now working the bottom turret, and just like that, the lead is gone.
Done. Completely done. This is an AV lineup that had their base broken. Inhibitor turret down in the mid lane, but let's see this one again, and it's just Blind Turkey. He
Every
starts
single
them
time.
so nicely.
Blind Turkey is hitting every hook. He is so on point with that skill shot. He doesn't cease to impress. Ryu, that's the third hook in a row, knocked into the box. He takes a lot of damage. Frey's just stuck in the back line dealing with it because Blind Turkey's just a monster on this Thresh.
Complete monster. Wrecked also, he did his job, right? He was the glass cannon assassin, got into the back line, landed his Mimic Distortion, and killed Bomb with his Ignite. He may have died for it pretty much immediately, but that's what he's got to do. Got to kill the priority target.
His purpose was achieved.
Exactly.
I will say that much. Bomb, his goal is to not die, whereas Rex's goal is to kill people and get a positive trade before they evidently will try and kill you next.
Yeah. Destiny as well has 450 CS and 6 items.
Yeah, Destiny is super far ahead.
It's a big deal.
That last hitting
Yeah.
is up there with some of the best at the moment.
Damn straight.
It's a statement.
Definitely is, but does have to put his face pretty far into these fights in order to get his damage off, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to do so. We saw in the last fight, got a lot of work done. And Chelby, always looking for the flank play, always looking for the engage if he can. Always what we love to see out of this guy. It's proactivity in a jungler.
Honestly, Malaz being with Tahm Kench is such a game-changing factor as well. He's just too tanky.
Yeah, you can see our observers, they also believe in Blind Turkey's hooks as we got the zoom out as soon as that skill went out. Not going to find the target this time. Waiting for that cooldown. Oh, not going to find it that time either. The tongue lash was not there either as Frey takes a fair bit of damage. Denian, a third of his health bar from
He's
that
stalking.
culling. Yeah, Chelby standing on top of a pink ward, doesn't mind about it too much as now AV on the pushback.
Avant, again, they've found control, and this is the problem for Hellions because the
They're
top
minion waves as well.
Exactly, they're controlling the side waves. Hellions are grouping up as 5 members, and every time they group up, it's giving Avant the chance to deal with side waves. Rek'Sai's got that ultimate, Malaz has his ultimate, and the teleport. Funnily enough, Avant being able to win team fights with 2 of their ultimates being non-damaging ones is impressive.
Yeah. Destiny almost has the culling back up as well. And Hellions haven't been able to get a lot of that health back that they lost originally from that particular skill. Chelby tries his luck on the other side of mid lane. He's now heading back down, but the Dragon's up. That'll be 4th for AV. As Chelby, he's going to start it. Pulls it out of the pit there as well, and we'll see whether Avant can hold off on the Hellions.
The Dragon's nice. Dragon number 4 is not going to be too great, but it's 1 closer to 5. What you want here as Avant is the Baron. It stops Bomb's ability to actually deal with... Oh, sorry. Yeah, Bombs to deal with the minions.
Yeah. Oh, Cookie is going to spot out Chelby here. Malaz comes down to help him out. Q lands. Doesn't want to steal this one away. As that is going to be Dragon number 4 for Avant. A very real opportunity for a number 5 here in 6 minutes. As this game has been going relatively slowly, Rusty.
It has. Definitely has been going slowly. Look towards the carries, though, of this Avant lineup. There's only 2 of them, whereas you're looking at 3 from Hellions. So team fights
Yep.
comes heavily down to execution. I'm not trying to be funny. Stop it.
Hey man, Flame Horizon achieved from Destiny, the former support. 110 CS in the lead.
I hate that term.
The Flame Horizon?
Yeah, it's
Not all that relevant now.
just not correct either. Like, Flame Horizoning is, yeah, sure, it's 100 CS, but does it by himself. Like, I don't know.
It's also about divvying farm, isn't it, really? Because you can see there's a massive CS lead in the top lane, 80 CS in favor of Ryu, just because Malaz has been sacrificing it. Destiny been taking a lot of the resources on this map. And now he'll need to sacrifice it because he's got nothing else to spend money on.
He may as well stop farming. We'll leave it at the flat 500. It's a good number.
Yeah, we're done.
OCD, feel a bit better about it.
Very much.
725 as well.
Yeah.
Okay, the cooldown induction boots, never mind. I would almost get a Trinity Force if I were him instead of the CDR boots and actually round out my item build like that.
Yeah, I'd like it. Bit of extra movement speed as well. You're not paying for missing the boots too much.
Yeah.
And you're, 40% CDR Lucian.
And you stay at 40.
You're going to be skating anyway, aren't you?
Yeah.
Ooh, Ryu.
I don't know if he can.
What's he looking for here?
I just don't know if he can. In fact, I'm certain he can't. He can't kill him, so he's just watching.
Is he waiting for...
Bye, Malaz.
Okay.
Oh.
So he's going to be behind the minion wave now. The back's coming in. The rest of the team now making their way over there as well as Ryu. He's going to get eaten, delivered potentially to Rect and Destiny. That's going to be a lot of damage. Oh, he may have made the mistake. Rect is able to lock down the kill. The cullings come out. Frey, what are you doing there? As the ultimate from Denian is going to keep him alive, but not for long as the shutdown comes in. And that was a huge ball drop from the Hellions.
What was that? What are you doing? You can't 1v1 him. You can't 1v5 him because Avant are going to be there because you're at their base.
If you can't 1v1, you probably can't 1v5. I think
he mistimes the riposte as well with Rex ultimate. Sure, that's great. Blind Turkey hits another hook. Good things from Avant. But I just don't understand.
Well, Avant going to turn this one around, grab themselves the Baron. Now try and move through and take the base. This is where things get hard, of course, because Anivia does pretty well killing minions, but Baron-empowered minions might be a little bit more difficult to do, and we'll see whether Avant can carry this one through, because it's been a slugfest, most definitely for Avant. 46 minutes into this game.
Avant have complete control with this Baron buff. All it's going to take is Blind Turkey to hit a single hook. They've got the potential for 1-3-1 as well. Chelby's a better split pusher than that of the Rek'Sai, of the Tahm Kench in terms of damage output onto the objectives as well.
Yeah,
the fact that 3 people have addressed that, they can get this mid turret.
They're looking for it. Destiny takes a lot of damage from Bomb. Have to be careful there, make their way back from this turret now. Still a lot of respect has to be given to the Hellions.
It's going to be slow. It is an Anivia after all.
That is true. Man, Destiny, the second proc of his Light Slinger, still deals 1200 damage as Chelby maybe caught out just a little bit. Grand Challenge down, but just going to tunnel his way out. Sonic Wave not going to find the target.
I guess that was just to scare them out of the jungle.
Yep.
A lot of people now, whereas we're above the 70k gold mark, are hitting their maximum level of items. No one can really go above and beyond the power that they're at now.
Wrecked, for example, now at 6 items.
Yeah, and he had a pretty rough laning phase, to say the least, so
yeah,
the perfect example as...
Look at this guy. Look at this frog guy. Or fish guy. That is a lot of tankiness.
So many bars, he may as well be a prison.
Exactly. Couldn't see out of it.
I was going to go with Vegas, I just didn't feel as appropriate.
Oh, damn. No, I liked it.
I think prison's got more bars.
I don't know.
Just quietly.
When is Vegas less appropriate than prison?
Right now.
Well, Turkey might be caught out here as the stun is going to land. Sonic Wave's there as well, but Cookie doesn't want to go in. There's the Frost Queens. Bomb lacking a bit of health, but he can definitely clear minion waves. Malaz continues to split push on the bottom side. This game still hanging on. A knife edge, it feels like, even though there is a 5,000 gold lead, but at 48 minutes, I mean, what does gold even mean?
Exactly.
6 items are on almost everyone.
Like, it may be a gold lead, but the gold lead is essentially irrelevant when you've all got your items. So what I was getting at before is everyone's at their max power. So a team fight is at max capacity. It's coming down
maximum capacity.
Oh, power. It's going to be about execution from Bomb and Frey exclusively almost now from Hellions, and then compare that to Destiny and Wrecked. It's going to be difficult for Hellions, I will say, gold lead aside, because it is irrelevant. the team composition that Avant have got in place. You can't get through this brick wall that is Malas.
Yeah.
Malas. And, I mean, Blind Turkey and Shelby are just as tanky, really.
And imagine if he had a 5th dragon as well, which is now live. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we're having this dance in the river. Spooky Ghosts out one more time. Blind Turkey and Malaz soaking those ones up. Death Sentence not going to land as Avant. They've started this one.
Denny
in goes Denny, and he's found Wrecked and Destiny. That's a decent start to this fight, but he immediately gets exploded. Bomb in trouble. The culling does so much damage as Destiny is untouched in the backline. The egg is going to get destroyed. That is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Avant! What a team fight and what a game from this team.
It's not over just yet. They do need to finish with Ryu. They should be able to walk down that middle lane and finish with 50 seconds on most of these members of Helion. They've got tanky enough team compositions to finish, I would hope. They're now working around having those minions in the bottom lane. And Helion's, Denian tried to engage for them. He really did, but no one else was on the same page as Blind Turkey. This guy barely misses hooks when it matters.
Oh, beautiful stretch play for his debut in the OPL as well. Fantastic work. Destiny farming up an absolute storm, but AV, they're going to crush these Nexus turrets like butter. The Nexus going to follow us. Destiny, you got to be hitting those, man. Culling doesn't do damage, but he's more than happy to win his first game here in the OPL. Even flashes onto the Nexus, and congratulations to AV. What a game.
That was a great game from Avant. They showed that they have what it takes to come back from a deficit. They were looking like they were in a lot of trouble. It was a slow bleed out, essentially, and they found a way to actually cauterize it. They were good.
They certainly were, and it just looked so incredibly dangerous. I mean, Bomb was taking control of that mid lane. We'd heard time and time again that if Bomb manages to get ahead, it really looks like good things for Hellions, but Avant, they just held on. The tenacity of this team looked incredible.
It definitely did, and I mean, the carries across the board from Avant really stepped up where required as well. So for a first match from Avant, very impressive.
Yeah, it certainly looked good, but we are going to throw it over to the analysis desk and let them break down this game.
Thank you so much, Atlas. And that was a pretty big slugfest, we have to say. 15 minutes later, we are through the other end. And starting at picked bands, where else would you want to start? We were actually kind of confused by the last pick that came out of Avant because it didn't really make much sense to us, Pastry Time.
Yeah, it was LeBlanc, which is a perfectly fine pick. A good champion for Rect, of course, but the matchups are so-so, I guess. It's not too bad. You do have some kill pressure, but Anivia's passive is pretty annoying in that regard. And just against the other people, against Poppy, against Fiora, and some of the tankier members, and Ezreal, who's always getting away from you, it's kind of hard to do anything in the mid-game.
And I think we saw that out of Rek, but what we also saw was a little bit more of patient play. Starting at the start of the fight, we actually have a replay to show you guys because it looked like Hellions were very much on the same page, and I'm going to throw this one back to you, Pastry, because it looked like their communication coordination was quite good.
Yeah, they were doing the right things. They drafted a comp that looks very comfortable for them, but we'll get this clip going here and see just how much work Denny can actually do on Poppy with the W. So Turkey going to get engaged here. Denny pops up the W. And now no one's getting in. Rek going to get kicked there as well. And just a very good front-to-back almost here from Hellions. Barrage goes in. Ryu still tanking. Does get out there with a nice little flash. And Avant is trapped in this zone that they don't want to be in. You can see, don't want to walk through Denny because his W kind of makes it impossible. Blue Ezreal's going to slow you. Bomb's going to slow you up. And then Cookie with a great Q there with that nice little ward goes in for it. They jump in on Destiny. He's going to go down. Rek will get chased over the other side eventually. Although he does go back in for Cookie, I believe, and then get himself killed. As Hellions do sort of disengage the fight that Rekt. He's going to keep hunting. Does go in for Denian, but it'll cost him here as a nice little charge. Throws in. Frey going to come and clean up the fight. And again, really solid stuff. That's exactly what your Anivia Poppy comp is supposed to do. Get your Blue Ezreal in there slowing. Put your zones down. Get Poppy in there. Put your tanks in the front line. And just play through choke points. And Dragon right there is a perfect spot to do it.
And, you know, when we looked at this comp, we were like, they have great split pushes, but the four-man unit, I think they underestimated how much damage they do to the neutrals, right? You were saying, get Ryu into the bottom lane, try and control the rest of the map with Anivia, but they just kept going into the mid lane.
Yeah, when they started grouping in the mid lane, that's when they gave up pressure, and that's when they let AV back to the game. They really had to keep it at the split push game, because the longer you just stay grouped in the mid lane, the more chance that more likely you're going to get hooked in the mid lane. So that was basically the only way they were going to lose, and they they went with it.
I feel like they got baited by the mid-in hit that's just juicy and open because they were like, "Oh, we want it," and they just like kept going for it, and they're like, "Okay, this seems fine for us." Not really threatened by Anivia pressure.
And as soon as they grouped up, one dude stood up for us, and it was Blind Turkey. You know, we talked about him a lot in the cast itself, but giving some respect to this guy. First time on the OPL stage, able to come there on what is obviously a comfort pick for him. But I think we have another replay to just show how much work this guy is going to put in on the Thresh. Right, I'm going to give this one to you, and it was a pretty well-coordinated fight.
Yeah, so as a roll clip, we just see Blind Turkey have a blind of a hook right here. Hooks in Denian, and basically, I don't know why Hellion re-engages. They were fine. They could have just started wave clearing, but as soon as they decided to go back in, this is when they let Avant make picks and just slowly but surely, pick them off.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, as soon as Denian gets hooked, he has to pop his W, because otherwise the Thresh flies into the backline, is able to get a lot of things done. So that isn't available. Wreck, Human Cannonball, gets into the backline, explodes people. And that was when the Avant-Garde lineup started looking very good. So what do we take from this game? Is Avant happy with the late game victory? Do you think they're going to change it up? Is Hellion going to change towards more of an early game comp?
I think they'll both change. The Korean duo kind of did what we expected. Good pressure early from Cookie and Bomb. Avant played well late game, but I think they prefer to get ahead a bit earlier. In general, Hellion's picked themselves into a weird spot and then just deviated from the plan. Never deviate from the plan.
Execute on the plan, guys. That's what it seems to be. That is game one done, but we do have a second one just around the corner. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with game two. Welcome back, everyone, to the OPL. I'm Jake Spawn-Tiberi, still joined by with Ryan Meister and Pastry Time, and we're here for the Hellions versus Avant set, and that was kind of a game of two halves, guys. You know, the half of Anivia and Lee Sin getting things done in the mid lane, then the half of Avant and Blind Turkey making those picks to get back. I want to start with you, Ryan. Anivia is very annoying against assassins. Rekt is an assassin player. Do you ban it?
I think I would ban it against Helions, of course. It'll be interesting to see how Helions adapt. I don't think Avant really have to adapt much. Maybe we'll see a Tahm Kench ban because Ryu did look a little bit frustrated with his Fiora play against that Tahm Kench. So, yeah, that's where I'll see the difference.
Yeah, and that was kind of the things, right? Assassin on the side of Avant. He wants to kill Anivia, can't get it done. There's this really annoying passive that is the egg. On the other side, Ryu, he's like the big carry in the top lane. He wants to kill Tahm Kench. Grey health absolutely everywhere, like 5.2k health in the end. Pastry, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, Ryu's, again, what Hellions did with their draft made a lot of sense. They picked comfortably. They put Ryu on a split pusher. They had a good 4 without a decent amount of disengage. They can move together and pretty much never get caught and just apply pressure in the other lanes. I think the thought of wanting to kill Tahm Kench with Fiora, like, in your head makes sense. It's like, yeah, Fiora's ulti late game can probably challenge a tank, but execution-wise wasn't there. And Tahm Kench is just so tanky that I don't quite think even Fiora is enough to take him down. So I think there's some easy adaptations for the teams.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at the game as a whole, my biggest thing that I took away from it is Hellions want to play way too much in the lanes. They were so obsessed with that mid lane inhibitor grouping as 5. Even when they were split pushing, it was all about lanes. It was time and time again where they just didn't respect Anivia's ability to burst down the Baron objective. Do you think that they can play with vision better, get themselves out of the lanes a little bit more and make it unpredictable? Because that was a pretty linear game plan from Hellions.
Depends on the team comp. So all they have to do is just remind themselves, like, what does our team comp actually do? And once they identify that, then they can just adapt to it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we talked about it a lot. Hellions did deviate from their plan that they had set. It seemed like the setup in the first 20 minutes was going really well. And Avant's comp was kind of well-rounded. They could afford to, take their lumps, go to late game, and execute nicely on some team fights. I think in general, Avant were, like Ryan mentioned, very comfortable with what they picked here. Maybe you see a couple bands shake up here and there just to sort of move comps around, but I think both teams are going to look very similar. I just think Hellions need to tighten up a little bit in the mid to late game especially, or do the opposite, go absolutely ballistic in the early game and run them over. Because Bomb and Cookie, especially, like, they've shown that they can show up in the mid lane, but Shelby did a good job of controlling Cookie in that particular game.
And that is a guy I want to talk about next. We said this is kind of Ryu's team now against Shelby's team. They're the two veterans coming into the lineups. Ryu didn't have that great of a game, but you have to give credit to Shelby. This guy jungled very well towards the mid and later parts of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's sort of a thing about Rek'Sai. She's good at controlling, especially, like, all stages really, but especially mid to late. With her ultimate, we saw that kind of nullifying some of the split pushes there. And just in general, Shelby's a great jungler. And Cookie, he's shown up. He's very aggressive. He likes to go for those kills. He's clearly setting up in mid lane, trying to get Bomb ahead. And that all makes sense. I think Shelby, if he wants to, can, like, just take the Lee Sin away and go off. And I'm curious to see if Shelby does that, or if he's like, I think this guy's so aggressive that I can just play a slower jungler and eventually out-jungle you in the late game.
Yeah, because there's kind of those two sides to Shelby. Does he go super early game? Does he farm up and become a late game powerhouse? We're used to seeing it out of his Nidalee, something that he took to the Chiefs to a very late game in the finals with as well. So very interested to see that dynamic. Guess the last two people that I really want to touch on, Denian versus Destiny, Denian first game in support. Did kind of well, but Destiny was playing a great Lucian down in the bottom lane. Do you think that's maybe worth a ban? He said yesterday on the desk it's something he's very comfortable with.
Oh, for me, I'm not too sure. Denian's comeback season wasn't such a strong start to it, but Destiny did look good in the late game team fights. He had a little bit of those OPL jitters in the early game, but as soon as he reached the late game, he looked good.
Yeah, I had a quick chat to Destiny, saw Wiles around, and he said he's much more comfortable in the AD carry position now. He does like bottom lane in general. He was a support. Played a little bit of AD carry and split one of the OPL. Wasn't too happy with his performance, but he likes his team a lot. That's probably the biggest thing for Avant. Yes, they've got a lot of new members, but they're all good friends. They think they're really solid. We heard it from Destiny yesterday. He's very confident, and it kind of shows in how they're playing late game.
And the other thing that I was really interested in is Malaz in the top lane actually went with WMAX, I think, on Tahm Kench against a melee opponent. This is a person that we haven't really seen much. Of course, he's known for his Cassiopeia, a little bit of a solo queue player, but obviously shows that he's smart in these matchups because most people would think Q for the harass, but in a melee matchup, able to get a lot of work done with that W and percent health damage there.
How much do you love Tahm Kench, Rymeister?
Not at all.
So annoying. He's so annoying. Yeah, I mean, you saw it there. Like I said, we've seen Trundle into Tom Kench every now and then to sort of just ignore Tom and go for the split push. Again, similar feel there with Fiora of it. You saw it. Ryu was just getting eaten, couldn't do anything. And then the last time when it happened, he got eaten. The rest of the team was there, and he died. And they lost the 4v5.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of disrespect from Ryu. He didn't itemize extremely well. He went for Asterix over something with some magic resist in there. Didn't have any armor penetration as well as the game went on. Just wasn't able to get the split pushing going in the way that he wanted. And I guess that's where it really fell down. They had this clear, defined style of get Ryu into the bottom lane. Didn't want to do it. So, there's lots of adaptations we think they may make, but a lot of it is also on how they execute as the game goes on.
Yeah, they didn't even have ward in that last little spot either, which is like super not good.
Yeah, you were mad at that.
If you're executing on a late game split push and you're split pushing, please have wards in the top area. Like, again, execution's there for Hellions. The draft and gameplay was there. We'll see if they can clean up in game 2.
Well, the guys are ready to jump back onto the Rift, so we'll see if they do make the adaptations going into game 2. Here's Atlas and Rusty to take it away.
Thank you very much, Spawn. I am, of course, Atlas. This is Rusty.
I think I am.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's our Rusty. Our Rusty. But I'm very excited to get into this game, and the guys raised a lot of really good points, and it did kind of look like Hellion sort of fell apart towards the later stages of the game. And can a lot of this come down to maybe communication? That was another point that was raised earlier on, actually, before the game, was that, with these 2 Korean imports, with the fact that the late game is all about making sure that you have the correct calls, could a ball have been dropped in that department?
I don't think the issue is so much communication. Potentially for Denian, I will say there were moments where he has his own streaks of aggression. So Denian deciding that I'm just going to engage now, guys. I hope you're here and no one's actually there. Happened more than once, but I don't think that's a communication issue with the team. I think the biggest issue is what Rymeister actually mentioned on the desk, is the fact that Hellions need to actually conceptualize their identity as a team composition. How do we, what's our win condition? How do we work around this? They did that for 20 minutes, then they forgot it from 25 on.
Yeah, they did. Well, we'll see whether they can move towards sorting that out. The Rise ban is going to come in immediately here for Avantgarde. Makes a bit of sense, of course, not wanting to pick that away from Ryu as a first pick. Or Bomb. Of course, both of them more than happy to pick up that champion. And Hellions now taking some time working out their first ban.
Probably just Malphite again, you would have to hope.
Yeah, that makes some sense. And do you think that there's room for an Anivia ban here? Malphite, of course, did come in. But do you think that switching up the bans is something that you'd want to go towards?
I would ban Anivia. Rex didn't have a great time. He likes to play the assassins, as was mentioned, so getting rid of the anti-assassin or anti-burst champion with a passive alone with... yeah, I would ban it. Definitely ban it. You may be foregoing a lot of other champions, but Avant, they'll be content with their first pick as well. They can go for the Tahm Kench if need be. And speaking of which, Hellion should probably ban that.
Yes, most definitely. That was very, very frustrating. I've had a lot of talk actually from the desk about the annoyances of Tahm Kench. And Alistair is going to be the next ban here from Hellions, though, so getting rid of a support champion, but going to be a different flavor here. As Avant, I really want them to ban Anivia, not only because it would be a good idea, but because it would be the same color. But they stick on the color, but Kassadin is the one that's going to be going away. And Hellions, they may happen to get the bird one more time, unless it's going to be first picked. Scary stuff.
Well, look,
we'll see.
They may well get the bird again, but Avant know that that is the likely plan of attack here from Hellion, so they can draft accordingly. Rekt seemingly must be confident into the Anivia. Laning phase of the last game aside, he might have something up his sleeve this time.
Indeed. Well, Hellion's taking some time figuring out their final ban. It is going to be Gangplank. Get rid of the ridiculous pirate that is that guy in the top or mid lane. Just put him wherever you want. He just seems to be oppressive. And allows hovering his comfort pick, and we'll see what he decides to lock away for first pick. And it makes sense. The Tahm Kench just really seems to be the one that was getting them through the later stages of that game.
I mean, Lulu or Fiora are also worth considering here. They're very good first picks. You don't necessarily have to reveal your hand. Tahm Kench is always going to be safe as a staple as well. Trundle, another champion worth considering here for Avant.
So many champions that are possible here.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for Avant. The question is what they want to go for and what their basically team composition is going to be defined as. If you look for the Tahm Kench and put it on Malaz, then you're going to have a top laner that is oppressive and split push capable.
Yep.
Or at least prevent split push, and then has the unique capabilities of team fighting. But with 5 seconds left.
4 seconds. Evelyn, I don't think is going to be the pick, as Tahm Kench is the one that's going to be locked in. nailed it. Hellions now with a couple of options here. 2 power picks, of course, are going to be available in whichever way they want to go because there are a lot of big champions up. Looking at all sorts of different options. Of course,
Graves.
the Anivia's there. Graves is there, of course. We've heard a lot of mention of Nidalee as well. As Chelby, a huge Nidalee player.
I wouldn't be surprised if Cookie defaults back to either the Lee Sin or the Elise.
Yep.
Very good Elise player as well. Capable of ganking and camping the middle lane if he were to go that champion. So,
Oh, yeah.
lots of options. I would hope they go for Poppy potentially or the Trundle with the jungle choice.
Oh, well, Mundo was actually banned in the first series, is going to be picked up this time around, but hasn't necessarily seen the success that we were expecting for the champion or
That's-
that a lot of people have been putting into this guy.
I can tell you why.
Why is that?
Because everyone's picking it in their first rotation.
Aha.
If you pick Mundo and you have a defined position for said Mundo, then you're running the risk of just being picked against. And
Do they have a defined position? You can, of course, flex jungle at top.
It's going to be a support Trundle.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They'll put Mundo probably in the top lane or the jungle. So either way, they know exactly which one of 2 lanes it's going to be in. And Avant also have the option now of picking one that can beat it firstly in the jungle. And they already know they've got Tahm Kench against them,
Wow.
which is fine.
Yeah, feeling okay. I actually didn't understand the Tahm Kench versus Mundo matchup as far as that top lane is concerned, but it looks like if AV going back to a whole bunch of comfort as the Lucian looked great in the hands of Destiny. As we were mentioning before on the Tahm Kench for Chelby, especially in the late game, looking very, very strong. Hellions now considering their picks, and we'll see what they decide to go for here, which picks they're going to lock in, what they're going to save to flex in the final rotation.
Bomb, we know he's a Z player. You would assume goes back to Anivia in this particular draft.
Why not?
To say the least. He's also got a very capable Lulu. Would work superbly with Mundo and
she's
Trundle.
gone all the way down the list as well.
Yeah, and Tristana's the other champion that has gone under the radar a bit. Amazing for sieging, and Lulu works with it. So again, I think that they should default to a champion like Lulu with this team comp.
Well, looks like Bomb's at least hovering it for now. I'm afraid there. I mean, that's another thing, right? Is that Hellions were definitely getting to the turrets, but they were killing them in about 3 or 4 waves. It was very, very slow moving as far as taking down those objectives were concerned. But Tristana, that'd solve that issue.
Yeah.
Especially towards the late game.
Definitely would. The only concern now is they don't have the Tahm Kench themselves, perhaps, to disengage. So they're looking at an all-in type of strategy. Big concern here is how they're going to be able to pull it back. Now they're looking at, I would say, their top laner as the remaining last pick here for Ryu. He'll have the counter pick, but you already know it's Malaz, so interesting choices here.
Can move the Lulu up there if they feel like it, I guess. So still flexing a lot around. Denny can play Lulu support. Who knows? All sorts of stuff
I
can
hope
happen.
not.
Well, Wrecked. Actually going towards more of a control mage style with the Victor lock in here. Blind Turkey, no surprises back on the Thresh. Really happy to see him on that champion one more time.
Yeah, definitely.
He was basically a highlight reel. That guy was very, very good.
Yep. Hook after hook connected
Oh,
from
yeah.
Blind Turkey, so comfort pick here, but Wrecked going towards the Victor is always going to be interesting. Victor does well into Lulu, just does well in general. It's a Victor
Yep.
after all. Focus on that wave clear, and basically mid laners at the moment are wave clear emphasized. The only exception was probably Syndra from the last game.
Yeah, and very safe wave clear as well. So
Yeah.
if the Anivia was picked up, I mean, you can stay out of the way of potential Flash Frost.
I mean, there's a chance that they just lock in Zed as their last pick. There is.
Yeah.
There's a pretty real chance. Bomb's good at it.
Well, Lux is an interesting option here, as they are going to lock it away. So, of course, Lux seen a little bit more of a resurgence, but a different pickup. Looks like a lot of wave clear flavor in that mid lane.
It is a lot of wave clear. It's a lot of magic damage as well, though, from both of their carries. Frey's going to have to be massive in this game. So the bottom lane is something that needs to be considered here from Hellions. They have a pretty defined feature here of keep Frey alive and then do burst from the background. Cookie needs to do well in jungling as well. I'm just like, honestly,
Yeah.
the stars need to align for the Hellions team clump to be super successful. Whereas you look at Malaz on this Tahm Kench, Chelby on this Rex side, they're always going to be tanky.
Yeah.
They're always going to do their purpose. Victor's always going to do damage. Pretty much impossible to kill a Lucian. And Thresh, we know what Blind Turkey's capable of.
Oh,
so
yeah, most definitely.
we're going to say safety from Avant. in comparison to the aggression. That Helion's a bit different from these guys.
Yeah, the thing that really scares me, though, is that Cookie has this sort of late-game jungler. It doesn't have as much presence and power there in the early game on this Mundo. I mean, you can land the God Cleaver from the brush at the side of mid lane, something like that, and maybe pick up a kill. Victor, not all that mobile on the champion, so can't exactly get away all that easily, but it's going to be very, very dangerous for this guy. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you think AV are going to make this a 2-0 victory, make sure you use that hashtag AVWin. Get on over to Twitter. If you think Hellions can bring this one back, bring us to a game number 3 tonight. Use that hashtag HLNWin. We'll see whether they can make their way into it. Interesting team comp by the Hellions, most definitely. And Avant look like they're sitting back on some comfort champions, most definitely. And a little bit of different flavor here for Rekt in the mid lane as well. We'll see how he plays a more control magey type style.
Yeah, we'll see how Rekt goes. And of course, interestingly enough, into the Lux. We mentioned Cookie's basically incapable of ganking as a Mundo, but the thing with that is when you play Mundo, you're relying on your jungler, or your laners rather, to have the crowd control to set you up.
Yeah,
so
good point.
Looking at the middle lane, is it possible to kill Rekt as a Mundo? No. But if the bind connects from the Lux,
Yeah.
yes, it is entirely possible. Can Lulu hit the slow onto Malaz? Well, that's a given.
I'd say so, yep.
So if Cookie can gank there when the slow is in place, then yes, he can kill there as well. Bottom lane is the only question mark, and I would be very surprised if Cookie went bottom.
Yeah, well, Ryu trying to get some deep vision here. Destiny doesn't see the ward go down. Looks like Chelby starting towards the bottom side of the map, and AV looking to get a lane swap happening.
Yeah, Avant, they've got the Lucian up there ready to go. No vision in place from Helion's. Looking for any lane swaps whatsoever. In fact, they're going to blind walk up there and make the assumption.
Yeah.
And dance it out.
Like it a lot.
Again. Oh, that's it, man.
Looking good.
Just makes too much noise, honestly.
I know.
No one else makes that
around.
noise when they stomp their feet, but Trundle does.
He's a troll, man. He can do that.
Good one, man.
Oh, It's not, well, I wasn't meaning it like that.
Yeah, because it's a troll, yeah.
Well, Malaz, he's going to help out Chelby as they start on this red buff. Looks like Hellions are going to start on the Krugs, as they're going to have a bit of an experience advantage entering this lane. Already, Destiny's up there hitting minions, so not going to go for a Gromp start or anything like that on that side of the rift. Oh, interesting. Blind Turkey actually thinking that they may have got the successful lane swap here, but Cookie, nope. He started on the blue buff with a little bit of help from his friend. You can see Blind Turkey now making his way up. No vision gained either, but does mean that Destiny might make it to that level 2 at the same point as the Hellions because he's had that solo experience.
Yeah, and Ryu going to have a big advantage as well, just from being in the lane for an extended period of time before Malaz walks the entire distance. Doesn't want to use that teleport just yet, so upside down lane's appropriate for the OPL.
Oh, nice hook lands. Of course, the piercing light not going to get there, unfortunately. Destiny taking a bit of damage there from the explosive shot, but already Denian soaking a fair bit. Pillar goes down. Level 2, of course, hit by Destiny and the bottom lane of Hellions. And once again, it's just a slugfest in this lane.
Aggression constantly, but very rare will you find the killers. We're looking at Blind Turkey against Denny, and let's be fair, aggression is basically their middle names. Shelby's here early, though.
Speaking of aggression, in goes Shelby. That's a nice double play as he's waiting for the knock-up. Denian, though, he's burning to death. The heal comes out. Shelby is going to explode, but Denian not going to die.
That was good and bad from Shelby, I'm going to say. The Rek'Sai was biding his time waiting for the flash or the jump from Frey to be able to cancel him.
Yep.
But because it took so long, they kind of just walked next to him and then flashed away. They got a lot of damage onto Denian, but he still got out with his life. So realistically, he should have just committed to knocking them up, Shelby.
Yeah, it was probably okay. Maybe a little bit greedy, not deciding to go for the arguably free Denian kill. Instead, trying to find Frey, trying to find a potential double kill. That being said, still working out in the favor of Avant. Double flash and a heal now on cooldown as AV only using that ignite. So future engage is going to be difficult for the Hellions.
Certainly is. Cookie as well is always going to be very low in his first clear of the jungle, and they actually know exactly where he is and can see him recalling to boot, so they know they're in a perfectly safe, advantageous position as well. Avant, it's a good start to the game for them in this early jungling phase.
Yeah, doing well. Chelby standing on top of a ward.
He'll see it die though.
Yeah. heading back to base now. And Hellions.
No, he stopped because he saw the ward die. Look at him. He's mind gamed himself.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to get the knock up here onto Denian. Nice pillar to get in the way, but another death sentence. Denian's going to die. Blind Turkey. Yeah, you bet you deserve that first blood.
I'm not going to say that it was
he missed the hook.
not good
missed the
by
cannon.
Denian, but I'm probably going to say that you knew Shelby was in the bush, but your ward died, so you don't necessarily go and face check a Rek'Sai to prove that he's still in there. And they do go down. Of course, Cookie's made his way here to try and help defend, but it's just not worth it.
No. Most likely not. We are going to see it again. You can see Denian just gets the whole kitchen sink thrown at him.
The real issue with it is that there was no flashes available for both AD and support. So Denian even going toward the bush is a flight risk because you cannot get away. He tries to use the pillar to disengage essentially, but the knockup was still there. Blind Turkey gets basically a free hook as well. So
Yeah.
afterthoughts here for Denian. Probably going to have 20/20 hindsight and not face check bushes again. As Boots too.
Yeah, so he's picked them up.
Oh
Bit of
boy,
extra
here we
speed.
go.
Oh, the face check from Frey. The hook's
The
going to
Frey.
catch him. I mean, the Frey, yeah, of course. The death sentence lands, and Destiny picks up an easy one. Cheeky play out of AV, but perfectly executed.
Cheeky, cheesy, but exactly what the doctor prescribed for this Avant bottom lane. It's just too easy for these guys. Frey gifting them the walk-in is phenomenal play from Blind Turkey. Times it to perfection. It's one of the better perks of a Thresh into Tristana matchup.
And wrecked as well. I mean, doesn't have Cookie hanging out in his lane over and over again, and he's reveling in it right now. You can see pushing forward, Bomb heading back to base. You'll see him probably teleport. There it goes. Back into this lane, but already wrecked, commanding position in this lane.
They just keep making small mechanical errors that shouldn't really be there, Helions. They didn't know if they were in the bush or not. Like, that's fair.
Yep.
But there was still, again, no reason to actually walk into that bush, I'm going to say. There's actually nothing to gain. There's no secret.
Yeah, I don't
raid
know why you
boss.
face plant the brush. When
Yeah.
if you're going to do anything, you're going to ward it, right?
Again, it's not like there's a Teemo in the game. There's no like invisible raid boss. You don't get,
Yeah.
you don't pass go and collect 200 gold for like walking in that particular bush or something. Like,
That'd be kind of cool. Create little parts where I've been in every brush this game.
you want to walk in this
200
part of the
gold.
map? Costs 400 gold.
You have to buy it first on your first rotation.
All
though,
right. Yes. the point remains. My bad.
That'd be a fun game mode. We should send some questions in. Rex, beginning to clear out these minion waves very, very easily on this Victor now that he's upgraded that Hex core. Probably wants another couple of upgrades in it just to get himself the extra movement speed. Stay out of these bindings, but he's doing very, very well so far. Malaz more than comfortable on this Tahm Kench. Saw him last game as Ryu is just pushing him in over and over again, but look, he's farming very well.
Yep. He is a tanky Tahm Kench. He's gone for the Spectre's Cowl as his first item, so has that magic resistance. A bit of extra health regeneration as well.
I'm proud of you too, Tahm Kench. Well done for eating that minion.
Why are you proud of him?
It gets me every time. He just looks so proud of himself. He's like, woo-hoo-hoo, got myself a minion. I don't know. Misses a cannon creep in the top lane though, Frey. Very unfortunate.
Like that. He does speak a bit like that.
Never actually played Tahm Kench before. Nice hook onto Frey there as Destiny wants to find the Light Slinger. Doesn't get it. Just hanging around his friend's lantern. He's more than comfortable to do so. Uses the shield to tank that one up as well. And Hellions, it's just not a good experience here in this lane
No.
without the added safety of an Ezreal.
Yeah, and the added pressure of a Rek'Sai, because again, look on the minimap. You've seen Mundo currently being pressured by Chelby on this Rek'Sai. Focusing the lane that's ahead, I will say, from Avant, so it's by no means a bad decision. You've got a farming mid lane, and he's happy just doing his thing in there. We're not seeing a repeat performance like that of Beamer against a pressure lane in a Syndra. It's just a farm lane. And, I mean, it's a Tahm Kench, so really, he's happy farming too.
More than happy. He just wants to get tanky. Get huge.
Good swole.
Yeah, I was expecting that. But he is. So good work. But 22 CS the lead here for Destiny. Great work. They're going to utilize the extra damage towards the top side of the map to grab Harold the Rift Herald. Shelby
Harold
going to be
does
able to
his
smite that
squats.
one away. Yeah, he
Harold
does.
his squats at least.
That guy smacks real hard, man. And I wonder what they can utilize this for, because they could push heavily in towards the top side, but as far as I probably want to keep the laning phase going, right? Really start pressuring down on the Hellions.
Yeah.
But Destiny does look to be empowering these minions, and they want to try and grab the global gold early. Help every lane. Rekt going to grab himself that blue buff.
I mean, you could keep the laning phase going, or you could just take the turret and then switch to the bottom lane, get the turret there, and snowball the rest of the map. It's about when you want to pick your battles. Like,
Yeah.
at what point do you actually want to start snowball? And with a 20 CS lead, you can recall, get some extra items after you get the turret, and I feel like you'll be in a comfortable position to actually consolidate that on the bottom side of the map. Potentially force at least Denin to come down there with you. Melez is just happy farming anyway, so I mean the onus is on Avant's bottom lane to try and snowball the map through gold.
Well, we'll see what they're going to be able to do. I have an expectation that if anyone can do it though, Lion Turkey and Destiny, they've been playing, especially the late game of last game, very, very strong.
They're so awkward to hit last
I
hit
know.
with those minions. They attack too fast.
You can see Destiny was frustrated about it. Already this turret very, very low though. Death Sentence finds the turret. Unfortunately, you can't hit that with a Death Sentence. His Piercing Light's going to annoy Prey one more time. Pillar comes down. Lion Turkey missing a couple of spells.
Yeah, they leave that turret. Hellions, they want nothing to do with it. They've conceded, and they should probably just recall, go to bottom in anticipation, and Ryu should go top lane. They're actually doing that as... No, change their mind. They want to stay top.
Well, they're definitely backing. But you're right, Ryu has changed his mind. He's going to go towards the bottom side. Rekt is having a great time though. This
They're
guy's
just walking back and forth in the spawn like they couldn't make their mind up. They got to like the top inhibitor. They're like, hang on, no, we want to go bottom. But the wave's not going to be frozen because they didn't go to top lane quick enough. I don't know. I was not very efficient rotations here from Hellions. The decision making just wasn't there at that particular point in time. And Avant, they're going to just go bottom, consolidate that lead, and Essence Reaver completed. That was the best series of tunnels I've ever watched.
I know, right? That was fantastic.
That was so smooth.
Let's go under it.
Go back through them.
You can't. He would have gone backwards on that one.
It's fine.
Well, here's the collapse. Denian is in the right position. Destiny not able to land the Piercing Light as Frey's going to rocket jump his way out, but message received. AV once again back in control.
Yeah.
And you're right. Just do it again.
Slow and steady, but it's effective as there is no response from Hellions. It almost feels like the reverse of the last game where Anivia was starting to take control. Oh, we're getting a replay.
Yes.
Oh, 1.
Oh.
2. It's magic. Look at it happen. The problem is the second tunnel died as the third spawn. So
I think he killed that tunnel by making his new tunnel, so
Worth.
we can't see it again.
it was glorious.
So sad. Well, Malaz repeating his experiences as well, but with Ryu not having another turret. Oh, you see, that's when you really like having a Barmy Cinder, when it actually gets the CS for you instead of screwing it up for you.
It's like a Blitzcrank passive.
Yep.
The worst.
Oh, man. Every time. I'm bad enough at last hitting. I need that help.
It's just painful for Hellions at the moment. They're trying to get items. They don't have a Mundo that can impact the map.
Another hook comes out. Not going to find the interrupt there with the pillar, but at least Denian can soak some of that damage. Lightslinger just doing so much work, though. This Trundle just not tanky against this Essence Reaver that Destiny's managed to pick up.
Not at all. I mean, if the hooks continue to connect, no one's tanky enough to withstand that pressure.
Yeah.
When you're that far behind in items here, this Tristana, there's no answer. Again, you're looking at Cookie. He needs to make something happen across the map, but he's farming. He's now recalling with his banjo in hand. He's not actually throwing it at people. That's the issue.
Song better be good. Destiny, though, going to get caught out just a little bit. Nice flayback there as Blind Turkey going to find the death sentence. Denian just lower and lower, going to get more and more difficult for him to stay in this lane, passive or not.
I mean, like, Shelby could probably just
Malaz.
dive them soon.
Look at him, he's so hungry. It's adorable, man. I can't help. I can't work out whether I find Tahm Kench disgusting or adorable. Destiny explodes Denian on the bottom side.
Wow, that's aggressive.
Yeah, massive play as Frey jumps all the way in. Buster shot not going to do too much as Chelby waiting in the wings gets aggressive. Destiny doesn't quite find the damage, but man, I would have gone for it too. So close as the death sentence scratches the backside of Cookie.
That was a crit as well, but only one of the 2 shots crit.
Oh man.
So close to taking down Frey, but advanced bottom lane one more time. Blind Turkey doesn't even need to throw the hooks as they take down 1. Too easy. And I'm not sure where Frey was going after that one.
And it looks like Hellions are... It's just mentally gone. They just don't... They don't look like they're together nearly as much as they were in the early stages of the last game.
Yeah.
And it's looking very difficult. Like, AV, they've turned a switch. Know exactly what they want to do, and they're executing on it. 2-0-1 now for Destiny as well. This is the guy that's been very proud of his new rookie lineup. And you can see carrying them through at the moment, really playing well on this Lucian. I have a feeling picking that one away from him is going to be a good idea in the future.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I think that, honestly, they just straight up lost laning phase through bad decisions and being ganked by Chelby. The pressure from Avant has been evident, but it hasn't been forced, right?
Yeah, true.
So they've got Rek'Sai just stalking around, at least keeping track of Mundo, and that's the big deal. They've watched where Cookie is at most times in this laning phase, and there is no way for Hellions to find their pass back into this game from the deficit that they've already cemented for themselves. Destiny's only getting further ahead now, 2-0-1 with a 50 CS lead. And across the map, it's a 5k lead total with the first dragon. Hellions have 0 of everything right now.
Yeah. Just can't find a way in the door at all. Apart from maybe Bomb's farm in the mid lane, and that's clutching at straws, if anything. Destiny now almost looks like he's going towards a new Phantom Dancer, which is exciting. And by new, I mean, you know, Phantom Dancer that now has passive movement speed.
Yes, of course, 6.1. Phantom Dancer has been changed slightly, so you get actual move speed opposed to running at people move speed.
Yep, running at people move speed. Like
Everyone is in a vein, in other words.
Yeah, true. What? That spooky ghost seems to be the most interesting thing for our observer to look at the moment.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, really?
That was excellent following, though. Just
The
a bit of a
hook
show-off.
again.
Yeah, Frey has to tank up half of his health in the
They're
culling
not
damage.
scared of Cookie. They will 2v3.
There are 3 people here. Denian does have a pillar to throw down. Destiny going to get slowed. But, Banjo for auto attack. Oh, Hookie's going to get caught. Shelby could potentially find a knock-up as well. Dangerous times. There's another spooky ghost makes his way in. Rekt finds his way around, and it looks like here's the siege. Ultimate down here for Cookie.
Bombs on the flank, though. Keep that in mind. The Lux is there.
Light Binding not going to find its way in. Blind Turkey takes a bit of harassment, but in the end it is going to be the disengage. Middle outer turret. Could be a potential point, but AV, they've got vision everywhere, and they've just got control of this map. Even Malaz in the top lane. Doesn't matter about the old range disadvantage.
Well, you know the games become tough when Amundo comes to your lane and Avant's next port of call is to hook him and then try and kill him, opposed to running away. I said this in Champion Select. Hellions have 2 options. They focus top lane, where Ryu can slow the Tahm Kench, or they focus mid lane, where a binding can connect. They don't focus bot lane, because bot lane's got nothing to assist Amundo in killing champions.
Yeah, true.
The problem is, Avant's bot lane's winning 2v2 at the moment. Cookie has to address that. And realistically, he shouldn't be.
Well, Harold one more time. Shelby making his way down. With the help of Malaz, they're going to be able to take this and push another lane. We'll see whether they utilize it towards the middle or get some pressure on some inner turrets. See, Malaz has eaten that. He's just going to add so much pressure to his split push already. It was starting to become a problem. He was pushed so far up with nothing that Hellions could do to respond to it.
Yeah.
One thing to be said is, you know, 5,000 gold continues to be the lead, even 5 minutes on from the last time we mentioned it. So at least Hellions haven't been bleeding more. But when you're saying something like that as the positive for what's going on in a game, then you have to say that it's not looking fantastic
No.
for this new squad.
It's just, the question's going to be where do Hellions find their way back in, and I'm looking at these drafting phases and I'm really struggling to find the moment. They've got the Tristana at like 30 minutes probably at best.
Well, Shelby's going to get the knock up as he finds Cookie in the jungle. They need to be a little bit careful as he's going to tunnel his way out.
Yeah, Shelby should actually be respecting Mundo.
Just a little bit.
1v1 trades when you're stacking health is just not going to work.
No, well, Denian going to find his way around as well just to give Cookie a little bit of help. Now, no one wants to go towards this Lucian at all. Blind Turkey just waiting for someone to do it as Ryu, another auto attack, gets eaten. Has to be careful. Wild Growth comes out. It's a big cooldown, but he might get eaten again. Flashes forward. Malaz, the 1v1 in the top lane against the Lulu. Tahm Kench. Don't let him get it. This guy's... What?
Tahm Kench is just obnoxious. Ryu, there's nothing he can do in this matchup. He's stacking health, but the damage is just so high. There's no answer to Tahm Kench now. There's no answer to the Lucian and Thresh in this bottom lane pressuring in a 2 versus 3. And Lux is now confined to using the laser to try and wave clear in the side lanes that are dying.
I just never expected a Tahm Kench to get a 1v1 kill. Yes, he's annoying, right? But you never expect him to kill you.
He does more damage than you'd expect. The thing
Damn
with
right
Tahm
he does.
Kench is the passive on his ultimate scales with health. And that is on-hit damage. So every auto attack from a Tahm Kench, the more health he has, the worse that it starts to feel. And he actually has a scaling aspect, so it's pretty nice.
Yep, well,
That's why they go Warmogs.
definitely looking scary and only going to get worse here for the Hellions as Blind Turkey dodges out of the way of that light binding. This mid lane out of turret, relatively healthy, not quite down to half health just yet, but have a feeling that's going to change. Denian wanders straight into a hook. As Destiny's going to get a couple of extra auto attacks and then lantern his way out.
They have forced 5 members from the Hellions towards this middle lane, though. Avant starting to apply some pressure, but of course, Shelby, in typical Rek'Sai fashion, the second people start grouping, he's going to go get the objective, unnoticed, you would hope.
Yeah, he's been there for quite some time. Dragon number 2 for Avant is going to fall. 22 minutes into this game, approximately. As Hellions continue to try and at least push out this mid wave, save the outer turret in the mid lane.
It's taking him an awful long time to kill that dragon.
Yeah. He needed help.
In fact, I'm not even sure he's doing it at this stage. He might just be having a conversation with it. There it is.
Yep. Catfish,
They
help
made
me.
friends.
Teleport comes in, Bomb. Fresh death cap now in his back pocket. Looking to try and aid in the cleanup.
That is big. He's got a lot of burst. He's at least got wave clear.
That's
and
true.
Should be able to deny a lot of pressure that Avant will put in place if they group up as multiple members. The thing with that is Ryu doesn't have an answer to the Tahm Kench at the moment. He needs to show respect and focus on exclusively wave clearing, which means that Malaz will have pressure. Means that Shelby can even work in a side lane and have pressure. And between Rekt and Destiny, they've got wave clear themselves. So 1-3-1s are effective right now for Avant. 2-2-1, if we want to get creative with their positioning on the map, is still effective.
Yep.
I just think that there's so many avenues to attack here for Avant where they'll come out in a positive manner, whereas Hellions need the Lux to find someone, has to hit with the binding. 100% has to hit with the binding, otherwise their engage tools don't exist.
Yeah.
Their crowd control is all slows besides that as well, and the Trundle Pillar, which is a somewhat displacement, I guess, for lack of a better description.
Can be a displacement if used correctly. Maybe.
If you're lucky.
Yep.
Optional displacement spell. There you go.
Optional displacement spell. I like it a lot.
You can opt into it if you want.
Well, Siege continues now towards the top side. Wow, Piercing Light starting to do some damage, especially when it hits 2 people at once. Cookie going to aid in this help, but look at this. The inner turret, it's on about nothing.
Yeah, the only concern now is Avant is struggling to break that middle lane where Bomb is residing at present. Shelby, never mind, he's in.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Oh my god!
There it is.
Okay, see you later, Bomb. You are aptly named because it looked like you literally exploded there in the mid lane. Outer turret is going to fall after that. No more wave clear to speak of. 40 seconds on the clock now as well as Ryu takes a minion to the face. And, yep.
That was a lot of damage from Rek, to say the least.
It
Shelby,
was.
right on time, as I was saying, mid lane's the only one that hasn't been taken. Gets absolutely decimated from that burst out of Rekt. And they're not done here, Avant.
Yeah, Wild Growth came out. Lulu's just going to get destroyed. Rekt going to be able to pick that one up. Takes himself a kill on the way out as well. Double kill Avant. They've really turned it on for game number 2. The push up the mid lane continues, and they may take more. 3 seconds now on Bomb as the wave clear is going to make it towards the mid lane. But Shelby, he's tunneling into this one. Denian having a dance because he feels like there's not much more he can do. Bomb now making his way over.
Shelby.
Lightbinding does land. He may explode for a fair bit, but not going to die just yet. Frey moving in the backline, trying to do the work that he can as Destiny dashing out of the way, now focusing on the inhibitor, wanting to make sure they get down that objective, and then they'll move out. And Hellion's base broken at 25 minutes.
They get the inhibitor and nobody goes down for it. Of course, Hellions do not have a response, as even Cookie is getting bursted out from Malaz, which is one of the weirdest things that I never thought I would say. There's, honestly, it just feels like from the very beginning of the drafting phase here, Hellions have looked to be struggling, and one gank from Chelby is all it took for the Lucian to start snowballing. A small inkling of support in the rest of the lanes is all it took. Rekt got his items, comes mid once, and explosions.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that you were actually explaining to me earlier today, is it feels like this Mundo pick that everyone's putting so much priority on is a bit of a trap, honestly.
It's just a drafting trap. I don't think Mundo as a champion is a trap, but people need to show more caution in when they're picking this champion. Sure, it's great in solo queue because you win every game. People miss position and you get free farm. In competitive, you need to be a little bit more careful with when you're picking that one up. And one thing to note here, this could be a perfect game.
Yeah.
Avant are yet to die. They are yet to concede a turret. They are yet to concede a dragon or objective. They've even had 2 Rift Heralds.
They have. My goodness.
That's a statement if ever I've seen one.
Most certainly is. And Hellions now all together dealing with these super minions in the mid lane. At 26 minutes in, when you're this far behind, the super creeps take so much killing. And there's even this blind turkey. Got himself a banner of command. And he's helping Malaz split push this bottom lane. Ryu not really doing too much to stop the Tahm Kench, and it's going to be the Baron call from AV, because why not, guys? May as well pick that one up. Vision now available for the Hellions. This could be the hero steal. Cookie, he's got the flash. Can he get in there and steal it? Not going to happen this time, as it's a fair bit of damage that goes down, but Rekt is going to destroy him. The Mundo looking like butter right now. Spooky ghosts. They're going to do nothing. But speaking of that, there's not a whole lot Ryu can do to Malaz, who's just licking this turret. Delicious, delicious ice cream. That is definitely a difference, as Malaz is
There's a turret hitting you, Malaz, just in case you were wondering.
He wasn't. Didn't care about that one at all. Denian's going to find Ryu, help him out, but Malaz just lets the creeps. Oh, the flash licky tongue.
That's a Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
It's not what that's called. But again, Avant, they get an inhibitor in the top lane. Bottom's the exact same thing. Avant, they are going for that perfect game still.
Yeah, looking to try and get every single structure on the map as well. 8-0 now the scoreline. 15,000 gold in the lead. Ridiculous stuff from Avant. As Malaz, he's probably not going to be the one to die as he gets tagged by the light binding. Destiny just playing typewriter on the Hellions. Denian looking for a kill. He wants something in this game. The hook lands onto Cookie. Denian's going to die. The rocket jump's going to be used as Cookie's getting obliterated. The dash in from Destiny. Don't tank the turret. This is the perfect game opportunity. They grab the kill. He gets out. The inhibitor's dead. Nexus turrets are falling as well. Frey just has to watch in horror as his house is being dismantled. And AV, from such a grueling game number 1 to a perfect finish.
A 17.9k gold lead by the end of that game. 0 deaths. This Avant-Garde side had a shaky game 1, but they came into game 2 and it was a whole new side.
Yeah, that was ridiculously dominant. And you mentioned some flaws in the draft, but you have to hand it to Avant. They played the game out so well. After, a bit of a misdemeanor on the lane swap, from then on, stunning. And look, perfect game. What can you say?
Credit where it's due to Destiny as well. He had a fantastic laning phase. All it took was an inkling of help from Chelby. The game was snowballed from there. So congrats to Avant.
Yeah, really, really well played. But we are going to throw it over to the desk where the boys are going to take us through the perfect game.
Thank you so much, guys. So Avant, they get a perfect game. I just want to point out no structures left on the map. They destroyed everything. They destroyed the Hellions lineup a couple of times through as well. And I know, Pastry, you were just impressed with how these guys, after what was a hard game one, reset and went about the start of game two.
Yeah, it's always good to see a team, and we've seen this quite a lot actually in the first week of OPL, where you have a long game one where you feel like you should win, and you get some position to win, and then you finally get over the hump, like start with Direwolves, and then come out swinging in game two. It shows good composure in a team that you can keep momentum after long games in a series, and still keep doing good things that you're already doing, but just do them even better and adjust. And when you have games like that, when you just take the series 2 after such a long game one, it's a good feeling for a team, and it is a good sign as well for them.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, we talked about the Hellions draft a lot because it looked like, they were like, we went kind of late game last time, then we lost in the late game. What's the answer? Let's go even later game, and that didn't work out for them, right? Rek had a much better game this time in the laning phase.
Pardon?
Rekt had a much better laning phase this time around.
Yeah, he did. He had a lot better. It was just a smooth lane for him. He didn't even have to do anything, really. It was just a bot lane snowballing out of control with the help of Chelby, and the game was over from there.
I like the draft, but I understand in a perfect world, you don't get to 40 minutes cleanly with a 400 CS on all your carries. Like, the comp was cool. Lux, Mundo, Lulu, big Tristana, go late game, protect the Trist. Again, Hellions, I like their drafting. I like their style. They're a very endearing team to me, but execution at the moment, at least after week one, is something to be desired.
Yeah, and the thing that I liked about Avant is they didn't really show us anything different in game two. They played much more effectively. Their on-map stuff, they showed us heaps more, but from their draft point of view, it looks like, they're going to focus an earlier game side, bottom of the rift, and try and keep something in the mid lane that scales well with farm, and then, just let Malaz in the top lane do whatever the heck he wanted, because he beat out the melee, he beat out the range. Overall, they just looked like they took the game plan from game one and then just were like, we weren't happy with the execution. Let's execute it much better this time around.
Yeah, I feel like both teams kind of did that, but Avant clearly just refined a little bit better, I guess, between games. And Tom can't try Meister. You already told me you didn't like him. I'm starting to agree with you. He's pretty annoying. Very powerful champion. You can see why he's drawn so many bans.
Yeah, I was curious. I was wondering why they didn't ban Tom Kench. They didn't have an answer for it, and he just got out of control after getting Rift Herald mid-game.
So in the end, it must be bench the Kench, but that's all for us this week. So before we go, guys, let's take a look at the week's standing and where that 2-0 does leave us. That's right, Meister.
Shake my head.
So it will be Infernum losing out to the Direwolves, who went 2-0. Of course, Sin weren't able to pick up a win either against Legacy. Chiefs and Avant were able to get the 2-0 this week, and that will round us out for the week. And, there were certainly some closer games in this one, and as we do take a look at the standings, we'll see exactly where the teams sit. Of course, the teams that we just went through, they're going to be on the top of the tables. That's Direwolves, Legacy, Chiefs, who are still the OPL legends, and Avant-Garde, unfortunately, Sin, Hellions, as well as Infernum and Trident, not able to get any victories this week. But, guys, that's not all the League of Legends this week. We do have LPL tomorrow at 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And we have a whole lot of OPL for you next week as we bring up the schedule as well. Of course, on Monday night, it will be Trident taking on Rymeister's Sin. Avant-Garde will take on Legacy in what should be a great battle. Infernum take on Hellions on for the first of our double headers on Wednesday night before the Chiefs close us out with Direwolves and another OPL Legend match. And as for League of Legends OPL this week, guys, that's all we have for you. So thank you, Rai, for coming in today. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes, the producers and the other shoutcasters, and we'll see you next week.